Guys, it's Debbie. Welcome to my channel. We are on day 8 of the Baby in a River trial. It's Tennessee v. Brandon Isabelle. He was found guilty yesterday of 2 counts of first degree murder for the deaths of Danielle Hoyle and her baby Kennedy Hoyle, who was 2 days old. And today is the sentencing. We get to find out if he gets a life without parole or just life, I think. Let's see what it says. Oh, it doesn't say. I think that's what they're going to do today. Oh, there it is. Friends and family will give victim impact statements before Brandon Isabelle is sentenced to life without parole. I guess they just think he's going to get life without parole. Tennessee's penalty phase for LWOP is unique due to its implementation of 2 LWOP sentences. This means that there is no chance of parole. The Tennessee General Assembly is currently considering amending these life sentences, which could potentially change the penalty phase for LWOP in the state. Not sure I'm reading the statute correctly, but does this mean for each LWOP sentence is actually 2? I don't know. I don't know. So then, do they really even have to decide anything? That's weird. Marty, I didn't say that you lied. I thought you were teasing me. Teasing and lying are 2 different things. No, I didn't tell you to do that. Oh, that's okay. Okay, let's get this show on the road. Why am I surprised that they're not ready to go? Hey, Nancy. I I need somebody smarter than me to make a chart of how each state, not each state, because we don't get to watch every state, but the states that we watch frequently. I need someone to make a chart of what states just guilty, not guilty, and then we stop until a later date, and what states that we do actual sentencing right then and there, and like impact statements right then and there. Because I get confused. And like which states the jury does the sentencing, and which states the judge do the sentencing. Because like with Donald Adelson, dang, I can't say her name, Donna Adelson, they did impact statements right then in Florida, and I've never seen that done in Florida before. Now, with Jose, that was a death penalty case. Hey, Carla. And I'd never seen a death penalty case done before. So that I don't count because that was different. But I've never seen a Florida case where they did impact statements right after the verdict. You always come back later. They always get held without bond until sentencing, and then they come back like 2 to 3 weeks later, and then you've got everybody there for victim impact statements, and then the judge does the sentencing after victim impact statements. That is always the way I've seen trials done in Florida. And I was flabbergasted when they did that right away with Donna Adelson. I was like, what is happening? So I don't know if it was just that one trial was done that way, because maybe that was the only time that Dan's parents and family could be there. Because, like, well, they live in Canada. Maybe that was why. Maybe that's why they did it that way. So they didn't have to stay down here in a hotel or whatever for another 2 to 3 weeks. That could be in that trial's case, in her case, that might be why they did it that way. That would make sense. Rather than have them stay down here for extra time or go back home to Canada and then come back down. That makes sense. That could be what happened. But that's the first time I've ever seen that happen in a Florida trial. Yeah. People named Dan seem to have some bad luck. Or, don't marry somebody with last name Peterson. Peterson's a bad name, too. Scott? Mike? Is it Michael? Scott? Michael? What's the other one? There's another one. I can't remember. You know, we were talking yesterday about should Artesia be held responsible? Well, I was going to compare Scott and Lacey Peterson and Amber Fry's situation, but I guess no, because Amber didn't know about Lacey, because Scott told her that his wife had died. Like before he killed her, said his wife and child had died. So I guess you can't compare that. As soon as she found out, she was like, oh no. And then she went to the police. There are people that think he didn't do it, though. And I don't see how. Dang it, who's the other Peterson, y'all? Scott, Michael, Drew? Is it? It's Drew. It's Drew. Drew Peterson, Scott Peterson, and Michael Peterson. No, of course I'm saying that tongue in cheek. Last name does not. And Elvis is still alive, yeah. Yeah, you know, it's real simple. Real simple, easy way to not have kids. Yep, stop putting it in. Exactly. Come on, people. Since we are almost done with Betty Broderick, um, I did the poll last time. We can do two things. We can do another poll, or I can just do the trials from the last poll in order as how you guys voted, which would put Brooks as the trial. Nancy! PG channel. That, too, does not work all the time. Just saying. So the poll for the trials of the past. Okay. So the poll last time was Betty Broderick, Daryl Brooks, Grant Amato, and Chandler Halderson. Do you want me to do a new poll, or do you want to do Brooks next? Because he came in second. So I can throw up a new poll with the three we didn't do and another one. Throw another one in there. Or we can just do Brooks. Well, we got to get Jill back first, because that's why I put Brooks in there, because she hadn't seen Brooks. She hasn't been feeling well. We got to get Jill well first. I just texted her and told her to wake up, but she's not gonna hear it. I keep texting her, trying to get her better. She's not listening to me. I think she's getting better, but it's slow. Yeah, she was. And I talked to her a little bit last night, but not a lot. She just hasn't been feeling good. And then she got the stomach flu on top of it. Just not feeling. She's been sleeping a lot and just not feeling good. And I keep saying, when are you going back to the doctor? She's been going, she's been having checkups and, like, going to the doctor and stuff. But if I live closer, I'd drag her butt to the doctor. I'd go with her and be like, look, she doesn't feel good. Fix her. I don't know. Chronic illnesses suck, man. They just suck. You just don't feel, sometimes you just don't feel good and you can't put your finger on it, and it's just like you go to the doctor and you're like, I don't know, I'm just not right. Like, how do you fix just I'm not right? Like, and then they do, they like mess with your meds just because, then they don't know what's wrong, and so they don't know what to do, and they just, sometimes you get worse before you get better. It's just, it is what it is. So, no, she lives in Tennessee. I wish she lived in Florida. Yeah, yeah. It's called malaise, and that's literally what it is. It's just you don't feel right, and a lot of times it's just you need your medicines just like tweaked, and then they tweak them, and sometimes it makes it worse, sometimes it makes it better, and it's like, and sometimes you gotta suffer till they get your med cocktail just perfect. And thank God mine, after how many years? I was diagnosed with fibro when I was 26, I think. And finally, after, I'm trying to think, how many years have they finally got my medicine right? 5? It's been maybe 5, 6. And we finally got the right finally got the right dosages and combinations and all. I mean, I still have pain, but I think the pain I have now is more arthritis and, being old. And well, I've had arthritis since I was young, though. I was in my 30s when the arthritis started, but that's family. I've got arthritis on both sides of the family, along with the autoimmune stuff, and I think I have psoriatic arthritis too, which they tell me I don't, but whatever. Um, but yeah, the fibromyalgia, it's not in remission, but it's like controlled with the medicine now, and I still have stuff, but I can't imagine if they hadn't got my meds right, what in the heck would be going on with me right now. And I feel so bad for Carla, Belting, because she suffered, like, she'll say some days, like, even her clothes hurt to her body, like the clothes touching her body, and I feel so bad for her. I never did have the fibro where, like, just touching your skin hurt. Like, some people can't even be touched, like, hugged, or, you know. It, I've never been that way. So I guess fibro is like a spectrum, just like most chronic illnesses. And I was never, I've never been on that far of the spectrum where you couldn't touch me. But clothes, they don't, they don't hurt, but I'm uncomfortable if they're too tight. Now my my stepkids, the tighter the better. Like, They come in the house, and they're both very chesty girls. And they come in the house, and like their shirts are like this, where all you see is boobage. And I'm like, you think your shirt's tight enough, honey? What size is that? They weigh more than me. I'm like, what size is that? It's a medium. I'm like, how did you get in it? Do you need help when you get it off? You want me to help you when it's time to take it off? Because I don't think you're going to get out of it on your own. I don't even like stretchy. I got to have the 5 sizes too big. It's got to be big. Like even these that fit, like this is one I haven't worn in a long time because I just lost the weight. So I'm wearing shirts that are old and have been in the back of my closet because I haven't been able to wear them. And even though they fit me now, if you watch, I'm still like tugging on them because they fit. They're not too big, they fit. So they're still like, I'm always messing with them because they're still just a tad too tight. Even though they fit, to the fibromyalgia person, they're a little too tight for me. I've been in 2X, and I have some 3Xs, but I've been in 2X, at least a 2X, for decades, and now I'm in a extra large, and I think that's what this is. This has been in my closet for, I don't know. This is my Rebels shirt. I have 2 shirts that I got from, I forgot what the name of the website is, but Ashley Eckstein? I forgot her last name. It's something like that. She has this website, a clothing line for women that's all Star Wars related. I don't think it's all Star Wars now. I think she branched out and did other franchises. She's the voice of Ahsoka in the cartoons. There's Ahsoka. So I've got this one, and I wore one the other day. The Princess Leia one. It says self-saving princess. And they're feminine, they're like women's shirt. I usually wear the unisex ones. Because of my weight. It's more comfortable. It's big and baggy and more comfortable. But these are like women's cut shirts. And then the one that I wore the other day, the Princess Leia one, it has like the sweetheart collar that comes down lower. It's still circular, but it comes down lower. Yeah, we don't have big ones in my family either, but my stepdaughters and their mom, huge. I mean, I don't. I'm glad I don't. That's a lot of weight. That's a lot of weight to carry around. I don't need any extra weight. Thank you, Nancy. You know, I don't have any Star Trek shirts. They're all Star Wars or Disney. I have a couple Harry Potters now. No Star Trek. I gotta get some Star Trek. Alright, come on. I saw movement a while ago. Oh, I was gonna tell y'all the other day, but court was happening. We were talking about, oh, I guess it was yesterday, when we were talking about the little shoulder pal things. I watched a video. I was planning on wearing, or I guess I shouldn't say wear, taking Grogu with me on my shoulder. 17 days, you guys, 17 days, and I get to go see the Star Wars land. It's called Galaxy's Edge. Star Wars land at Hollywood Studios. I'm so excited. So I'd already planned on taking Grogu with me. I'm going to put him on my shoulder and walk around. But I watched a video the other day where the stormtroopers, because stormtroopers are all over the place in there, just walking around, and they will mess with you. So I watched a video the other day where the people were had Grogu's, and the stormtroopers were going around and picking them up off of people's shoulders and sticking them on metal on around the Galaxy's Edge area and lining them up on metal like they were gonna shoot them, like they were lining them up for a firing squad. It was the funniest thing. Oh my god. I was like, oh, you do? Oh, cool. I want to get that one too. I want to get them all. Watch me eventually get all of them, you guys. Write today on your calendar that I'm going to get all of the shoulder buddies or shoulder pals or whatever they're called. But I sent the video to my cousin and I was like, you know what? I was planning on taking it with me, but now I'm definitely taking it with me. But my friend was streaming and he's on a scooter, so he was like, he drove in there, and so he's got the phone with the gimbal that he holds to record, and then he has the phone in the phone holder on his scooter where he can see his chat talking and everything. And he strolls up there, and the stormtroopers are with Kylo Ren, and they walk by him, and Kylo Ren stops. And he turns and he looks at him and he goes, "What is that pad? What is with that pad? Are you sending transmissions to the Alliance?" Or to the rebels, or whatever he said. I don't remember word for word. But, and my friend Mike goes, "No, sir. No, sir. I'm not. I wouldn't do that. No, sir." I was like, I can't wait to go. This is going to be so much fun. So 7 days, you guys. 7 days. Or 17 days. See, I'm getting ahead of myself. 17 days. 17 days. I'm so excited. I sent my gimbal back. I'm not going to get a new gimbal before we go. I'm still going to try to get some video. My problem is, my gimbal made the parade look like it was going downhill. I don't know how to get an iPhone video onto my PC. I mean, I got the video on it, but I couldn't get it to play. So, my friends that are Disney creators are going to help me figure out how to do this. I don't know that I'm ever going to stream from Disney like they do. But you guys will eventually get to see the Halloween parade that I videotaped for you guys. Or video, it's not a tape anymore. What do you call it now? That I recorded for you guys. I didn't forget. It's still in my phone. I just have to get some technical advice from people that do this on the reg, because I don't know what I'm doing. I know, Marty. I know. But now that I've switched to iPhone, I don't know how to do an Android phone anymore. My husband hands me his phone and is like, "Here, help." And I am like, okay. Like, yesterday, he is not technological at all, and he wanted to put things on his wish list on a website, so I needed to sign him into the website. So I go to sign him in, and I forgot his password, so I had to reset the password. So I put his email address in, and it's like, "We sent you a reset link." So then I'm like, okay, show me how to get to your email, because I couldn't find it on his Android phone, because it's an Android. And I'm so used to iPhone, I couldn't. So, yeah. I'm thinking about maybe switching back. I don't know. It'll be cheaper, that's for sure. Then I gotta relearn how to use an Android. It probably wouldn't take me too long, though. Well, I just got an iPad, though. Nah, I better stick with iPhone. Because I just got an iPad. And what I didn't know about iPads is that I can actually do phone calls on my iPad if it's an iPhone call. Which I guess that's not that much of a big deal, but I can do text messages, like regular text messages on my iPad too. All the Android phones I've seen are cheaper than iPhones. Yeah, but now you can, well, it's not called FaceTiming, but you can video call on Facebook Messenger. That's how Travis and I FaceTime, because he has an Android and I have an iPhone. And if I were to get him an iPhone, then I'd have to teach him how to use it. He knows how to use the Android, so I'm not. And he's impossible. Because here's one of the nitpicks about him that I don't like. But I've learned to deal with it. I can show him how to do something over and over and over and over and over again, and he will not remember it. Yeah, that's pretty much Travis. He doesn't want to learn anything new. If he does learn something new, though, he doesn't retain it. I have to teach it over and over and over and over and over and over and over. I don't know how many times it takes for him to retain something, but it takes a really, really long time. An extraordinarily long time.
Maybe 11, 13. No. Deputy Newton.
Yes.
Jeez. Yeah, me too.
Check your calendars for 11/13, please, except for Mr. Steele, since he'll be somewhere else.
Oh, what was it? It's the,
13.
It's my birthday.
Okay, never mind.
I'm working on my birthday. I already said
12?
13.
Look at the 12th or the 13th.
November. Tell her excited. Your Honor, the 13th, we have federal court in Nashville. Knoxville.
12? Or is that your travel day?
Will you be, what that will you be there?
Do you see anything that week?
I love learning new things, even if it's something I'm not even going to use. I'm just like,
Oh, that's the,
Well, but
is that better?
cool, I learned something
Veterans Day
new.
is the 11th, but the 10th is not good for the 4th.
I'm not gonna take the council, but it's just a report.
The report is going to be the 31st. And she said 10 days after, you need time to review the report once it's received.
Is Diana still here? She taught me something about school
I guess we
worlds
can
one day.
argue about it later. Let's get the jury in.
It was the
Back in session.
coolest thing. squirrels are hot, they'll like lay out flat, close to the ground to cool off, and it's called spoofing. I thought there was something wrong with the squirrel, and I was like, go check on that squirrel. And my friend was like, how am I supposed to check on it? I was like, I don't know. And Diana said, he's spoofing. I was like, what? She says, he's spoofing. That's what they do to cool off. I was like, oh, cool. I learned something. That's neat.
Well, work. And I'll just handle it since he won't be here. Otherwise, we're on into December.
Oh, no. We're not-
I can't remember what I paid for this.
I'm fine as well if everybody else is fine.
Good for us.
I paid in installments because I couldn't afford it all at once. I think it was like $400 for this phone.
So mark both days in your calendar, please. October 31st and November 12th.
Dad, gum, Marty, I'm not buying a phone that costs that much. Why do you need a phone that costs that much? I thought 400 was expensive. Dang.
No jury in the courtroom.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Let's get to work. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you see yet another packet in your chair that I'm going to read to you. The criminal court for Shelby County Division 5 in the state of Tennessee versus Brandon Isabelle, indictment number 2203799. Members of the jury, you have now found the defendant guilty beyond a reasonable doubt of first-degree murder as charged in the indictment. It is now your duty to determine within the limits prescribed by law the penalty which shall be imposed as punishment for this offense. Tennessee law provides that a person convicted of first-degree murder shall be punished by imprisonment for life without the possibility of parole or by imprisonment for life. A defendant who receives a sentence of imprisonment for life shall not be eligible for release until the defendant has served at least 51 full calendar years of such sentence. A defendant who receives a sentence of imprisonment for life without parole shall never be eligible for release. Arriving at this determination, you are authorized to weigh and consider any of the aggravating circumstances proved beyond a reasonable doubt, and any mitigating circumstances which may have been raised by the evidence throughout the entire course of this trial, including the guilt-finding phase or sentencing phase, or both. The jury is the sole judge of the facts and of the law as it applies to the facts in the case. In arriving at your verdict, you are to consider the law in connection with the facts, but the court is the proper source from which you are to get the law. In other words, you are the judges of the law as well as the facts under the direction of the court. The burden of proof is upon the state to prove any statutory aggravating circumstance or circumstances beyond a reasonable doubt. Reasonable doubt is that doubt created by an investigation of all the proof in the case and an inability after such investigation to let the mind rest easily as to the certainty of your verdict. Absolute certainty is not demanded by the law, but moral certainty is required, and this certainty is required as to every element of proof necessary to constitute the verdict. The law makes you, the jury, the sole and exclusive judges of the credibility of the witnesses and the weight to be given to the evidence. Victim impact evidence. The prosecution has introduced what is known as victim impact evidence. This evidence has been introduced to show the financial, emotional, psychological, or physical effects of the victim's death on the members of the victim's immediate family. You may consider this evidence in determining an appropriate punishment. However, your consideration must be limited to a rational inquiry into the culpability of the defendant, not an emotional response to the evidence. Victim impact evidence is not the same as an aggravating circumstance. Proof of an adverse impact on the victim's family is not proof of an aggravating circumstance. Introduction of this victim impact evidence in no way relieves the state of its burden to prove beyond a reasonable doubt at least one aggravating circumstance which has been alleged. Statutory aggravating circumstances. Tennessee law provides that no sentence of imprisonment for life without possibility of parole shall be imposed by a jury, but upon a unanimous finding that the state has proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of statutory aggravating circumstance, which shall be limited to the following. The murder was committed against a person less than 12 years of age, and the defendant was 18 years of age or older. Members of the jury, the court has read to you the aggravating circumstances which the law requires you to consider if you find proved beyond a reasonable doubt. You shall not consider any other facts or circumstances as an aggravating circumstance in deciding whether imprisonment for life without possibility of parole would be appropriate punishment in this case. Mitigating circumstances. Tennessee law provides that in arriving at the punishment, the jury shall consider, as previously indicated, any mitigating circumstances raised by the evidence, which shall include, but are not limited to, the following. The defendant has no significant history of prior criminal activity. The defendant acted under extreme duress or under substantial domination of another person, and any other mitigating factor which is raised by the evidence produced by either the prosecution or defense at either the guilt or sentencing hearing. That is, you shall consider any aspect of the defendant's character or record or any aspect of the circumstances of the offense favorable to the defendant, which is supported by the evidence. The defendant does not have the burden of proving a mitigating circumstance. There is no requirement of jury unanimity as to any particular mitigating circumstance, or that you agree on the same mitigating circumstance. Verdict: life imprisonment or life imprisonment without possibility of parole. If you do not unanimously determine that a statutory aggravating circumstance has been proved by the state beyond a reasonable doubt, the sentence shall be life imprisonment. You will write your verdict upon the enclosed form attached hereto and made part of this charge. The verdict shall be as follows. We, the jury, unanimously find that the punishment shall be life imprisonment. If you unanimously determine that a statutory aggravating circumstance or circumstances have been proved by the state beyond a reasonable doubt, you shall, in your considered discretion, sentence the defendant either to imprisonment for life without possibility of parole or to imprisonment for life. In choosing between the sentences of imprisonment for life without possibility of parole and imprisonment for life, you shall weigh and consider the statutory aggravating circumstance or circumstances proven by the state beyond a reasonable doubt and any mitigating circumstance or circumstances. In your verdict, you shall reduce to writing the statutory aggravating circumstance or circumstances so found and shall return your verdict upon the enclosed form attached hereto and made a part of this charge. The verdict should be as follows. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has proven the following listed statutory aggravating circumstance or circumstances beyond a reasonable doubt. This is where you would list the aggravating circumstance or circumstances so found, which must be limited to those enumerated for your consideration by the court in these instructions. You shall then indicate on the enclosed verdict form, we, the jury, unanimously agree that the defendant shall be sentenced to imprisonment for life without the possibility of parole, or we, the jury, unanimously agree that the defendant shall be sentenced to imprisonment for life. The verdict must be unanimous and signed by each juror. Take the case, consider all the evidence fairly and impartially. You will complete one of the two forms that I have here, you don't have them. And you will report your verdict to the court. But at this time, the state will make an opening statement.
Your Honor.
Ladies and gentlemen, we've entered the sentencing phase. And what we're talking about is count 2 and count 3, the first degree murder counts with regards to baby Kennedy Hoyle. The aggravating circumstance that the state is relying on is that the murder was committed against a person less than 12 and that the defendant was 18 years or older. For this phase, and as proof of this aggravating circumstance, the state is relying on the proof that you heard at trial, that Kennedy was born January 31st, 2022, which you saw her certified birth certificate. You heard April Campbell, her grandmother, testify as to when she was born. And you saw text messages between Artisha Stewart and the defendant indicating the time of her birth. And so that's the proof that the state will be relying on to prove Kennedy's age for the aggravating circumstance. As part of that aggravating circumstance, the state also has to prove that the defendant was 18 or older. You heard proof that the defendant's birthday was February 1st of 1997. You heard that proof from the defendant in his statement. He gave his birthday. You also heard Artisha Stewart testify that he was turning 25 or 26 on the day that Kennedy was murdered. And also you have as an exhibit the certified divorce complaint that the defendant filed. It also includes his birthday, February 1st of 1997. That will be the proof that the state relies on to prove that aggravating circumstance beyond a reasonable doubt. Now, once you have listened to the proof, once you've heard any mitigation, the state is confident that you will find that the aggravating circumstance and the nature and circumstances of this case outweigh any mitigation. And we will be asking that you sentence the defendant to life without parole on counts 2 and 3. Thank you.
Well, counts 2 and 3, you've already found Mr. Isabelle guilty. So the state's aggravating circumstance is embodied in that finding of guilt. What we are here today, and this phrase "to decide," is what the punishment should be. Is life enough? 51 years? Or do you have to be, is this man so unable to be rehabilitated that he should be kept in jail the rest of his life? That's what you have to decide. And we'll be showing you evidence that, of course, he's youthful, he's worked, he's got good awards at work. While he's been locked up, he never made mind on this. So he's been in jail. While in jail, he's taken opportunities to better himself, taken classes that they offer there. And that brings Artisha back into one of the factors is that he acted under the domination of another. And so you'll get to consider that and give it what weight you consider to be proper in deciding whether it should be life or life without parole. Thank you.
Would the state like to call a witness?
Yes, Your Honor. State will call April Campbell.
Ms. Campbell, come forward. Watch your step. Stand right here, face you, and raise your right hand.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Please have a seat. Watch yourself.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
You've been out here all week, haven't you?
Yes.
This is finally your chance, right?
Right.
This is your chance to tell the jury what Kennedy meant to you, what Kennedy meant to your family, and how her loss has impacted you guys, okay? I'm gonna let you go from here.
Kennedy. It was our world. We only got the hour with her. But when she laid on my chest, I got the biggest smile. I got to feed her and change her clothes. But I had to let her go to everybody else. So she just went around the room from me to her sister. Gerard, her eyes lit up when she held her. I mean, everybody was in love with her. She was the sweetest thing ever. It's been a long 3.5, almost 4 years. I miss my grandbaby. You know, that was my number 7. She was 7 for me. And she could just take it just like that. It's been plenty of sleepless nights. I ain't slept in 3.5 years. I finally got sleep last night. I mean, you know, we never recovered her body, so when we buried her mom, I had a burial made with a beating heart. It added to her coffin so she would be by herself. I mean, I don't know what else is, you know, we missed her. And she ain't here now. That's all I can say. That's all I can say.
Thank you. Yeah, that's all stay true.
Ms. Fuchs? Do you have any?
I do have further. Call to stand, Ms. Madison.
Madison or on date?
Just stand right here, face your honor, raise your right hand.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Please have a seat. Watch your step.
Please state your name and spell it for the court reporter, please.
Madison Irwin, MADISONERWIN.
By whom are you employed, Ms. Owen?
Inquisitor Incorporated.
And did you have a chance to work on the case of Brandon Isabelle?
Yes, sir.
And how old was Brandon when this happened?
He would have, am I allowed to refer back to my notes?
Hearing no objection, go ahead.
He would have been 24 going on 25.
And did he work? Did he have a work history?
Yes, sir.
And where did he work?
At FedEx.
You know how long he worked there?
Approximately 4 to 5 years.
I have passed you up in the article the record of proposed mistake with the information that's in that program, I didn't move into evidence. During his work there at FedEx, did he receive any awards or recognitions for outstanding work?
Yes, sir.
What did he receive then?
He received the Purple Passion Award from FedEx. It's a certificate of excellence. He also received Employee of the Year for 2020. as well as a outstanding performance during the fiscal year of 2020 memorandum to the office.
And the letter that was provided to us, is that a letter from FedEx?
Yes, sir.
And would you read that to the jury, please?
Yes.
Relatively short.
Brandon, I truly want to thank you for your outstanding performance during fiscal year 20. Thanks for going above and beyond in all areas. Your positive attitude and great work ethics are appreciated. The extra hours, teamwork, and leadership that you've shown have resulted in overall operational effectiveness. Brandon, you have exemplified what the Purple Promise is about. It is employees such as you that make FedEx one of the most admired companies in the world. In recognition of your outstanding performance, it is with great pleasure that I present you with this Bravo Zulu for making a difference and keeping the Purple Promise. And this is
Oh, that makes it all right that he threw a baby in the river.
from Jackie Nichols, the managing director.
Thank you.
Who says FedEx is one of the most respected companies in the world? I don't. I hate FedEx.
So, you honestly doesn't ask that that be made, to exhibit the letter and the 2 certificates of excellence
Collective,
collected in this place.
you'd like to identify this as collective work achievement? That's how we'll mark it. Thank you.
And during the course of time from the date of arrest to today, Mr. Isabelle put in jail, have you had the chance to look at his jail records and see if we've completed any programs, as any certificates of completion of programs offered in the jail to better yourself?
Yes, sir.
What certificates of completion has he had?
He completed the electrical basics. He's also completed the master plan, and that's the first one, electrical basics, is from July of 2024. The master plan is from June of 2024. He has completed wellness recovery action plan. This is for reentry. That was completed in December of 2024. And finally, plumbing basics, that was completed in July of 2024.
The right answer that they made, the next cumulative exhibit, please.
For the record, your last exhibit was 195. This will be 196.
During your time of working with Mr. Isabelle, has it been cooperative with you?
Yes, sir.
Also, did your investigation reveal that he has no criminal record, no criminal convictions?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. No other questions?
I never asked Judge.
Thank you. You may sit down. Mr. Massey, Mr. Hicks, do you have
No other
anything else?
questions?
Is that it? Go ahead, please.
Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's been a long road and we're almost there. The aggravator that we're relying on is that first one that you have in your instructions, that Kennedy Hoyle, the victim, was under 12 years of age, that this defendant was, forgetting the exact language, I think it's over 18 years of age. We have a couple of exhibits just to show you that we have in fact proven Kennedy's age. Obviously, she was born January 31st. In the very early morning hours. She only lived less than 2 days. Brandon Isabelle, we heard this is a divorce decree that was entered, and it indicates that his birthday was February 1, 1997, which put him at 25 years old exactly at the time of the homicide, the day he murdered Kennedy. We've heard a little mitigation here. Congratulations on the plumbing certificate. Great job being Employee of the Year 2 years before you did this. And the Bravo Zulu. Good job. Those are things that we all do daily in our lives, but they don't in any way mitigate what he did to Kennedy Hoyle. They're not even close. I'm closer to being the starting point guard for the Memphis Grizzlies than those things are to mitigating in any way what he did to Kennedy Hoyle. You look in your instructions and there is a mitigator called, I think it's duress or domination of another.
He's on our side, Nancy.
And I want to talk about that one a little bit in relation to the facts and circumstances of what he did to Kennedy. Duress. Was he under duress? Was he under domination of another when he pulled baby Kennedy out of that car after her mother had been murdered? Was he under duress or domination, extreme duress is what it says, or domination of another when he made the choice to throw her in his car and drive all the way 30 minutes to Cordoba? Was he under extreme duress and domination of another when he chose to go inside the house and slide up the clothes and leave baby Kennedy in the car in February while he did that? Was he under extreme duress and domination of another when he made the choice by himself to get back in the car and drive all the way back down to the Mississippi River, to the Wolf River, where it meets the Mississippi River at Mud Island? Was he under extreme duress and domination of another when he drove up and down Island Drive trying to figure out a place to dispose of baby Kennedy? Was he under extreme duress or domination of another when he made the choice to pull her out of her little baby seat? When he made the choice to take her blanket away from her? When he made the choice to take her mittens away from her? When he made the choice to walk down to the edge of the water and throw her in that 40-degree water? Was he under extreme duress and domination of another? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. That is the most premeditated, cold, and calculating act that you could possibly do. I would argue that obviously the aggravators here, the aggravator far outweighs any of this mitigation that they put forward. And that gives you the opportunity to consider life without the possibility of parole. You could still sentence him to life with the possibility of parole. But there are things that we do, there are things that people do in this life that are worthy of not ever being able to walk among the law-abiding, contributing citizens of Shelby County, ladies and gentlemen. This is one of them. This is one of those things. And we urge you to sentence him to life without the possibility of parole. Thank you again, ladies and gentlemen, for your attention.
Go ahead, please.
But he gets rebuttal too?
Life is a long time. Sometimes we listen to TV and we listen to stories and we say, oh, they got out. They don't serve in life. They serve life. They served 51 years as Her Honor instructed. 51 years for life. That's a long, long time. Mr. Isabelle would be, what, 76 years old? And you have to understand, too, that what you decide today is whether he gets life without parole or life. But after that, there will be a sentencing hearing where the judge decides how to structure those sentences that are imposed. So those sentences could run what we call wild, consecutively, life plus life, or, and the other offenses could, yes.
You have to object to this. It's not
I'll
proper
move on.
in this setting.
Thank you for moving on, Mr. Massey.
Thank you. And so I think the question is, during that time and prior to that time, has Brandon Isabelle shown you that he has the potential to be a better person? Somebody that you don't have to lock up and throw away your keys. That's the question. When we look, it's hard sometimes to think about 50 years and how long ago that was. It was 50 years ago that the Vietnam War ended, with the fall of Saigon. I mean, if you don't remember that. It was 50 years ago that President Gerald Ford had 2 assassination attempts. Long time ago. It was 57 years ago that Martin Luther King was assassinated here in Memphis.
Jumps in relevance.
Long time ago.
I don't think they can do that this part.
Has Mr. Isabelle shown you that he's the kind of person who can be rehabilitated by the time he's
No.
76 years old? And when we look, first place we would look is whether he's been a bad guy before. And the answer is no. He has no prior record at all. I
need to be
respectfully submit that's a
rehabilitated.
heavy weighing factor that you get to decide. Was he hanging on the street corner when he was arrested, or was he working? He'd been working for 5 years at FedEx. And not only that, he was the kind of person that got these awards, that did his job well. He was the kind of person that got Employee of the Year. Not many get that. That's the kind of person President Isabelle was at work. And after he's arrested and put in jail, did he just get salty? No. He reached out to take programs, to take advantage of the opportunities that are offered to him in the jail to make himself a better person. So that's what you have before you. And it's 50 years enough, 51 years. And of course, the punishment should not go over into emotion. It should be something that's just. A life sentence, I respectfully submit, it's just. And it's no more than necessary to punish this horrible punishment made to the person. Thank you.
Statement's the last word.
Mr. Massey asked you, is 51 years enough? Is a possibility for Brandon Isabelle walking out of prison one day, is that enough? For the murder of his own 2-day-old daughter, by grabbing her by the leg, throwing her into the Wolf River on a cold, dark, rainy February night. All because she was inconvenient to him. Is 51 years enough? Now, Mr. Massey was talking about duress, domination. What duress? What domination? What proof in all of those exhibits that came forward show that somebody was controlling him? What proof is there that someone told him, you got to go kill that baby or else? Who made him do this? State submits nobody. This was a choice that Brandon Isabelle made of his own volition when he took that baby from the car. 2-day-old baby Candy. And let's be clear here. We say 2 days old. But she didn't get a full 2 days. She got about 45 hours. He took her and put her in his car and drove around Memphis. Went to Cordova, changed clothes out of those bloody slides, got back in his car where he left 2-day-old baby Kennedy and drove down the Mud Island, passing every interstate exit, passing all those houses. got on Mud Island, drove up and down multiple times, past all those houses. There were 100 other things he could have done. He could have dropped that baby off at somebody's doorstep. He could have dropped that baby off at a fire station. But no, he made a choice. He chose to take his 2-day-old daughter. And he showed in his statement what he did. He carried her in his arms from his car down to that riverbank. Her hat already fallen off and hit her head, as he said. Was he worried about that? What did he tell Sergeants Willie Bush and Boyd? He wasn't. He grabbed her by her leg, threw her into the Wolf River. And what did he say about that? It didn't go as far as the gun. Two-day-old baby Kennedy is forever frozen in time at 2 days old. She'll never have a chance to take her first steps, speak her first words. Never have a chance to go to her first day of school. She'll never learn how to drive a car. Graduate high school. Make the choice of going to college or starting a career. She'll never have a choice to win awards for her work. She'll never have a choice to be Employee of the Year. To get letters of commendation for what she could have contributed to this world. She'll never have a choice to decide whether she wanted to go get an electrical certificate, a plumbing certificate, or whatever it is that she wanted to do in this life. She'll never have a chance to get married, have her own kids, become a grandmother. Is 51 years enough? The state submits that's not. And the state submits that it's proven it's aggravating factor. She was 2 days old. Brandon Isabelle, on his 25th birthday, took her life. Does the crime of murdering your own 2-day-old daughter by throwing her in the cold, dark, muddy Wolf River on February night warrant the sentence of life without parole? If not, what does?
Pardon me, ladies and gentlemen, I'll be right with you. I believe that concludes statements and proof from both sides. And at this time, I will ask the jurors to return to that very small, tiny room with yet another folder and spend some time with your thoughts. Report back. It's now 11:11. It's the lunch be served soon.
Excuse.
Recess.
What's time for recess?
I wonder how long this is gonna take. How long do you think this is gonna take, y'all? I am so sleepy today. I think I'm gonna make me an energy drink. I'm super sleepy today. I do not know why. And I even slept in an extra 15 minutes. We have another trial to do when this one is completely done. But we're gonna have to play catch up to get caught up to the live. So they need to come back soon so we can jump over to the other trial. I've been old, Marty. Thank you, Nancy. No, I slept in 15 minutes. I made my stream a half hour late. Thank you, Judy. Hope I'm not getting sick. I do act my age. I'm in my second childhood. Scared me.
Welcome back to Court TV Live. We'll get you back inside of that Tennessee courtroom in just a moment, but we do want to get you an update out of Georgia, where a former trooper was sentenced today to 20 years with time served for the death of 2 teenagers.
A.J. Scott, found guilty earlier this year of driving recklessly back in 2015, causing him to crash into an oncoming car that killed those teenagers and seriously injured 2 others.
And this was someone who was also a mayor of a small town, which they have set a date for their elections that are coming up to get a new mayor. Earlier today, one of the surviving victims gave an emotional victim impact statement. Take a listen.
So, I know, I know, that scared me too. So that other trial that I wanted to do after this one was over, it's already over. Because they're deliberating. Florida v. Boileau, Boileau sounds bad. Boileau. I'm Officer Boileau. They've been deliberating for 58 minutes. 2-day trial. So the other trial that started yesterday is in Michigan. Two men charged with posing as DTE workers, which is, I guess, the electric company in Detroit. They killed a Rochester Hills man in October of 2024. So, apparently, it was a home invasion. They dressed up like they were from the electric company, and then 2 separate juries have been seated for the joint trial of Carlos Hernandez and Joshua Zuazo, C-U-A-Z-O, Zuazo, who were charged with the murder of 72-year-old Hussein Murray. During opening statements, prosecutors alleged that Hernandez planned the robbery for over a year, acquiring DTE signs and returning after being deterred the night before. Hernandez's defense conceded he illegally entered the home by posing as a DTE worker, but argued the fatal beating of Murray was never part of the original plan. Didn't he, just file for divorce? Yeah, that's a good bet that he was already dating her. Oh, she filed for divorce? I thought she did. I don't know. I keep getting news break articles about it, but I don't really care. I'm surprised he stayed with her as long as he did. Where? Of course, now that I want to find an article, I can't find it. But I've been getting them for days now. Articles. Oh, here we go. Oh, that's the new flame. Oh, okay, she did file for divorce. Keith Urban and Nicole Kidman are officially done and the drama is real. Nicole reportedly had no clue Keith was already seeing someone else before she filed for divorce. Sources say Nicole's family is rallying around her, but Nashville is buzzing about Keith's new romance. The couple had been living apart for a while, so maybe the split was coming, but Nicole Schock says otherwise. Do you remember when they first got together? How, because he had a drinking problem, and she was like making him wear like an alcohol tether and stuff, and everybody was like, dude, don't marry her. Okay, where did that go? I just saw something about. There it is. What? I'm confused. Oh, darn it. Okay, the headline of this article is very deceiving. Bad Bunny did a complete 180 and changed his mind about performing in the USA for Super Bowl. I thought that meant he changed his mind and wasn't going to perform at the Super Bowl. No, that's not what that meant. He doesn't want to perform in the United States, but he's making an exception so he can perform at Super Bowl. I don't even know this dude. I don't even know what he sings. I don't want him to perform at the Super Bowl because I don't know who he is. But apparently he doesn't like America, so why is he going to perform at the Super Bowl? Jay-Z is in charge of Super Bowl halftime entertainment, so that makes sense. That explains why the Super Bowl halftime show has sucked for years now. What the fudge? Hey, Aurora. I've heard him, but I can't even tell you what he sings. Okay, in response to this article, somebody said most of the U.S. don't speak Spanish and every one of his songs are in Spanish. And then somebody said, reply to that, most civilized Americans know more than one language. Excuse me? No, most people in our country know English. Actually, 42 million people in the U.S. speak Spanish. That's not most. That's a far cry from 337 million. Only 13% of Americans speak Spanish. Well, that's like when, who was it? J-Lo and Shakira did Super Bowl one year. And they didn't do any of their English songs. They did all the Spanish ones. That was a year that the Super Bowl was in Miami. And they did all their Spanish songs. They didn't do any of their English songs. And I'm not knocking Spanish, because I've tried to learn it. It's a hard language. Let me tell you something. Anybody that's bilingual is smarter than me. I'm just saying. I think they should have American music at an American sporting event. I don't even know what he sings. Just like they had The Weeknd on there. Why is one guy named The Weeknd? That is not a name. That's a period of time. The Weeknd. That's the only thing I watch is the halftime show. Now, I did watch when Rihanna did it, and I watched when Usher did it. But I don't really care for the halftime shows very much anymore. I liked Lady Gaga's. That was years ago. I liked Lady Gaga's. I liked Katy Perry's. My favorite of all time was Michael Jackson's, though. Well, are we going to sit here and wait, y'all? Or do you want to start watching that other trial? Because just like yesterday, remember what happened yesterday? I signed off and then we were right back. Did Prince do the Super Bowl halftime? I've not seen his halftime show.
I looked down and my bicycle's huge. That's not good. No, the whole physical thing popped. I heard a pop. I had to have surgery on it, but it's back now. 4 months later. But boy, I'll tell you, that was scary. I took the glove off my bicycles. I'm like, oh man. Yeah, you knew exactly what it was. It's like, they go pop. Yeah, he didn't cry in the street about pain. Did he break his brain? Yeah, it was when he did a fracture, so it's right there. And I don't think that actually didn't sense me through there.
When you do your openings, will you be up there or will you be?
We're gonna stand there.
Okay.
Yeah, looking through that way. Tomorrow's gonna be kind of tricky because that other jury's gonna be sitting here.
Okay, because I know he put a red mark. I was trying to make sure I did, so that you guys could get us both. But I was just curious, just if you'd be doing yours
Yeah, we'll
from
do
there.
there.
Just
Jeez.
Her check. And they start still trying to get in with her name.
All right.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. We're going to get into opening statements. Mr. Petrofessa?
May it please the court, counsel. Almost exactly 1 year ago to today's date, Linda Murray and her husband, Hussein Murray, were enjoying the life that they had built over 54 years of marriage. They had raised a family, they were enjoying their grandkids. They had a house that was very nice in Rochester Hills that they had bought after 30 years of her husband, by Sam, running two businesses. One was a pawn shop, one is a jewelry store, and their life was going along just like a storybook. But you'll hear that this story doesn't start off with once upon a time, because it doesn't have a fairy tale ending, and it doesn't have a happily ever after. And that's because on October 10th of 2024, the defendant and his co-defendant, Joshua Zauzo, knocked on their door. They knocked on their door at 10 p.m. Sam went to the door, opens the door. The defendant and his co-defendant are posing as DT workers. They start trying to get into the house. The defendant, Hernandez, is doing the talking. He's also the closest one to the door. Zuazo is behind him, and you'll see this because it's captured on Ring camera. And he's saying, we're in the neighborhood, there's a gas leak. And Linda is at the top of the stairs because she was in the bedroom, and she's looking down, and she says she can see them at the door frame. And she can also see them because the Ring camera bounces to her phone, so she can also see what's going on through the Ring camera. And she yells down to her husband, it's kind of late for gas meter check. And they start still trying to get in with Hernandez, trying to get in. They have to check to see if you have a gas inside. And Linda suspicious, she yells down, say you have your gun. His gun on his right hip. He would carry a Glock, part of the business of pawn shop owner. He was armed. Sam isn't going to let him in the house at 10 o'clock. So he tells him, you're not coming in. At that point, Hernandez says, well, we'll come back tomorrow. So the door is shut. The defendant and his co-defendant leave. But that was not the end of the story. And in fact, little did they know, it wasn't even the start of the story. Because this was not random. This was not an accident. It was not a coincidence that they showed up at his house. This was targeted, and this was very well planned. And you'll hear through the witnesses that way before October 10th, defendant Hernandez had been putting this in the works. You're going to hear that a year earlier, that in fact, we have the receipts as the investigation progressed, that in fact Hernandez had been to that jewelry and pawn shop, that he had pawned items at that store. We have those receipts. We also will show that he came back in February of 2024 to pick up his items. And you'll also hear how he specifically asked to meet with the owner when he was there to pick up his items that last time. And in fact, one of the witnesses was there when he was introduced to Sam, the owner, face to face. It's a business where people carry cash. It's a people may keep things of value at the house. So what Hernandez does at that point as he puts into work posing as a DTA. He goes out, orders signs that say DT to put on the sign of the vehicle. We have that video of him at the store ordering it, picking it up, him and his wife, Amanda. You're gonna hear that, in fact, they didn't use, he has a white Jeep that he came up from Texas with. And he would come up back and forth from Texas with his wife, Amanda, back to Michigan, because Amanda's mother, Danielle, lives here. You'll hear they had a white Jeep, but they're not putting that DT sticker on the white Jeep. Instead, they're using a stolen vehicle, a stolen SD 250 that was stolen about 10 days earlier. That's what they're going to use to get there. And in fact, also other indicia of being DT as they try to pose as DT agents as they come in. Then you're going to hear that, in fact, the next morning, about, again, 10, 11 a.m., you're going to hear Linda had gone to a doctor's appointment. She had gone by herself. She had gotten back home. Sam's car, which was an older Audi, always in the same spot, very visible from the road. The Audi was also visible at his store. He would park where anybody could see. That's an Audi. That goes with Sam. So you could tell that Sam is home. Well, when Linda gets back in, Sam has just finished cooking food for his employees. It's a Friday. He's planning on going in about noon, and he's bringing food to feed them. So that's on the kitchen counter. When Linda gets there, she starts cooking breakfast. And then there's the second knock on the door, which changes everything. And again, it's Defendant Hernandez and Defendant Zualzo at the door. Again, Sam is armed with his Glock on his waist. But this time, they talk their way into the residence. And as they come in, Linda will tell you that she recognized him from the night before. She's already testified about this at preliminary exam. She's already identified both of these guys at exam under oath. She'll say, I'll recognize them. It's the same guys from the night before. As they come in, she was maybe 10 feet away from the door, and they want to check the furnace downstairs in the basement. And this time, they're starting to go downstairs. She'll say that there's a weird segment where Defendant Hernandez says he has to go back to the truck. So there's about 67 seconds when he's out of view, but she doesn't think he actually went out of the house again because the alarm when you go in and out didn't click. So she doesn't think he actually ever left a second time. And then Zualzo is kind of lingering off to the side. At that point in time, Sam is going to show them down into the basement where the gas hooks up inside. And you'll hear Sam is leading the way downstairs, and behind him is Zualzo, and behind him is Defendant Hernandez, who closes the door. And that's going to be the last time Linda ever sees her husband alive. She'll say that back to cooking, and probably another 10 or 15 minutes she's trying to cook and finish breakfast. She doesn't hear anything. She doesn't hear any commotion downstairs. She'll tell you that her husband Sam was not a quiet guy. You know, he was a naturally loud talker, but she doesn't hear anything. But instead, she'll tell you that Defendant Hernandez comes up from downstairs. And when he comes up, and you can see he's a big, imposing guy, when he comes up, he says, "Where's the money?" "What? Where's the money? Where's the safe? Where's the jewels?" And she's like, "I got cash in my purse." And she says she had about $300 cash in her purse. And she'll say, "We don't have a safe. There's no safe." So what about the jewels? And she'll say, "The jewels are in a safety deposit box. I got costume jewelry upstairs. That's all I got." At that point in time, she starts saying, "Where's my husband? Where's my husband?" Hernandez doesn't answer. Then you're going to hear Zualzo comes up from downstairs. And she says, "Where's my husband?" And Zualzo says, "He's sleeping." And at that point in time, she sees blood on the front of Zualzo's shirt. She starts screaming. She's getting upset. So Hernandez hauls off and slugs her in the face. And you'll see the left side of her face and how it's bruised. He then puts her against the wall, so you're going to stop screaming. She says she'll stop screaming. At which point in time, he puts her in the kitchen and starts to bind her with duct tape. And when he binds her with duct tape, he starts going through her purse. He wants the car keys. He wants the cash. He goes through a kitchen drawer. And Zuazo at this point in time, he doesn't flee and go out the front door. Instead, he goes upstairs and he ransacks the upstairs of the house looking for anything of value. And she'll tell you, he took stuff from the house, but it was nothing of great value. He went through my jewelry box. He took my jewelry box, costume jewelry. It wasn't worth anything. And that was gone. And then you'll hear in the upstairs, where Hernandez never goes, there's a blood swing on the wall. She's now bound. They take her cell phone, they take her cash, and they finally leave the house through the garage. And she could say, I heard it around the few minutes when they went through the garage. They didn't have a clicker, but she hears a big boom where probably the garage was released from the remote control. So it comes slamming down. So the police get called and they arrive. And you'll see the body cam of what happens when they arrive. You'll see the first deputy who's there. He goes through the house eventually. You'll see that there's a lot of other deputies that respond also. You'll see the scene. And when you go downstairs and you see the scene, you'll see how brutally Sam was demolished. Physically just demolished. He's dead at the scene. There's no reviving him. As you've maybe figured out through our jury selection, the media quickly is on this case. Quickly, the Ring videos are out there to the public very quickly. And very quickly, Hernandez and Zal become suspects and of interest to the sheriff's office. Very quickly. And you're going to hear what Hernandez did after he leaves that scene. He goes, puts that truck in Detroit and sets it ablaze. Destroys the truck. You'll hear from the Detroit folks who responded to that scene just trying to demolish any type of evidence that's in the truck. It's ablaze, it's on fire, we know it's the truck. Then he hits the road with his wife, I think it's her child, and I think a couple pets. And they're headed out of here back to where we knew they lived at after they became a focus back in Texas. So you hear quickly that the sheriff office is on that. Sheriff office is putting out notices all the way through the path of where we expect them to be driving, and Louisiana comes across them first. And we have a detective from Louisiana flying up here. He's going to talk to you about everything that happened in Louisiana. And you're going to hear very clearly that when they go through that car, there's a lot of things of value that they find in that car for our case. They're going to tell you that they come across 3 pairs of size 13 Nikes. And on the bottom and on the inside of one of those pair of size 13 Nikes is blood, and the DNA comes back to the victim. You're going to hear that there's 2 other pairs of size 13 Nikes that aren't bloody. And then you'll hear that there's a size 11 tan work boots that also has blood on it, that also comes back to the victim. Then you're going to see, as they went through it, that there's a white size 5XL t-shirt with blood on it that comes back to the victim. You're going to hear that they also discover jewelry boxes in his luggage that he has packed up. And those jewelry boxes are very distinct. That costume jewelry is very distinct, and Linda will tell you that that's my stuff. And then you're going to hear that one of the things they also find in there is this POCO license plate, which was the original license plate on the burnt up vehicle before it got stolen. That goes back to the owner of that place. So you'll hear there's a conversation that takes place between the investigators and defendant Hernandez down in Louisiana. You'll play that for you. And then you're going to hear all these parts coming together to show you that not only was there DNA on the items that were found in Louisiana, but the crime scene folks also processed the actual basement crime scene. And you're going to hear that both defendants' DNA are found inside that basement, inside that crime scene, on pieces of duct tape that were used. And I think It's not going to be easy to watch. There's no two ways to say it. The pictures are not easy. The story is not easy. But I believe at the end of this case, after you've heard the testimony, after you've seen the evidence that we produce, and after Judge Polis reads to you the law that applies in this case, I believe you'll find the defendant guilty as charged on all the counts. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Ladies and gentlemen, you do not have an easy job ahead of you. As we discussed in voir dire, you will be presented with unpleasant facts, photos, and testimony. You will have to set your feelings of sympathy aside and function as that machine that we discussed again in voir dire. You must take the facts, the testimony, and the evidence and apply it only to the elements of the crimes that Mr. Hernandez is charged with. Now, in an opening statement, it's our opportunity to introduce you to the people you will either hear from or hear about. This is extremely important because you as juror members have to determine who did what and why. The prosecutor and I will stand up here and argue our own theories of how the events unfolded, but ultimately, you make the final decision. Now, as you've heard in your preliminary instructions and the prosecutor touched on, my client is charged with 1 count of first-degree felony murder. And because the elements are so important, I want to go over them now. To prove this charge, the prosecutor must prove each and every one of the following elements beyond a reasonable doubt. Remember, not just 1 or 2, but all. First, that Mr. Hernandez caused the death of Hussein Murray, that he died as a result of neck compression and blunt force trauma. Second, that Mr. Hernandez had one of these 3 states of mind. He intended to kill, he intended to do great bodily harm, or he knowingly created a very high risk of death or great bodily harm, knowing that death or such harm would be the likely result of his actions. Third, that when he did the act that caused the death of Mr. Murray, that Mr. Hernandez was committing or attempting to commit or helping someone else commit the crime of larceny. Larceny is the taking of property with intent to permanently deprive the owner of that property. Fourth, that the killing was not justified, excused, or done under circumstances that reduce it to a lesser crime. I do not believe that the prosecutor will be able to prove to you that my client had any of the required states of mind for this charge. As you've also been told, my client is charged in count 2 and count 3, so 2 counts of the same charge, unlawful imprisonment. There is 1 charge as to Mr. Murray and 1 charge as to Mrs. Murray. The elements are the same. First, that Mr. Hernandez knowingly restrained in count 2 Mr. Murray and in count 3 Mrs. Murray. Restrain means to restrict someone's movements without their consent or lawful authority. Second, that the restrained person was secretly confined or the person was restrained to facilitate the commission of another felony or to facilitate flight after the commission of another felony. I know this is a lot of information, but I promise you, by the time you go back into that jury room, you will know these elements and you're going to be given a paper copy of them. Now, through witnesses, you're going to hear that on October 10th in the city of Rochester Hills, 2 men appeared at the Murray's door in the evening claiming to be DTE employees looking for a gas leak. You'll hear that they were not allowed in because it was late. You will hear that the following morning, those same individuals came back and at that time were allowed in the house by Mr. Murray. Approximately 20 minutes after they were let in, the individuals left. You will come to know that Mr. Murray was found deceased in the basement and Mrs. Murray was wrapped with duct tape and she was able to call 911 a few minutes later. Now, from the testimony, the videos, and the photograph, it will be clear to you that Mr. Hernandez was one of the individuals inside that residence on October 10th and October 11th. I will not insult your intelligence and try to convince you otherwise. But what I will convince you of is that the unfortunate death of Mr. Murray was never part of the plan. never even part of the discussion between Mr. Hernandez and the other individual. It will be clear to you that Mr. Hernandez did not take part in the beating of Mr. Murray. I do not believe that the prosecutor will be able to prove that Mr. Hernandez had any of the 3 required states of mind that must be present for felony murder.
It still says jury is deliberating.
In that courtroom, Alexis Rosenberg, you were leaning, but tell me what you think about not only this verdict, but this defendant taking the stand.
Well, I think he needed to take the stand in this case, so I do think strategically that was probably a good call. But, I mean, I'm not surprised by it.
Okay.
He's using a firearm around his girlfriend, they're intoxicated.
Clear that there is only one verdict that is consistent with the law and consistent with the evidence that was presented. It'll be clear to you that the prosecutor is not able to prove by any standard, much less beyond a reasonable doubt, that my client, Mr. Hernandez, committed the offense of first-degree felony murder. And at that time, I will stand before you again and ask you to return a verdict of not guilty on count 1. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. Lawson. All right, ladies and gentlemen, so as we discussed, we do have another jury that is currently not here. They'll be back tomorrow morning at 8:30 for us to start openings in the co-defendant's matter. We would like to have you back at 9 a.m. If you come back at 9 a.m., I'll get you back into the courtroom as quickly as possible, and then the prosecution will start presenting their proofs. All right, so I'll see you tomorrow at 9 a.m. Thank you.
All right, jury.
Anything else for the record at this time?
No, Your Honor.
Your Honor, I know I did discuss with your staff the placement of the tables and the placement of Mr. McCarthy. It would be my preference for safety for all that the co-defendant be seated farthest away from my client. I don't anticipate there's going to be any issue, but I definitely don't want there to be any issue.
Okay, so logistically, where would Mr. McCarthy sit then?
Here.
And where are you going to sit on the other side?
Yes, sir.
And Mr. McCarthy, though, takes issue with sitting there?
I was not present, but I believe so.
We just happened to have a off-the-cuff discussion about sitting and where we like to sit. And Mr. McCarthy yesterday said he always likes to sit closest to the podium. Just it had nothing to do with placement for this trial. It was just in general.
This
Okay,
courtroom
let's
is
discuss it
so
again tomorrow
small.
morning. Everyone's
2
back.
juries,
I mean, if there's a
2
safety concern, then
defendants.
certainly we'll address that. Okay, all right, I'll see you guys tomorrow. Thank you.
All rise.
Where are they gonna fit everybody? Okay, so that was yesterday.
Came in yesterday morning.
Yes.
Yeah, yesterday morning, because you were here on Monday, you were chosen on Monday.
That's correct.
And then you said you wanted to address something with me, so we just wanted to get that out of the way before we got going this morning. What's
Yeah.
going on?
I mentioned Monday that I might know the victim and the family.
Okay.
It was brought to my attention in the courtroom that I may not. I certainly do.
How do you know them?
I went to school with Boheed Murray. His brother is a religious advisor in my community.
Okay. All right, so, and I know we talked a lot about this during voir dire, and the lawyers asked a bunch of questions regarding it. So my recollection is you went to school with him 30 years ago.
Correct.
You did not have any you have not had any communication with him over the past 30 years.
With the exception of his 40 under 40s celebration.
Which was what?
10 years ago.
10 years ago.
Correct.
All right, so it's been quite.
It's hard to pin down. Actions might be determined there.
Well, I mean, when was the last time you had any interaction?
A year.
Okay, and in what capacity when you say interaction, coming and going? Or?
Religious advisor.
Okay, all right, so, I mean, at this point, you've been sworn in as a juror to serve. So I'm gonna let the lawyers ask questions, but it's pretty complicated at this point to let you go.
Understood.
So what I'm gonna need from you is confirmation that you're gonna be able to set that aside and listen to the evidence only and make a decision based on evidence only, not any prior past relationships or personal knowledge you have of what could potentially be the victim's family here.
Okay, I stated I knew Boheed, but when we read the list of possible people who testified here, the prosecutor mentioned I do not know the victim. When I heard the victim is when it sank in. I didn't claim to maybe know the victim personally, but the family members certainly.
Well, what changed between that, like overnight? Because we were here for a long time on Monday, so what changed?
When you read the charges and I heard the victim's name, Linda.
Okay, so how do you know Linda?
She's my friend's mother.
When you say friend, though, this is an individual you haven't seen in a decade? I'm not trying to put you on the spot, we just really need to
I
take
own a
down
business
to
in
it.
the city of Troy, and he's an attorney in the city of Troy.
Have you used him for work?
No, not personally. I haven't hired the firm, no.
Okay, all right, Mr. Petrofessa, any questions?
Just briefly, Judge. We had a discussion Monday on this topic about, I think you said you may know the victim at one point.
Yes, I said I may know. I didn't
Okay,
know.
and when we talked about it a little bit more, I think we Okay, that's not changed. You still don't know the victim. You may have gone to high school with a family member, and I think that's where we left off on Monday.
If that's not my determination, but sure, okay.
Thank you, Judge.
And let me just follow up on that. So you don't, the person that you went to school with, did you ever hang out at this person's house?
Yes, I played basketball on this driveway.
Okay, so you knew mom and
We were
dad?
We were on the same basketball team.
Okay,
Yes.
so you knew his mother and father?
Yes.
Like in passing as acquaintances, like someone's parents, right?
Correct.
Okay, and you feel like realizing that that's your affiliation with the family now, that you could no longer be fair to the defendant here then?
Yes.
Okay, all right, Mr. McCarthy, do you have any questions?
I do.
Did they cut his mic? This was interesting. I wanted to hear it.
She will identify defendant Zualza about a year ago.
Jury, please.
I don't know if they let him go or not. Shoot, let me go back a little bit more.
Thank you.
Well, I still don't know. Maybe we're not gonna know.
We'll get the rest. Thank you.
What? I rewound it trying to find out if that juror was excused. But I still couldn't tell. Is that what you saw? I don't know. They cut the mic. I was enjoying that. They never let me hear the stuff I want to hear. Very rude.
All right, for the jury, please. No worries, approach. Come on up for a second. Ladies and gentlemen, as you can see, juror in seat 9 is no longer with us. There's some information that we received that no longer allows him to serve on this jury. That should not affect your opinion or how we move forward or any of the voir dire process that we've had. But we do want to know whether or not anyone discussed in the jury room this morning any information that was provided to us through juror seat 9. We'll just take hands if anyone talked to juror seat 9 or juror seat 9 share any information with anyone. It's important for us to know that at this time. I'm seeing all nods, so nobody had a conversation this morning with juror seat 9. Councils, are you comfortable with that?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay,
Yes, Your
all
Honor.
right, then we're gonna go right into openings. Good morning. Go ahead, Mr. President.
Okay, he was excused.
May it please the court, counsel. Good morning. About a year ago, you're going to hear that Linda Murray and her husband, Hussein Murray, who would also go by the name Sam, were enjoying the fruits of their 54 years of marriage. They had raised a family. They were enjoying grandkids. Her husband, Sam, was still working on a regular basis at the two businesses that he had run for almost 3 decades. Down in Hamtramck, he had both a pawn shop and also a jewelry shop. And he would still go there on a regular basis. And you'll hear as the testimony comes in that that life that they were living and were expecting to continue to live came to an abrupt end starting on October 10th of 2024 when there was a knock on the door. And that knock on the door was at 10 p.m. And that knock on the door was with this defendant, Joshua Zualzo, and his co-defendant, Carlos Hernandez. Little did they know when that knock on the door came that their fate was about to be changed forever, and there was no going back. Linda Murray is going to testify this morning, and she's going to tell you that there was a knock at about 10 o'clock, and she's upstairs getting ready for bed, and her husband Sam is downstairs. And when that knock comes, they had a house that was set up with Ring cameras. And there's several Ring cameras around the house, and the Ring cameras also not only let you know somebody's there, but they also give you the video of what's going on at the knock on the door. So Sam goes to the door, and she's at the top of the stairs. And she'll tell you she could see what happens at the front door. And she'll tell you when the door opens, Defendant Hernandez and Defendant Zualzo are standing there, and they're dressed as DTE employees, and they are not DTE employees, but they're posing as DTE employees, and they want to get into the house. So they're saying, we're here because there's a gas leak, and we need to get in and check the house. And Linda's suspicion is up right away, and she yells down, it's kind of late for a gas leak check, isn't it? And her husband Sam has the door open, and Hernandez is still having a conversation about needing to check the gas. And Linda shouts down, Sam, do you have your gun on you? Because Sam, because of his businesses, because of the pawn shop, because of the jewelry, was licensed to carry a firearm and would carry a Glock on his rim. Says, you're not coming in. It's too late. And then Hernandez says, well, we'll be back tomorrow. The door closes. They continue on with their night. You'll hear in the next morning that Linda has a doctor's appointment, and she goes to the doctor's appointment. She gets back to the house about 10 o'clock. When she gets to the house, Sam's already been cooking that morning because she's going to bring in food for his employees. It's a Friday now. And he often would cook for the employees, and he'd bring it in to share with them throughout the day so they had something to eat at lunchtime. Usually would go in around noon. So she gets in there, she starts cooking up breakfast for her and her husband. There's nobody else who lives at the house, it's just the two of them. So as she's doing that, Sam has already made the food. He's over in the family room. There's another knock on the door. And this time, when they go to the door, Linda's now on the first floor, and she cuts through between the kitchen and the front door, and she's looking towards the front door, and she can see that it's the same two guys who were there the night before. And she will identify defendant Zuazo and defendant Hernandez as the two guys who were there. You will see the ring camera videos of all of these. And again, they want to come into the house. They have fake DT badges. They come along with props like gas detector that you can buy on Amazon for $25, and they want to get in. This time Sam lets them in to check for the gas. So as they come into the house, the gas that they want to check is going to be in the basement. So at first, Zuazo comes in and kind of lingers around. I think Linda thought he was going to go to the gas dryers. He doesn't. And then Hernandez says something kind of strange, like, well, I forgot something out in the truck. So he disappears slightly, but she doesn't hear the alarm in the house beep. So she doesn't really believe he actually left the house to go out to the truck. And then you're going to hear that her husband, Sam, leads down into the basement. And you're going to hear that Zuazo is the first one to follow him down the stairs. And then Hernandez comes behind. And Hernandez closes the door, and that's the last time Linda ever saw her husband alive. She'll tell you that she's in the kitchen. She'll tell you that she's in the kitchen. She's doing breakfast. She hasn't finished it. It takes 10 to 15 minutes. She doesn't hear anything coming from the basement. She doesn't hear commotion. She doesn't hear screaming. She'll tell you, I believe, that her husband was a loud talker, and that for his age, he was a strong, physically fit guy. She doesn't hear anything. So as the door opens, up comes Hernandez first. Hernandez now, and you'll see the pictures between the entry, exit to the basement is very close to the kitchen. Hernandez is there, and he starts saying, where's the cash? Where's the safe? Where's the jewelry? It's like, we don't have a safe. I got cash in my purse. It's like, where's my husband? It's like, where's the cash? Where's your jewelry? Jewelry's in a safety deposit box. Where's my husband? And then you'll hear, up comes defendant Zuazo. And now she sees him at close range, and she sees blood on his shirt. And at that point in time, she starts screaming. She starts screaming, what happened to my husband? Where's my husband? And Zuazo says to her, he's sleeping. Then you're going to hear Hernandez, who is a huge human being, I think he's like 6'5", 450 pounds, hauls off and punches Linda on the left side of the face. She's then pushed by Hernandez.
I can't find Belle. I was yelling Belle. I can't find her.
At which point in time, he starts in the kitchen to bind her up with duct tape. At that point, where's your cash? In my purse. Starts going through a kitchen drawer. Where's your car keys? They're attached to the purse. And while that's going on, you'll hear defendant Zuazo doesn't leave the house. He doesn't go in the car. He doesn't drive away. He doesn't run down the street. Instead, what he does is he goes upstairs and ransacks the bedrooms up there looking for valuables. Goes into the master bedroom, which is completely ransacked. You'll see photos of it. Goes through the other bedrooms, and you'll see that there's a jewelry box that had her jewelry, which was valuable.
I came back in here to check on y'all. I'm going right now.
And one of the drawers from that jewelry box is taken. And you're also going to hear that defendant Hernandez does not go upstairs. Only defendant Zuazo goes upstairs. And in one of the bedrooms that he ransacks, you'll see that there's a blood smear on the wall. That blood smear, when it's tested by the Oakland County lab, come back to the victim, Sam Murray. He comes back down, time to go, so they exit through the garage. Now, they don't have a fob for the garage, so she says they're in there for a little bit, and she hears a huge boom, which is probably because the garage is disconnected. If you don't have a way to open it, you can disconnect it, pull it up, and pull it down. It comes crashing down. She hears it from inside the kitchen. She gets the ability to call the police, because they take her cell phone on the house line. And the sheriff's office arrives. You'll see that body cam as soon as we start going with testimony this morning. And it's one of the things that we talked about in jury selection. There's a lot of officers who arrive. That's before they go into the basement. There's a lot more officers who arrive after they go into the basement.
Found her.
When you go into the basement, what you see is Sam is on the ground. It's a horrible scene.
I think she was hiding.
Very bloody scene. The Emmy will tell you about the damage he sustained down in that basement, but you're gonna see that his hands are duct taped, his feet are duct taped, they're also zip tied, other zip ties there. You'll see that the gun that would have been on his right side was gone, never found. And you'll hear what a brutal end to his life happened on that October run. You're going to hear how the investigation, because the Sheriff's Department with the Ring camera smartly and quickly released it to the media. And the media put it out on TV immediately, which was a great thing, because they start getting tips. And as you'll see, it's not hard to see, Defendant Hernandez sticks out physically. So the focus quickly turned onto Defendant Hernandez and also Defendant Zuazo. You'll hear from a witness who worked with him. He says, I saw the video, I recognized him, I recognized what he was wearing from, that was what we used to wear at work. And I recognized his voice. So I knew who that was. So the Sheriff's Office quickly gets on to trying to track down where they are. Now, what is happening with the defendants at this point in time? Well, they're trying to destroy evidence. So you're going to hear that truck, which was a stolen truck that was stolen about 10 days before. You'll have that witness come in and say that the truck was in front of my house. It was our work truck. I went to bed at 11, it was there. I woke up at 5, it was gone. So he'll come in and say how that truck was stolen. One more layer of trying to get away with what happened on October 10th and 11th. Then you're going to hear that the plate that was on the truck was actually stolen from DT itself. So if anyone was to have run it, say, is this a DT truck? It would have actually come back to DT because that plate was stolen. So that truck is taken down to Detroit. It's set on fire. You'll hear how the Detroit officers responded to the blaze. There's actually a photo of the truck on fire as that piece of evidence is trying to be destroyed. So the Sheriff's Department quickly starts, there's a thing called the flock system. It's used to be a few places, now it's every place. Pretty soon, you're not going to be able to drive without them being able to track your plate if they want to, because it photographs the plates. And they got him, Hernandez, going south. And they're also aware, now that they've started their investigation, that Hernandez has another residence that he uses down in Texas. So they put out a bulletin all the way down the trip, what they expect to be to Texas, and Louisiana on October 12th quickly comes in contact with them and pulls them over. They conduct a search warrant, and what you're going to hear they find in the vehicle that Hernandez is driving is the original license plate on the stolen truck that's designated POCO, because I think that's the company's name. That's in there. You're also going to hear that there are size 13 shoes, 3 pair of size 13 shoes. And on one of those pair of 13 shoes, there's blood. And when the lab tests that blood comes back to the victim, Sam Murray. You're also going to hear there's 1 pair of size 11 brown boots. Not size 13, but size 11. There's also blood on that. Those boots also come back to the victim. Then you're going to hear that there's a bucket hat found in that, a bucket hat that is identified by witnesses as the defendant wearing on prior occasions. And then you're going to hear that as the investigation continued, the lab that was processing that scene comes up with DNA of both defendants on different items that were found at the scene and in the basement. As the case progresses, you're going to hear evidence that throughout this course of events, which started way before October 10th and 11th. Because as the investigation now focuses, you're going to hear that in fact, defendant Hernandez had gone to Mr. Murray's store almost a year earlier, back in October 2023, and he pawned items there. And he's going to be identified by witnesses as being the guy who they remember coming into that store. By his size, he stuck out. They also have the records of his pawn slips. And then you're going to hear how he came back in February of 2024 and was also at that store. This time at the store, horrible detail. But he actually asked to be introduced to the owner. And he was introduced face to face to the owner, Sam. And you'll hear that Sam park his car at that building, open to the public. You could see his car, it's an older Audi. You could see that he parked his car outside the house in the driveway, so you could see if he's home or not home. So this was not random, this was not an accident, this was targeted. They did not give up after the first time, where a lot of folks might have said it didn't work. They may call DTA, they may call the cops, I'm not showing back up tomorrow. That doesn't happen. They're back on October 11th to finish that mission. And that mission was also planned by getting false DTA stickers for the side of the truck. This was well planned, well targeted, and to the conclusion that they were in it together. From before the 10th, the other defendant guilty is charged on all counts. Thank you.
Mr. McCarthy?
Thank you.
Good morning. The first thing I want to do this morning is to extend Mr. Zuazo's sincere thanks to each and every one of you who have set aside the business that you would have been attending to this week house to serve as a juror. And he has not since the actions against him were very serious charges. First-degree felony murder for the death of Mr. Murray and the unlawful imprisonment of Mr. Murray and the unlawful imprisonment of Mrs. Murray.
Thank you.
So since that day, the 18th day of October in 2024, Mr. Zuazo has been looking forward to, among his citizens in the courthouse, to serve as the triers of fact, the people who will determine the truth in this case. But he did know this, that once his case was presented before a group such as yourselves, that the truth would then be known. So he's been waiting for this day as his day of vindication. And it is for that reason that I extend his sincere thanks, as well as my own, for you all serving as jurors in this very serious matter. Now, the questions that you have to determine are all focused on Joshua Zuazo. You don't have to make any findings of fact as it affects the co-defendant, Mr. Hernandez. And that is as it should be. There's a separate jury that will deal with the facts associated with him. But because the allegations are that the two men worked in concert, or that at least this, and this is what I am prepared to concede today, is that Mr. Hernandez did not work alone. His jury will have to determine the facts regarding his case, but you, sitting here, taking in the evidence, are not going to have any question in your mind whatsoever that the first person at the door to try and enter the Murray home on the night, or during the night of October 10 of last year, is Carlos Hernandez. As Mr. Petrofessa said just a few moments ago, and you all will see for yourselves in a little while when both juries are assembled and the testimony begins, he is a distinctive individual by his size. He's 6'5", or I read in one report, 6'6". When he was arrested in October of last year, he weighed 450 pounds. I don't know exactly what he weighs in at this time now, but the fact of the matter is a very big individual. Certainly one who stands out. And you'll see the ring videos, you'll have a feeling for a very good eye view of who the first person is. The question in this case is one of identification, as to all of you. Now, I understand what Mr. Petrofessa said. He intends to present evidence, the people do, that would show that Mr. Zuazo is that second person. Your job is to determine whether he is correct. And has he proven that allegation of identification beyond a reasonable doubt.
Oh.
In the law, depending on the seriousness or the type of case there is, we have different measuring sticks by which different juries determine what is the truth. In a criminal case, that measuring stick is the highest burden of proof in the law. Proof beyond a reasonable doubt. You can't have, and Judge Polis has already given you a description of what a reasonable doubt is. She's going to instruct you on it again at the end. But I ask you to keep that in mind, because what your job as jurors is to scrutinize the evidence, listen carefully to it, and come to a conclusion that you are convinced is the correct one. Either that the people have failed to prove, or they did prove beyond a reasonable doubt. It's a serious obligation. And I'm sure when you received that summons, whenever that was, it said you had to be here this past Monday to serve as jurors, or at least potentially serve as jurors. You looked at it as not a wonderful opportunity to do some public service or civic duty, but as an interference in whatever it is that each of you would have been doing this week. But now, because you have taken that solemn oath that was administered to you on Monday afternoon, your job is to determine the truth. That's what a trial is. It's a search for the truth, and you all are the truth finders and determiners. So just along those lines, I want to tell you that if you let your mind wander while we are all gathered here together and start thinking about those things that you would be doing this week had you not been summoned and sworn in to serve as a juror, while the testimony is being presented or exhibits are being displayed, the evidence in the case, you're going to miss something. If you go this afternoon and have an excellent meal somewhere, and when we get into the afternoon session, today or tomorrow or Friday or however long this trial lasts, and that meal starts to settle and your eyes become heavy and you start to drift off, you're going to miss something. Don't let that happen. This is serious business. And that oath that maybe went in one ear and out the other has real serious implications. And the reason for all that is, and the reason why it's so important that you listen, is because in the end, when all the evidence has been presented, and the arguments that Mr. Petrofessa and myself have been presented, and Mr. Magaro, and Judge Polis has concluded, giving you her final instructions on the law, 12 of you will be chosen to go back into the jury room where right now you can talk about anything except this, the only reason why we're all here together, and then begin your deliberations, your discussions about what the evidence is. And that's where paying attention is essential, because you can't honestly participate in those discussions if you weren't paying attention. And the way and the reason why, and even as wonderful as the United States is, we didn't come up with this idea of 12 people on a jury. That goes back to the Old English common law, and it's been around for centuries longer than the United States has existed. And the reason it's done that way is because 12 people of differing life experiences and just knowledge of life in general sit down, they listen to what the evidence is, and then they all tell their different perspectives. And they engage with one another and come to a determination of the truth. And that's, while I am cross-examining witnesses and listening carefully to everything that goes on during the course of the trial, while Mr. Magaro and Mr. Petrofessa are examining witnesses and doing exactly the same thing, you all will be sizing everybody up. One of the things that Judge Polis has already instructed you on, and she's going to instruct again, I'm pretty confident, at the conclusion of the trial, is listening to the witnesses. And I'm not going to say that any person who comes into this courtroom and takes an oath to tell you the truth, because I know who these witnesses are, and I've read what they've said in the past, and I have an understanding of what I expect you all are going to see. I'm not going to tell you that anybody's a liar. But one of the instruction you get on listening to witnesses is people can give testimony about what they think they saw, say it honestly because that's really what they believe, and still simply be wrong. I am not a very good mathematician. I had trouble with that when I got trigonometry.
All
but
lawyers are.
I understand that, we all understand 2 and 2 is 4. But a person can add up a column of numbers and get the wrong answer, think they're right, they answered it on their test paper because they thought it was correct, and simply be wrong. This information that you're going to hear during the course of this trial is traumatic. And it's disturbing. And as you sit through it, you are going to be traumatized yourself to a certain, because you're going to see some photographs that are pretty rough to look at of Mr. Murray, where he was found by the deputies that went to their home, the Murray home, and started their investigation. You're going to see Mrs. Murray testify. She herself is a victim of a crime. There's any question that this happened. It's a question of who did it. And the identification is the issue as it affects Joshua Zazo. But you're going to see terrible things. And it's hard to do that. And it's especially hard to do it when you're the trier of fact. Because, unlike anybody else, cold-eyed obligation to determine the truth. You can't let sympathy or emotion enter into your decision-making about what the facts actually are. It's a hard job, and I don't envy you. And I know what all it is that you're going to see during the course of the next few days. So I can tell you right now from the beginning, it's pretty tough stuff. And that certainly wasn't something that you planned on having happen to you when you opened your mail on the day that your jury summons came. But I'm confident in each and every one of you. I don't know if you noticed, but I actively participated in the jury selection that we conducted on Monday. And I can assure you, if I didn't have that confidence as a fairly well-experienced attorney, you would not be occupying the seats where you find yourselves today. Now, I'm going to have, and I want you to just keep a couple of things in mind regarding this issue of identification. Well, the ring camera makes it really clear. Is it doesn't really identify Mr. Zawazo. And there'll be quite a bit of questions that he saw that ring video on television in the days immediately after this event took place. And he came forward and he made an identification of Mr. Zawazo. I will have a series of questions for him, and I ask you to listen with keen interest there because that's a really important thing. He's an essential witness in this case for the prosecution to establish that Mr. Zawazo is the person. And the question will be, and the one that I will raise in the end in my closing argument, is whether Kelly Broad is correct.
I don't know. This isn't court TV,
This
maybe.
is an important and serious matter, and you want to see justice done, and I get that. But justice and retribution, they don't equal the same thing. And your job as jurors is to find what the real facts are and to make a determination regarding whether the correct person has been, and that is Joshua Zazo, has been identified as the second man involved in this case. It isn't that it didn't happen. It isn't that it isn't a terrible crime, or they are all terrible crimes. But the question for you as Joshua Zawazo's jurors is whether he is the second man. And is he responsible for any of the crimes that were committed on October the 11th? I thank you for the attention you've paid so far. I know you'll pay attention during the course of the trial, and I look forward to getting my next opportunity to speak with you when I present my closing argument on behalf of Mr. Zawazo at the end of the evidence presentation. Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, so I'm going to send you back to the jury room for about 10 minutes. When you come back the next time, we will have both juries in here. All right, so what we're going to do is we're going to kind of swap between where you sit. I don't know where you're going to be brought in, but you're either going to be brought in here, you're going to be brought in one of those front two rows. Obviously, it's more comfortable to be sitting where you're sitting right now, so we are going to be cognizant of that and try to switch between the breaks. But right now, just procedurally need to set that up and see you back in about 10 minutes. All right, for the jury, please. What's more convenient for the sheriff's department, to take down Mr. Zawazo and bring him up with Mr. Hernandez, or can we just bring up Mr. Hernandez now?
I would say probably, I'd be looking to do a few hours, assuming I would take it down, not to use the bathroom,
And then bring him up?
We'll bring Mr. Hernandez up first.
Okay, and then is Ms. Lofton? Okay, perfect. Is Ms. Lofton here?
I saw her already, Judge.
Okay, all right, so let's do that, and then we will be back.
That's a
Why is he getting shackled back up? Where are they taking him? Oh, they're moving him out to bring the other guy in? And then they're gonna... I'm confused.
Understanding that the prosecutor is objecting to that, and I wanted to make a record of that.
Sure. We will quickly be
Why? They're gonna be sitting in the courtroom together, right? Is Zuazo afraid of Hernandez or something?
Calling People versus Joshua Zuazo, case number 2024-291950-FC, and People versus Carlos Hernandez, case number 2024-291945-FC.
John Petrofessa and Andrew McGarrett on behalf of the people.
Morning, Your Honor. Mike McCarthy, P30169, appearing on behalf of the Joshua Zuazo. He's standing to my left at the defense table.
All right, tell me your name.
Joshua Zuazo.
Good morning, Your Honor. Paulette Michelle Lawson on behalf of Carlos Hernandez, who is standing to my right.
All right, tell me your name. Okay, all right, we're going to bring the jury in a moment. Everyone can have a seat. I just want to have a brief little discussion here with the defendants as well. So I've heard some chatter that there might be some upsetness between the parties here. I just want to make it very clear to you that if there's any obstruction of justice whatsoever that I find, you will quickly be taken down to lockup and you will watch your trial go on without you being present in this courtroom. You'll just watch it through a screen and not be here. And if you want to test that out, try me, okay? All right, so very clear. I don't expect anything like this to happen. We've been together for the past few days. I've not seen anything like that. But I'm just making it very clear. I will exercise my right to do that. Do you understand? Do you understand? Yes. Okay, all right, let's bring in our jury.
Judge.
Yes, we had just a few issues if we could place them on record prior to the jury coming in.
Sure, go ahead.
Your Honor, the first issue, my client's wife is listed on the witness list, I believe now, only of Mr. Zuazo and Mr. McCarthy. She is in the hallway. She does wish to come in and observe her husband's trial. It's my understanding that the prosecutor is objecting to that, and I wanted to make a record of that.
Sure. What's your position regarding that?
I absolutely don't believe she should be in here. I think we need to make a record on her anyway for this because her name appears on my witness list. Her name also appears on Mr. McCarthy's witness list. This court, understanding the implications from the attorneys about her involvement in this crime itself, had asked for some counsel to discuss matters with her. We reached out on last Friday to Scott Kozak, who's been in touch with her. Mr. Kozak has received some discovery regarding this, had conversations about her involvement with me, and I believe with some of the other attorneys also. And what we received on Friday was a communication indicating that she would not testify because of potential criminal liability. Am I reflecting that correctly for the record?
You are?
Yes,
Do we still believe that to be the case?
Well, she's outside. If you want to put her on the record for 30 seconds, we can.
I don't believe Mr. Kozak is with her, though, so she doesn't have her counsel.
Well, she hasn't asserted her fifth yet, so the court hasn't appointed her counsel. As soon as she does that, then, and if she is asking for counsel, I'll do that.
So I think she was appointed counsel through an order. Is that right?
I never actually signed the order. It came to my attention that there was going to be a witness who was going to take the fifth. But until a witness takes the fifth, the court doesn't have any jurisdiction of the counsel for somebody. So let's just get through it right now.
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Lawson. Which way did you look? This way. And you could just stand right there. I'll be able to hear you. Tell us your name.
Amanda Eliana Hernandez.
Okay, all right, I'm gonna get you sworn in, so I have some questions for you, okay? It's our understanding that you wanna be in the courtroom, but you're potentially a witness, so we're just trying to figure out whether or not you're gonna actually be called in this case. So let her raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the
whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Okay, put your hand down. So you understand that you've been subpoenaed to be a witness in this case?
Yes.
All right, and it's my understanding that you would be planning on asserting your Fifth Amendment, is that correct?
Yes.
All right, and is that something you plan on doing then?
Yes.
Yes, all right, Mr. Petroff.
And you've had conversations with Attorney Scott Kozak before
Yes,
this?
I have. He's actually tried to get me taken off the witness list, but he can't get in touch with Mr. McCarthy.
All right, any questions? I know that's not accurate. Go ahead, Mr. McCarthy.
Well,
Any questions for the witness on behalf of
I
Mr.
think
Palazzo?
the fact that she's stating that she's going to assert her rights under the Fifth Amendment and remain silent, that satisfies me. I'll strike her name from the witness list, and I have no desire to have her testify, given my understanding of the evidence that would implicate her.
What's your position?
The position is that she still shouldn't be in here for several reasons. First of all, she's still a potential defendant, and she still could be potentially charged. I don't want her having access to testimony of what's going on. Secondly, she's still in constant contact with the defendant. I have concerns about her intentionally creating a mistrial. She's also living, I believe, with another witness, Danielle Diaz, her mother, who's going to be testifying tomorrow. I also believe that she can watch, because I believe it's being live streamed. If she wants to follow this case, she can watch it on live stream. It also creates an issue if she's sitting in here and a jury sees her sitting in here, then they're going to say, why is the prosecution not calling her, not understanding I can't call her? So she's in here.
Still call it. And I think this is the way that we're going to get around this, but what are your thoughts, Ms. Lofton?
Your Honor, since she has been struck on Mr. McCarthy's witness list, she is here to show support for my client. I think that is important for the jury's view, so I would ask that she be allowed to remain.
She's still on your witness
Yes.
list? And you still could intend to call her?
I could give her use immunity if I decided to.
Okay, all right, so for that purpose, because obviously you're telling me you're going to take the Fifth, you are not yet called a witness. You could be called a witness and come in, and you could say the same thing you just told me right now. That just prevents the lawyers from asking you any other questions, but doesn't prevent you from being called as a witness. So I am going to ask that you remain outside the courtroom at this time, okay?
Your Honor, before she leaves, I think there's one other thing that she should have a clear understanding of, and that is that I shared some discovery with Mr. Kozak in order to enable him to give good advice to his client, Ms. Diaz. Now, she could very easily be charged in this case, and I don't want her to lose track of that, because as I understand it, when there's an ongoing investigation, which I believe as it affects her, there is, then the subject of that investigation is not entitled to have the information being gathered by the prosecuting authority. And that is the case that she finds herself in right now. So I think that she has to be removed from the courtroom and be outside of the courtroom the entire time.
Okay, unless she's otherwise called as a witness if the prosecution
changed their
seeks
mind.
to exercise that. And at this time, I will in fact sign an order appointing Mr. Kozak to be your counsel moving forward until at least the end of the trial. Sound good to everybody?
Yes,
Okay,
Judge.
all right, we ask that you wait out in the hallway.
Your Honor, the only
Whose
other
wife
matter
is that?
I am objecting to
Which one?
an exhibit, which is a video that will be coming in through, I think, the second
She
or third witness.
should be
but we thought it appropriate
charged.
to do it now, since the jury has not been
As
brought
an
in.
accessory.
I am objecting to exhibit number 16. That is a body-worn camera of one of the first responding officers that makes his way into the residence. He does kind of a cursory search upstairs. He's involved of an entire search of the home. He then comes upon Mr. Murray in the basement, and the body camera is depicting the scene as he is seeing it. I do believe under MRE 403 that it is overly prejudicial and also needlessly cumulative. We're also hearing from that officer. We're also seeing pictures of what he is seeing. So not only are we having testimony and pictures, we're also now seeing a body-worn camera. And for those reasons, I'm asking that the body-worn camera, exhibit 16, not be allowed.
No.
In that argument, wouldn't it be, I mean, I hear arguments from the defense asking that body-worn cameras be shown. So, I mean, it's only applicable sometimes, but not others. That's your position?
I think due to the graphic nature of what he comes upon, I think it's overly prejudicial.
Okay, overly prejudicial. What's your position regarding that?
Your Honor, all evidence presented that doesn't correspond to their position be prejudicial. That's not the test. It's just if it's substantially outweighed. At this point, it's going to depict the scene when Deputy Copeland shows up. It's going to depict the victim, the state she was in. It's going to show clearing of the house. It's going to give information and context to the jury what the scene was like when they showed up. The pictures that are going to be in there are going to be through the crime scene investigator with the placards and things like that afterwards. We're not playing the full body camera, which would be over an hour. It's been edited down to 28 minutes. And mostly, the video is going to show versus the testimony of Deputy Copeland. So the video is going to depict far more than what Deputy Copeland is going to testify to. I'm going to ask her a few questions and then play the video that's going to show what happened that day.
Okay,
Your
do you
Honor.
join on that objection?
Yes, in the test for 403 is not overly prejudicial, it's unfairly prejudicial. And its unfair prejudice outweighs the probative value of the evidence. So I join in the motion brought by Ms. Lofton, but I'm making that distinction because that's the actual language in the rule.
And it is, I submit, in agreement with her that the presentation of that body-worn camera would be more unfairly prejudicial than probative, because you do have the witness who can tell you what he saw. And in response to your question regarding people objecting or wanting the body-worn camera, I submit that those instances where defense counsel asks for that is because it records the statement made by a particular witness, which may be different than what it is that the officer remembers from what it is.
Not always. I mean, there's a ton of scrutiny regarding whether or not there's a body-worn camera if it's not played in trial. This court is always, if it exists, I'll play it because it's going to.
No, you ask the officer, "Is this your body-worn camera? Is this what you saw that night?" Yes, or day, whatever. Yes, and then you play it. You don't have to ask him to tell you what he saw. You say, "Is this what you saw?" and then you play it.
The best description of what that officer was able to view at
That's
that
not
time
cumulative,
conversations that happened in
if you
and
do
around
it that way.
I mean, the evidence here in and of itself is prejudicial. We've got information here that is read to the jury that they're going to hear evidence of a felony murder that involves detailed injuries that, I mean, rise to a level of just inhumanity. I mean, the evidence in and of itself here is prejudicial. So I have a hard time thinking that the body cam video shouldn't be shown because it's overly or unfairly prejudicial, as pointed out, pursuant to 403. Prejudicial evidence is allowed unless the court finds that it is rises the burden to the defense and causing it fairly prejudice and being less than probative. I think it's probative. It's going to be admissible. So 16 is in. Any other objection? No objection. Other objections that I should expect through trial, other than potential just questions or anything like that?
I think that's where we're at right
Okay.
now, yes.
Same with the people?
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right, then let's bring in our jury.
So that was Hernandez's wife, that she helped him purchase the signs for the stolen truck. That makes her an accomplice. So yeah, she should be charged unless the state gives her immunity to testify against her husband. So yeah, she should be charged as an accessory. Why have they not done that yet? That attorney reminds me of Cher. Her hair and the way she stands.
All right, the jury, please.
An hour and 40 minutes. Why is my computer doing this? I'm not pausing you. Why are you pausing yourself, you stupid computer? Stop it. Okay, now it says an hour and 43 minutes. It said an hour and 18 minutes a minute ago. Home invasion scared the crap
Welcome back,
out of
please.
me.
Please be seated.
Feel safe in your home. Oh, I don't like the way she does her makeup.
All right.
It looks like someone punched her in the
conversation this morning. Everybody was back here on time. Sometimes things take a little bit longer than anticipated, but we're ready to get into witnesses at this
I'm in a
time.
weird
People
mood,
call this
y'all.
one-
I don't know what's wrong with me today. What are they still investigating?
All right, good morning. If you could just get into that witness stand, stay standing, raise your hand, I'll get you sworn in. You swear affirm the information you're going to provide today is the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes,
All right, thank you. Please be seated and tell us your name,
Kristen Nahas.
your witness.
And ma'am, can you spell your name for us, please?
First and last?
Yes, please.
Kristin Nahas.
Okay, thank you. And where do you live?
I live at 3759 Newcastle Drive in Rochester.
Okay, and how long you lived in that
Speak up.
subdivision? 11 years?
I
Okay.
missed the last
Do
name.
you remember back in October 11th of 24, did you have to talk to the police that day?
I did.
Okay. And do you recall about what time of the day did you have to speak to the police?
Probably around 12:15.
Okay. And what did you talk to the police about?
I told them what I had seen that morning when I had been out for a walk.
I can't hear.
Okay. And you went out for a walk that day?
I did.
Okay. And what time did you leave the house to go for a walk?
I left at 11:15 to walk my dog around the block. Sunny. It was a beautiful day this week.
Okay. So you left your house about 11:15 to walk the dogs?
I did.
Okay. And while you were out walking the dogs, did you observe anything that caught your attention?
Yes. The first thing was it was very busy.
Sorry.
Busy.
Okay.
Immediately, the houses, down from me had a lot of action. The dogs were kind of excited about work crews, lunch trucks, a window crew at another house 3 doors down. The table saw out in the driveway and people working. It was, exciting for them. They were distracted.
The dogs were distracted.
Yes. But almost immediately, I heard a squeaking noise, like a fan belt, of a vehicle that was going so painfully slow. It was kind of annoying, but everything going on, it was maybe 5 miles an hour. And it was, as it passed me, the pickup truck carried on down the street.
Okay. And when you saw this truck, what street were you on in your subdivision?
I was on Newcastle. It was only 2 doors down from my house.
Okay, so you had just started your walk, and
Just started the walk.
and a lot of stuff is going on, but you see a truck.
heard it first.
You heard the truck first. What type of truck was that?
It was a pickup truck, a white pickup truck.
All right, anything about that truck that caught your attention besides it going slow and the noise?
Honestly, the noise was obnoxious almost.
Okay, and so when you heard this noise, that truck caught your attention, and what did you do next?
It rolled on, so nothing. I carried on with my walk. Continued maybe another couple houses down. Stopped to let the dogs take a sniff, and then I could hear it coming back up the street, the other direction, toward me.
Okay, so I want to just orientate a little bit. Are you familiar with the Murray's house?
I am.
And do you know where they live?
I do.
Okay. And were you friendly with them?
I was.
Okay, so to us where that is.
3 doors down on the opposite side of the street from my house.
Okay, so when you left with your dog that morning to walk, were you heading in that house's direction?
I was headed to this house.
Okay, and so you testified that pretty you or towards you down the street?
As I left my house, the truck came from behind me and passed me down toward the street. It passed me and it passed the Murray's house and it disappeared around a bend.
Okay, and so while you're walking, that truck goes past you and the Murray's house at that time?
It did.
Okay, and about how long after you saw the truck, heard that noise, does that truck come back around?
Within a minute.
Comes back around, do you hear it first or do you see it first?
I heard it.
Okay.
And I looked up then to see it.
Okay, and when you looked up to see that truck come back around again, what did you observe if anything, of that truck at that time?
The first response was annoyance. Basically, this as slow as you could be, almost advertising, hey, I'm casing your street. It felt that way. It would feel that way to most people.
So when you observed that truck, were you concerned at that time, or was
Yes.
it just, okay. Did you see any markings on this truck?
I did look up to confront the driver and initially looked at the face. The window was down and was prepared to just kind of hold my hand up and say, how can I help you?
Okay. Did you do that?
I looked up and I looked at the driver, and at the same time I saw the DTE decal on the side of the truck. It diffused me completely.
So when you saw it may have been utility company, you were no longer concerned?
Yes, it occurred to me that, they're just looking to do service somewhere.
Okay. And at that time, you said you were going to stop and confront the driver. Did you observe anything about that driver at that time?
At that time, not necessarily.
And so after easing your concerns about what you observed about this truck, what did you do next?
I carried on around the block, fairly short block. I was back to my house within 12 minutes, probably, and I went home with the dogs.
Do you recall about 11:15 you left, and it was about a 12-minute walk, you'd say?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you recall how many people were in the truck?
Yes, there were 2 men in the truck.
Okay, 2 men in the truck.
There were.
Okay. And when you see this truck the second time, does it continue driving at the same slow pace, or does it stop, or what does it do?
At the moment that, as I mentioned, that I felt like I was going to intervene, and I saw that they were actually pulling up to the curb, I was taking a picture of my dogs to send my daughter to school. So they're on a leash, I have my phone out, you know, and I'm taking a picture. And in that picture and at that moment, I can see my dogs looking over my shoulder at them as they're pulled up to the curb and actually getting out. I could hear them.
Do you recall what curb they pull up to? Do they pull up to Murray's house, or is it another neighbor?
I didn't actually turn around and visually see, but sensing that they were directly behind me, it would have been the neighbor just to the southeast of Mary's house, the tow.
Do you ever see them exit the truck?
I didn't see them, but I heard them get out, feet at the ground, doors shut, start to get things out of the bed of the truck.
Okay. And is that as you're walking around the block at that
I was
time?
standing, the dogs were sniffing. I hadn't quite walked away yet, and I could hear them start to, what I assume was getting their beer.
Excuse me, I didn't hear the last thing you just said.
That they started to, I heard them exit the truck, I heard them shut it and get into the back bed of the truck and access gear, in my mind, buckets, maybe 5-gallon bucket.
But you don't recall anything they're wearing or any description of those?
In that moment, no, but
When you say in the moment,
like it didn't necessarily register to me in the moment what they were wearing, which became interesting to me after the fact.
okay. So you go back home, and is there some point during the day that the police arrive to the Murray's house?
Yeah, I feel like shortly thereafter, you know, the dogs were new to me, so we spent a lot of time in the yard, and there was immediately action in the street. I feel like by maybe noon, I'm just using my memory, but the neighbors were out. It was obvious that something serious was happening, and I would guess about it.
Sorry.
I'm sorry, I think it was about a half hour later, so I estimated noon.
Okay, and when you see this commotion of the police outside, do you go over to that residence to
Yes.
speak to them? Okay, and at that time, do you speak to the police and tell them what you observed that day?
Within the course of a few minutes, one of the neighbors had said they think there was some.
Well, objection to any hearsay about what a neighbor said.
You know, we're not out for the truth of the matter, sir, so it wouldn't be hearsay.
It's a prompt.
One second.
If there's an objection, you have to wait. Well, I don't know if somebody said something, why isn't it for the truth of the matter?
For the effect on what I heard, I don't know what she's about to say. I don't know what this neighbor said. It all depends on how that evidence is being offered.
Then I would suggest that you heard what the neighbor said. What did you do next, rather than hearing from the neighbor?
That's fine.
Are you kidding me?
Yeah, you go down to where the police are. Is that a yes?
Yes.
Yeah, everything records. We have to say it's all right. So you go down there and you tell the police. You hear something from the neighbor and you go down to the police. Is that correct?
Immediately prompted me to engage with an officer.
Okay. And when you speak to this neighbor, does it jog any?
Did that defense attorney just suggest to him how he should ask the question?
Sort of memories from that morning?
Viscerally, yes.
Pardon me?
Viscerally.
Okay. What memory did that jog?
It occurred to me, I mean, it was a short sleeve weather day. It wasn't, you know, it was warm. And immediately realized that the driver of the vehicle, I believe, was wearing a balaclava, the style where the whole face is cut out, and a hoodie with the hood up. And that the passenger in the vehicle, who was turning his body towards the passenger window, was also wearing a hooded. On reflection, I surmise it could have been a Tyvek suit.
Wait.
For
If he's impersonating the electric guy, the electric company guy, who's there to check for a gas leak, why does he need to wear a balaclava, or however you say that? Why does he need to wear that? He's not like a cat burglar. He's disguised as a guy from the electric company.
both the driver and the passenger, which immediately I realized that's very out of sorts for this hot weather type of day, especially the balaclava.
So it wasn't until after you saw the commotion, talking to neighbors, that this sparked something in your mind, and, and you told the police what you observed that day. Right. I have no further questions. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you. Nihas, my name is Michael McCarthy. I represent one of the defendants in this case, Joshua Zuazo. I have a few questions to ask you here this morning regarding your testimony, and if I don't make myself clear, please tell me that, and I'll rephrase the question, okay? Now, you engaged with the officers when you saw that there was commotion down in front of the Murray house and police cars were present, correct?
I would say that I was present. I didn't engage with anyone at that time. I didn't speak to an officer.
Okay, an officer came to your home at some point and spoke with you, correct? And you were on the front porch, I mean, and this was in daylight, and it was sometime in the early afternoon of Friday, October 11th, correct?
Yes.
And you told them, the officer that you spoke with, what it is that you saw that day, right? And would that name Officer Bowie ring a bell with you? Okay, so you spoke with Officer Bowie, and then you also told Officer Bowie that you would give him a written statement, correct?
I did.
All right, and then you've had an opportunity to see that written statement before you assume the witness stand here this morning?
I did.
Okay, and you've read over it. I know that you, in your statement, you identified the driver having this balaclava mask, and also that he was a man with an olive complexion and little to no facial hair to note. Direct quote from you. Then, and you said that he had a light-colored, hooded, possibly Tyvek material with a Alte Viz orange balaclava with the entire face exposed. That's what you wrote?
I believe.
And then what you also told the officers, and I believe you said here during your direct testimony, is that you didn't see either one of the two people that you say were in this vehicle actually exit. You heard it, but you were moving on with your dog walk, correct? And this was not anything of interest to you. You were more concerned with taking a good picture of the dogs and sending it on to your sister and continuing with the walk, correct? Is that a yes? Okay. Now, you said that in your statement, the passenger, or his passenger, was a male, but the only observation, I think he may be taller and thinner than the driver. Remember that?
I do.
Okay. You didn't say anything in your written statement when this was all fresh in your mind about what it was that the second man in the vehicle was driving.
Wearing?
Wearing, well, that's what I meant to say.
Oh, I don't recall that I didn't write what he was wearing.
Well, may I approach, Your Honor? I'm going to show you a document. Will you please tell me whether you recognize it? And then, if you do, I'll have further questions. Do you recognize that document?
I do, yeah.
And is that, in fact, a copy of the statement you wrote out for Officer Bowie on October 11th of last year? All right. Now, what I'd like you to do is take a look at that and see whether or not you gave a description of the clothing the second man was wearing in your statement.
I didn't.
You did not. Okay. So you would agree, today is the first day of October, that nearly a year has passed.
Right.
All right. When is it that you came to remember that the second man was wearing some sort of orange or yellow clothing?
It wasn't orange or yellow, it was light in color.
Light in color, so you don't know what color?
Gray or white.
Okay, so you don't, a covering, is that correct?
Correct.
So you would, and that's something,
Probably promptly after this, like within, it was something that maybe I should have written down in my statement, but I did not.
okay. And did you ever call Officer Bowie or anyone at the Oakland County Sheriff's Department to tell them, yeah, I remembered something else?
I didn't.
Okay, and you knew what this was all about by the time you talked with Officer Bowie, you knew what had happened, at least that Mr. Murray was dead, correct?
Yeah.
And so this was serious. You had information to provide, but would it be fair to say that the first time you provided that information about what the second man was wearing is this morning when you took the witness stand?
Formally.
Well, I mean, formally you're under oath, but what I'm asking is, it's the first time you've shared that with anybody in law enforcement, the prosecutor's office, any detective, was in open court here this morning, correct?
I can't honestly answer that because I was at the pre-trial day back in maybe November last year.
December the 17th?
I'm not sure what the date was. It was one of the pre-trial dates I was subpoenaed for. And there was discussion about that date. I may or may not have mentioned it, but I can't honestly say it was never mentioned.
Okay, no one asked you to write anything more,
Nothing
correct?
more, right. This
Okay.
was within minutes
Okay.
of the incident.
So just, and I get that, and things can happen, your memory, you start thinking about what all you saw, and you want to add something to it, but you didn't take, and they gave you, the officers did give you some identification information about how to get in touch with them, right? And so you could have done that, but you did not. You went somewhere to court, either in November or December of last year, you discussed the case a little bit further. You may have told it to someone that day, but you're not positive, correct? Because there's no recording, and you were not called as a witness that day.
That's correct.
Okay, but to summarize, what it is that you actually did see was this truck being driven by a man in a balaclava mask who you say has olive skin and little or no facial hair, correct? And he was maybe taller than the driver.
Yes.
And thinner, you said, gonna glance, correct?
Well, in addition, the passenger his body was turned away, so from the orientation of someone from their side view,
You couldn't see.
appeared to be thinner.
Okay, you couldn't see very much, correct?
There are limitations to what I could see.
Correct. Thank you. My approach. I have no further questions. I'll just retrieve that document.
Sure.
Thank you.
Cross-exam Hernandez.
Good morning, ma'am. I just have a few more questions for you, okay? I'll try not to ask the same questions that have already been asked. As you described the person that you said was in the driver's seat, I know we've gone over, you said olive complexion, little to no facial hair to note, correct?
Correct.
You also then described a high-vis orange balaclava mask. What does high-vis orange mean to you, just so that the jury is clear?
It's like a safety orange. Maybe that would be like a hunter's jacket. That is high vis, meaning high visibility.
Okay, and that is the mask or the hood that this person you saw had on, correct?
Correct.
I have nothing further.
Oh, any redirect?
Briefly, Ms. Niles, there is some question in the cross-examination about the height difference. You never saw them step out of the car and stand next to each other?
I didn't. This was just from the belt line of the window, like the height of their head, essentially.
Okay, inside the...
Inside the cab of the...
Okay, thank you. No further questions, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. You may step down.
Your Honor, may this witness be excused?
Any objection?
I have no objection,
No
right?
objection, Your Honor. You're excused.
Yeah, I love her hair. Hey, we're gonna get fluorescent lights in this trial. That hurts my eyes.
People's next witness.
People call it Deputy Copeland.
I love how she could hear the 5-gallon paint buckets.
deputy. Stacy, and you raise your right hand, I'll get you sworn in. You swear affirm the testimony you're going to provide today is the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God? All right, thank you. Please be seated and tell us your name.
Deputy Tazra Copeland.
You're with.
Thank you, Your Honor. And Deputy, can you spell your first name and last name for us, please?
Sure. First name Tasray. Last name Copeland.
And Deputy Copeland, where are you employed?
Oakland County Sheriff's Office.
And how long have you been with the Sheriff's Office?
21 years.
All right. And prior to your employment at the Sheriff's Office, do you have any other law enforcement experience?
No.
And Deputy, what is your current title right now?
Patrol officer.
All right. And where are you currently assigned to?
Rochester Hills.
Okay.
Substation.
And I want to direct your attention to October 11, 2024. Were you also assigned to that particular substation then?
Yes.
Okay. On that day, did you receive a dispatch about a potential robbery occurring in Rochester Hills?
Yes.
All right. And where were you, if you recall, when you got that dispatch?
I was in the area. Can't tell you exactly where when the call came out, but I know it was close by. Yes.
And I'm having a hard time hearing. Can you just raise your voice a little bit?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, thank you. You were in the area, you just
Yes.
said. Okay, and was that while you were on the road?
Correct.
Okay, and on that day, were you in a folding marked Oakland County Sheriff's Office patrol car?
Yes.
Were you alone or with a partner at that time?
No, I was alone.
Okay, and when you received that dispatch, do you recall about how long it took you to head over to that location?
It was less than 5 minutes, if I recall correctly, because I wasn't that far when I heard the call come out.
Okay, and when you arrived on scene, do you recall where you parked your vehicle?
I parked one house down in
And,
the actual home.
and were you the first deputy to arrive on scene for that dispatch?
Yes.
Okay, and what was the first thing you did when you arrived on scene?
Walked up to the home. I remember knocking. I believe there was a Ring doorbell or something. No one answered. Then I started to walk around to the side of the house. Then I called for a dispatcher to have the person they were still talking to open the door.
And did that person open the door?
Yes.
Okay. And on that day and time, are you equipped with body worn camera?
Yes.
Can you describe to us how that works?
Well, you hit the button to record, so it records everything the moment you press the button.
And that day and time, October 11, 2024, when you arrived to that house, was your body camera working?
Yes.
And on that day and time, did it record the events that you observed?
Yes.
At this time, the people are moved to admit People's Exhibit 16 and publish it to the jury.
All right, so there previously was an objection to 16. The court did find that it was otherwise proper pursuant to 403. Both defendants' objections are noted for the record. Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yep, 16 is admitted, and you may publish.
Thank you, Your Honor. There's going to be volume associated with it, so I don't know how loud we can make it.
Okay, well, is it playing on both? Then?
It should.
Okay.
And Deputy, I'm going to play your body worn camera. It may stop it from time to time and ask you questions, but most likely we're just going to play it all the way through, okay?
Okay.
Man, where is everybody? Last week I had like 10 to 12 people in here.
Yes.
Got 3 people in here right now. One of them's me.
I think what you see on your screen should be what everyone else is seeing.
We're not seeing, it is not working right now. Is it working or is it?
There's seating arrangement changes later in the day, y'all.
Do you see it on your laptop?
Yeah, it's
Or
I don't
just
know.
not?
I don't know why it's not working. We tested it all out.
Oh, maybe they even switch courtrooms.
Give me 1 second.
It looks like a completely different courtroom.
The audio's working, but the
Okay.
we got it. Yesterday when we had IT down there, everything was working.
Okay, yeah, I understand. Let's see if we can get somebody down.
might have something here they can.
This ages you something.
Thank you. You're on, record's still on.
What's that?
Record's still running.
The record, yeah, we never stop the record, so just have them identify.
Yes, and Deputy, would this be the body worn camera?
Wow.
That, would
I
that be
didn't
recording
expect that kind of a
for-
house.
When you arrive on scene?
Yes.
Alright, no one's asking in front. I'm walking around. Do you still have her on the phone radio? She's still on the phone. Hold on, I'm trying to see if they can open her door. 10-4. I don't think that's far away. I'll hold on. They have ring cameras, so like ring cameras all over.
Yeah.
Hello.
Yeah.
All right, make contact.
Hello? Yeah. Okay.
Is anybody else in the house?
My husband, I don't know where he is. The people that were here were gone.
What's your husband's name?
Sam.
Okay. Okay. That's okay. I'll wait for another car to check the house. She has duct tape around her wrist. I don't have a...
I have time for
The victim has duct tape around her wrist. And I'll wait for you guys before we clear this house and look for the husband.
Yeah, 13, what are the numbers? 3730. Yes, if we can get him. He was here last night.
DT on the truck. She said they were here last night. Okay. No, I need you over here. I need you out here.
Okay.
Just stay on outside.
She said they were there last night, like I said.
I want to do one No problem. We're good. I want to do one floor at a time.
Do we have a guy?
Yeah, she thinks her husband's still in here. She said that they left already, but they have ring cameras. She opened the door with her wrist tied up with duct tape. I walked with her to the kitchen so she can get the tape off her wrist.
I don't want somebody to
You gotta watch the back, so we're gonna watch the back.
So somebody stay here, and then you want to wait for one more?
Sherman, head to the back, please. Watch the back.
Yeah.
Alright, well, no, I need one more body because I want to do one floor at a time. We walk to the kitchen cabinet so she can take the scissors off.
Okay.
I mean, the duct tape off. That's all. Yeah. I don't know when we get to that. Is things in there? I think it's what is it? Or maybe the go for him.
As many as we can get. We got a big one here.
It's a pretty large house, so whoever you can get over here. Good morning, Mary.
Copy. If you have any visual description, I already advised hills of the area, inspect the area, but I'm going to go for them. I'll try to get a couple open, alright?
You said it was a DTE vehicle, ma'am?
Yeah.
Was it just a label or the whole truck was marked DTE?
It was the little truck. I was looking for the outside.
Okay.
Let's
do it. Let's sit. Me and you can sit here and watch all this. Let's do that. Wait. Let's just, yes. We're good. We need more bodies. Yeah. Please. Victims give a description of a possible DTE vehicle that's marked with DTE, white in color.
Possible DTE vehicle marked in white in color.
So, talk to me. When we walk down there, Caddy, what do you see over there? Is that over there? Yeah. We walk down there, they got an open area, like a living room / family area. Yeah. And then it's dining area.
Okay, dear. Okay. You're okay, yeah, we're here.
And Deputy Copeland, at this time in the video, what is your concern? What is going through your head as a police officer?
To make sure there are no more threats in the home.
Right. And so what are you doing right now?
We're trying to clear the house, so make sure there are no threats and make sure the house is secure.
And I was hearing over on the radio, you were asking for more bodies. What does that mean?
We need more officers to clear this house because it was a big home.
Right, so is it fair to say you were waiting on more deputies to arrive so you can clear the house?
Correct.
And is that your standard procedure when you arrive to a house based on the information that you have?
Yes.
I got the corner that. Yep. Yeah, we already walked through here. Yeah. All right, we're good here. Yep. We were already in here. Yep. Stay at the door, Caddy. We're good, Caddy. Come across. That's fine. Stay at the door. Move on here. They got an open area up top. And all the way here. Okay. And I got a basement here.
Yeah, I see the basement.
Yeah, understood. Okay. It's too fucking open. She owns them? Yeah. Take for Alright, you're good. We may want to try to do a flock for this possible DTE vehicle. Alright.
Yeah, the thing is, I need the victim off the front porch, so whoever gets here, let's get her away from the front porch. What is wrong with you guys? I'll have step points.
Thank you.
Yeah, so they got You got a set of stairs over here, Cabby, and over there your way.
I see the stairs.
Yeah.
I see the light.
Yeah.
There's a hallway down here.
Yes.
I've got an open door in front of me before I get to your hallway.
Okay.
Okay, so that's pretty slow on the side.
All day with you. We got some tape here too. Yep, no waiting. We got time.
Yeah, we got time.
We're good. Yeah, that's duct tape too.
Yes.
What did you miss, Marty?
Talk to me. Yeah, we going down there first.
I think we gotta get down there in case he's hurt. He took him with her. With who's related? He got here, it's Angela. Okay. Angela's got her victim out by his car.
Okay. She just told me she thinks he's in the basement. We still searching anyway, so we're good. Here, please. I got blood on the wall and
Yet.
Mark's out front, so okay. Ray, if you can you flock? Can you dispatch your flock or no?
He didn't come through here before.
Okay. So if anybody has flock capability, we need to see if we can figure out this vehicle in which direction it's going. If they do have a kidnapping going on with this.
You can go and press on.
Yes, we're good.
Mark's sitting here with me.
Yeah. Come around, up the way, Mark, through the kitchen.
Hey, Mark, go.
Yes, Mark, I don't have access to the clock, so I appreciate it.
There's a lot of wall stuff. No, our guys are in it. Just come on, that's all. That's it.
Just come to me.
When Harry and Brandon get here,
Yeah.
we'll, then I'll secure this first floor and then you guys do your search.
Yeah.
I got a few open doors on it. I have to clear this one open door here before I get to it.
Make sure you get a body with you. We're good. I'm holding the basement right now, so we're good.
You come with me. You stay here with me. Okay, so that whole side's clear. That's clear. 3 over there, 1 along that. You got a hallway here, open door here. Harry, I need you here.
Come. Okay. Go ahead. Yeah, you got this. I got this.
As soon as Harry gets in here,
Yep.
I'm gonna press forward. We're gonna check this first open door.
Go ahead.
You guys can go to, you're clear to the basement.
Okay.
He's over here in the corner.
Okay. Be careful with that open area too, Mark.
Okay. That whole area is clear. I'll push it forward to this door.
Okay. I'm holding, so you're good. Yeah, open door there. All right. I mean, closed door. I got this.
Copy 248-316-7707 Verizon.
Tag with their own pawn stores, figure out where are they, just in case they may be taking this guy to the pawn store. We got bodies?
Okay, we got bodies. I'm gonna just cover you.
What about this? What is this? Files? Still need to go through it. You guys ready? What is it? Kathy, you ready? I'll go first. Go ahead. Go ahead. Gary, you still holding the stick. Well, fix some clean back now. So that's the rest. Where you going? Go back. We got one down. We got one down. Go, go, go. We gotta go. We gotta go. Is he dead? I got it. Let me do the talking. Let me do the talking, please. Go, go, go. Oh, 6, we got one down. Shot in the head. I did that.
Copy, EMS in route 1 down, shot in the head.
Clear. Look at the blood behind you guys. Watch your step, watch your step. We need lights, we need lights. Right behind you, James, right behind you. Let's get started. Everybody relax. You hold this. Let's get with Harry and clear upstairs. Yeah? Everybody relax, we're good. Get with Harry and clear upstairs. We're clearing upstairs now. Everybody stand by. Where you at, Joe? Clear? Yes. Okay. Hey, hold on 1 second. This one has a... Go ahead. Cool, you get that on this one. I got you. First out. Okay, here we go. Yeah, you're here. Come on. That's one is tall. Go. Who's with me?
Starting a trial.
Clear over here. Did you good? I'll come your way. We'll pause here. That's it. Clear. You here? Come on. You here? Wait it. Clear. All right. Come your way. I did not, but we can. Where we at?
They didn't ransack the house very much, did they?
I got a continuation over here. You guys check this room? Not yet. We're pushing forward here. I got you. Okay. Pushing, moving. Moving. Closet. Clear. No lights. Did you already get over here? Yeah, we hit this first.
This happened in Michigan, Carla. These two guys pretended to be from the electric company, and this guy had a jewelry store and a pawn shop. And I guess one of the guys had pawned something previously, so they knew the guy had money, and so he and his wife had signs made up, like the magnetic signs you put on the side of a vehicle, and they stole a truck. Are they being charged with a stolen truck or just the murder and the home invasion? I didn't hear anything about that. Anyway, so they put the signs on the side of the stolen truck. They went there like 10 o'clock at night and said that they were there to something about, they thought there was a gas leak, I think. And they said, no, it's too late. Can you come back tomorrow? Which is kind of weird. If you thought you might have a gas leak in your house, wouldn't? Anyway. So they're like, no, can you come back tomorrow? So they did. They came back the next day. And the husband, the guy that owned the pawn shops, led them down into the basement. And they killed him. But I think their defense is they didn't mean, they had not planned to kill him. But then they So they killed him, and then they tied up his wife with duct tape, and then they robbed him. But I thought they beat him up and killed him. But the deputy just said he was shot in the head, so I'm not quite sure yet. This is the second witness. We just started. And that's pretty much all we know, even from opening statements. And there's 2 juries, there's 2 lawyers, because each one's being defended independently of the other, but it's a joint trial. And the one guy is huge. He's 6'5", 400 and something pounds. He's a big dude.
In the garage. Garage. Clear. Let me do the talking, please. House is clear. Set fire exit here. Mark, we're coming back for you. We're clear. Where's she at? Hangman, check there, if she has access to the ring camera, please. Say it again, please. Damn. We did this, right? Yep. Yeah, we're good. See the casing? Yeah. Oh, no. That's not a case. We got the Watson, we got the Watson ladder. We got a ring right there. Where? Where the ring underneath his body. It's a gold ring. Okay. Probably would check it to the right. They got ring cameras. We got at least got that. Anybody up on clock? Boy. I don't see it. Thanks, sir. Me neither. I mean, I'm sure they hands are brown too.
It must have been bad. Hey, Jill.
Yeah, because if you look at that and then look at this over here, did we even, this is
Oh,
still a
man,
question,
it
but
must
you
have
know,
been bad.
please, any fucking walls, you got Joe, close. Mark right there, and watch the tree off. I know it's silly, but what the hell? Ask her what type of gun they have.
No, Wiggles, we are in Detroit. I think. Michigan, wherever we are in Michigan. With the imposter, what are they calling it? The imposter home invasion? Whatever they're calling it. The DTE imposter murder trial. I can get my computer to behave.
We also have zip ties right there that they might use. The zip ties, stuff.
Let's talk about that.
This.
I'm wondering, but did they say they were here last night? It's all different.
She said they were here last night. I assume she's talking about that.
Because this could have been going on all night, and so that's part of it. So looking at
I can't. You don't have to
really tell.
He's still warm, but he's still heavy.
This is not that.
It's gotta be a gunshot. No, he's still warm. It's gonna be a gunshot with all that coagulated blood.
I just Protect! Oh, the clock stopped. What? I'm so confused. Jury is deliberating. Oh, crud.
You may be seated. It is my understanding that a decision has been reached. Yes?
That's correct.
And is it unanimous?
Yes.
And all signatures are affixed to the document?
Yes.
If you'll please provide that document to Deputy Moore. Thank you. I told you when this started that I needed you to do this job. Thank you. You may be excused.
Jurors excused. Like to step.
Mr. Isabelle, according to the documents provided by the foreperson of this jury, we, the jury, unanimously find that the state has proven the following: aggravating circumstance or circumstances beyond a reasonable doubt. The murder was committed against a person less than 12 years of age, and the defendant was 18 years of age or older. We, the jury, unanimously agree that the defendant shall be sentenced to imprisonment for life. You will return to this court on October 31st for the status report on the remaining charges. As to count 2, life imprisonment. As to count 1 was an automatic life sentence. And we'll pick up on counts 4 and 5, the aggravated child abuse and the especially aggravated kidnapping, on November 12th for a sentencing hearing after receiving this pre-sentence report. Thank you. We are adjourned.
All rise. This court now adjourned to 9 a.m. tomorrow morning.
Does that mean life without parole? She didn't say the words without parole. I'm confused.
Shit. Fuck.
his waist. What type of weapon did he have? Please. I understood that there's a holster around his waist but no gun. Just trying to figure out, does she know what type of weapon he had at the time around his waist? I see that.
Watch your legs go. There's one in that box right there.
Thank you.
We were in Tennessee, now we're in Michigan.
He's so heavy. Just checking around his neck. It's hard to tell, if anything. Where's fire at? I thought they were here.
Yeah, send us fire arrives. Send them downstairs, please.
You just said that you're waiting on fire. What is that?
Waiting for the fire department to come and check them out.
Would that also include EMS?
Yes.
Still breathing.
Copy, fire.
When was the last homicide? The one with the son chopped up the mom and dad? That was in the trunk? Yeah. If you two need to go, do what you gotta do. I'll hold it till fire gets here.
Alright, we'll wait for my rifle. I'll let go. And then I'll keep close.
I'll hold it. And bring some more police when you get a chance. Since I'm primary, so. I'm just curious now, since they all know these pawn stores, if they head to a pawn store.
There's a ring laying right on the ground. Is that a ring? Laying right on the ground underneath that?
There is. There it is.
So all over.
It is. Like I said, he's still warm. He's still warm.
Yeah,
so
it was weird.
Right there. See that weight underneath it?
I do.
I wonder if he got hit with that.
Because I don't see no shell casing.
And they're just spattering all the way over there.
So we're not there, regime.
The only good one that I think I have is this alarm on that screen.
Okay.
Hey.
Shit, it's a fucking camera. I'm sorry, go ahead. When you get distracted, I check for calls.
Okay, one more time for the newcomers. It took less than 2 days for 2 Oakland County juries to be seated in the case of 2 men charged with killing a man inside his Rochester Hills home after authorities said the suspect posed as DTE workers. DTE is the electric company. On Tuesday, opening statements began in the trial of Carlos Hernandez, the first of 2 defendants charged with killing Hussein Murray inside his home on October 11, 2024. A second suspect, Joshua Zuazo, will be in court, on Wednesday for opening remarks in his case. Both men will be tried in the same courtroom at the same time, but will face different juries. During Tuesday's opening remarks, the Oakland County prosecutor, John Pietrofesa, however you say his name, laid out its plans to tie the murder of Gonzalez. Saying that the Murrays were suspicious when they got a knock on the door late on October 11th. They knocked on their door at 10 p.m., the attorney said. The defendant and his co-defendant are posing as DTE workers and they start trying to get into the house. The defendant, Hernandez, is doing the talking. He's also the closest one to the door. Zuazo is behind him. You'll see this because it's captured on the Ring camera, and he's saying, "We're in the neighborhood, there's a gas leak," and Linda's at the top of the stairs because she was in the bedroom, and she's looking down, and she says she can see them at the door frame, and she can also see him because the Ring camera bounces to her phone. So she can also see what's going on through the Ring camera, and she yells down to her husband. It's kind of late for gas meter check, so they're trying to get in. With her husband at the door, Linda Murray called down to her husband, known as Sam, to see if he had his weapon. That's basically the opening statement, y'all, which we just watched a little while ago. So anyway, so they come to the door. They don't let them in. What, dude? And so they come back the next morning. He takes them down in the basement to look at the... I don't know anything about gas, y'all. I live in Florida. Anyway. And I think it said that they beat him to death, but the cop just said on the body cam that he was shot in the head. But now I just heard him say, "Where's the casing?" There's no casing. So, but then they came up and they asked her where she kept her cash and jewelry, and when they asked where... And when she asked him where Hussein was, he hit her in the face and then duct taped her wrist and ankles. The two men then dug through their garage before leaving the home. Hussein's death was ruled to be caused by blunt force trauma, and the medical examiner said it appeared he had also been strangled. The next day, Hernandez was arrested in Louisiana. Zuazu was arrested in Plymouth Township a few days later. So this is in... Michigan, Rochester Hills. Is that a town in Michigan or a county or Oakland County? Oakland County, Michigan. Oh, okay, where the gas line comes into the house. All right. Rochester Hills. Is that a town? I don't know if that's a town or a neighborhood or what. I don't know. I don't know Michigan. So, that's a recap and we are on, this is the second witness. This is the first responder. He was on parole and he got called to go check it out. I guess she got loose somehow. Okay, so it's near Detroit. I guess she got loose because she did come to the door. Her wrists were still duct taped, and she was on the phone, so I guess she was able to get her ankles loose, and she was able to get the phone and call 911.
But he's still warm. I checked for both pulse. I didn't feel one, but feel free to check over me. I'm good. We don't know for sure if he got shot. We have that weight. We don't know. There's a weight that just caused that.
What can I touch?
I touched his neck, and that's what you gotta touch. Let's make sure you try to save him first. Yeah. Touch whatever you gotta touch. I don't care. I touched his neck and his first out. That's what I was asking. And that's what I was trying to figure out what type of gun he had.
Whichever you're gonna ask her, him on the phone for Brandon, he came back with no info, so this possibly powered down.
Yeah. Pretty close. I always do. He's still warm. He's not. I totally read that. Okay. He's okay. Bringing the stretcher down. No. Until we need it. He's still warm. He's still warm. It just happened. I checked his neck and his wrist. I didn't feel nothing as far as the pulse. The same.
Nothing.
change right now. Okay. Just go help in the rig. You got a picture in the rig. It's a DV here. Hold on, that is. If they're gonna transfer, we'll just take a whole bunch of pictures real quick. Well, we got all the pictures. We'll get all the pictures here. Yeah, but I got you. But so far, nothing. Nothing. He's flat. Not here. No, all thing I checked was his neck, foot, pulse, and his wrist. That's it. You're not giving me. Right, does she have access on her phone? Digital phone. Is this one we're about to find out. I'm pretty sure they did. So we got to do an SW4 ring. You got exit window on it? But she said they were here last night. It's bulging on the back. Okay. I can't see the hole though. They were here last night. That'll be good enough. Just come on out. Just don't touch anyone. So they were here last night and left. This could be part of it too. That's old. Well, nothing happened last night. Oh, we lost all that's out of the back. Okay. So you, excuse me. You said, where's the exit in? There's bulging on the back. I did not see a hole. Gotcha. Thank you. I also didn't inspect it completely. Yes. Okay. Okay. I'm going to see this number in these extra solid. Okay. Appreciate you. Thank you, sir. Yep. Go ahead. What? There's a cedar case. I'm going to use something. There's a flashlight. No flashlight? Oakland. There's Oakland here. Yes, we got the scene tape down. Keep everybody out of this house. Everybody but a detective and... County here. You still need Oakland? No. I don't think so. No, I don't think so. If they get here, we'll chase them away. But I'm just trying to keep track of who's been coming in and out of this house. Okay. Yeah, for me. I got it. You guys have any stakes or anything around the house? We didn't saw the body there, and we kept searching. So we didn't go back over for inventory or anything like that. Less noisy? Probably, yeah. Yeah, I'll think of it, because I figure it'd be like that, less noisy, no one will hear it down here. Yeah. Did we do this? This little footprint right here? No. Step on this? Okay, so that's either, no. Mark did not go that way. Mark went this way. We hit the line of well, this is his shoe ring. Right, I'm just trying to match the ring. Yeah. There's no footprint right there, but this is his shoe, and it's not looking, it's not matching. It does not look like his shoe ring. It's not matching this there. Take your camera off and get a old thing before we get to make hands with fire. Understood. Just take ISO video. Understood. That'd be good. So you come out with you guys get a search warrant out. Yeah. Here you go. Before we start digging everything on it. It looks like so we can see what it is, what it's at.
Deputy, is that a fair and accurate representation of the scene when you arrived to 3730 Newcastle that morning?
Yes.
And up there on that corner, is that an accurate and correct timestamp of the date and the time that you were there?
Yes.
Right. And I know I only have a few more questions. I know in the video you noticed that he had a gun holster on his waist.
Yes.
While you were there on scene, did you ever recover or find a gun in that house?
No.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Deputy Copeland, my name is Michael McCarthy. I represent Joshua Zuazo. I just have a couple of questions to ask you here this morning, but if I don't make myself clear, tell me that, I'll rephrase it, okay? Thank you. Your involvement in this case started on October 11th of last year when you arrived at the Murray house. Is that right? And then your involvement ended when you left that house that day, correct? You obviously were wearing a body-worn camera throughout your search through the house and finding the body and all of the things that we've just watched. But that was pretty much your involvement in this case, correct? You didn't do it. You didn't interview any witnesses that day, and you didn't gather any evidence, correct?
I did speak to the wife.
You spoke with Mrs. Murray, right?
Yes.
And then because you talked to her when she opened the door for you, correct?
Yes.
But beyond that, and you wrote a report about that.
Correct.
Yes, and she indicated to you that these two individuals had come to the house the night before. Is that right?
Yes.
And she's the one from whom you got obtained the information relating to the DTE Energy, correct?
Yes.
And but beyond that, that was pretty much what she was able to tell you, correct?
Correct.
All right, thank you. I have no further questions.
Okay, thank you. Cross-examine for Hernandez.
Good morning, Debbie. I want to go over just a few things. How many minutes from when you were dispatched did you arrive? How long do you think it took you? I know you were on road patrol, but how long do you think?
Maybe less than 5. Can't give you an accurate.
Okay. And you testified that you were the first officer on the scene, correct? Right. Now, both juries were able to see, obviously, the body cam photo, video, I should say. And we note that, obviously, later in the video, you came back downstairs after you located Mr. Murray, and you made a comment. I know it's silly, but what the hell? Check for a pulse.
Yes.
Okay. When you arrive on scene, obviously, you don't know what happened, correct?
Correct.
And you are there to determine, one, if there are any people in the house that could be a potential threat to yourself, correct?
Correct.
But also to see if there are any people located with injuries. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And it seems from the conversation between the deputies that you had made an initial decision that he had been shot in the head, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you know now that actually was not the case, correct?
Correct.
All right. So you decided to wait then to check for a pulse or to render aid. Was that based on the fact that you believed he was shot in the head? And usually people with head injuries do not survive?
Well, given the fact that the way he was laid and all the blood that was all over his body, I thought he was already dead, to be honest with you.
All right. And Mr. McCarthy touched on this, but your involvement ended that day, so is it fair to assume that you never had any interaction with Mr. Hernandez, my client? All right. I have nothing further. Thank you.
No retract, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you, Deputy. You can step down.
And may this witness be excused.
I have no objection, Your Honor.
No, he's excused. People's next witness.
People call Valerie Myra.
Are you done with
Good morning. Approach the bench to be sworn in.
Good morning. If you could just get in the witness stand and stay standing, raise your hand, I'll get you sworn in. Thank you. Do you swear from the testimony you're going to provide today is the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. All right, thank you. Please be seated and tell us your name.
Valerie Mabra.
All right, your witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning. If you could do us a favor, I know there appears to be microphones around, but I believe they're for recording, not for amplifying. And if you don't speak loud enough, somebody's going to raise their hand so they can't hear you. So please speak up as loud as possible, okay?
Okay.
Okay, if you could tell us how you're currently employed.
I am employed as a forensic lab investigator for the Oakland County Sheriff's Office, where I have been for 8 years.
Okay. And did you have any specialized training for that position?
These women need to
I,
talk louder. Can't hear them.
My primary job is in the latent print unit, and I will examine and process items of evidence for latent prints. And part of that job also means that I will respond to major crime scenes within the county. And I had on-the-job training for about 8 months and went to crime scenes with the existing members of the group. And I also took an evidence technician course and a 40-hour crime scene investigator series course at the International Association for Identification in 2018. So I've had numerous training throughout the years.
Okay. And have you been qualified as an expert in the state of Michigan and Oakland County before?
Yes.
And did you testify at the preliminary examination, in fact, in this case?
Yes.
Were you qualified as an expert at the time of preliminary examination?
I don't remember.
Okay. Your Honor, I would tender this witness as an expert in the field of fingerprints and crime scene investigation.
Fingerprints and crime scene, any objection?
No, Your Honor, I received the curriculum vitae from this witness, so I don't have any objection.
I did as well, no objection. Okay, all right, the jury shall perceive that the witness's testimony as an expert in fingerprint and crime scene analysis.
Okay. Before we get to what your involvement was in this case directly, can you tell us, one of the things that you mentioned was about how the Oakland County Sheriff's Office has a special crime scene investigative unit?
That's correct.
And you're part of that unit?
Correct.
And when you're called out to the scene of a major crime and that unit is called, are you the only person or are you part of a team?
I'm part of a team. We have members from the latent print unit and from the firearms unit that make up that team. Depending on where people are in their careers, sometimes we have 4 members, sometimes we have 6. It all depends.
Okay. And part of that team, do you know an individual by the name of Sierra Ramirez?
Yes.
And does she have a specialty with the Sheriff's Office?
Yes, she is in the biology unit.
Okay. When you do crime scene analysis and you get there to investigate a scene, is part of that taking photographs?
Yes.
Do you also put placards so you can then reference the evidence that's discovered to track it later?
That's correct.
Because once something is seen and then it's marked, it travels through the basically chain of being forensically tested after that.
That's correct.
And by forensically tested, that would include DNA and fingerprints.
Yes.
Okay. We had a case that occurred on October 11th of 2024. Were you involved in that? Do you recall where you were called out to?
The address?
Yes.
I would have to check my notes.
Can you check your notes? And while you're doing that, do you write a report as part of your duties?
I do. That's part of processing crime scenes is authoring a report. And I was called to 3730 Newcastle Drive in Rochester Hills.
Okay. Is that location in the Oakland County, state of Michigan?
Yes.
When you authored that report, did you sign your report at the end?
Yes, I did.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked as exhibit number 12. Do you have a copy of that without the exhibit sticker?
I do.
Okay, and we met last week to go over all the photographs and your report, is that correct?
That's correct.
And does exhibit number 12 accurately reflect the report that you did in the ordinary course of your business and duties?
Yes.
Your Honor, the people would move People's Exhibit number 12 into evidence.
Any objection?
No, I have no objection on behalf of Mr. Zuazo.
No objection. All right, call this in.
Fewer words.
Judge, I'm going to wait to publish for that.
Just say no.
I want to also say that last week we went through the labeled numbered exhibits. Is that correct?
That's correct.
You were shown a bunch of photographs?
Yes.
I'm going to show you just the first photograph of that group of photographs. People's Exhibit number 1A. Do you recognize that photo?
Yes, I do.
And does that accurately reflect the front of the house when you arrived that day?
Yes.
Okay. We had exhibits that we had talked about regarding the photographs that went from exhibit number 1A all the way through 1CC as far as the photographs. Is that correct? That we labeled and went through last week?
Yes.
The photographs that I just indicated, do those accurately reflect everything that you saw?
Yes.
And there was a second set of photographs that we went through, and they're distinguished because the first set of photographs that are 1A through 1CC are the upper levels of the house. The photographs that we had gone over that are labeled 2A all the way through 2BB, those are of the lower level of the house, which are the more graphic photographs. Do you recall going through those?
Yes.
Does that second set of photographs also accurately reflect what you saw that day, both on the upper levels and then again on the lower levels?
They do.
Your Honor, the people would move People's Exhibit number 1A through 1CC and also 2A through 2BB into evidence.
You're gonna need to say them specifically because the record's gonna have to somehow reflect what those all are. Unless you intend on going through them one by one when you do.
We're gonna do that once, if there's no objection to them entry, so that way I'm not being duplicitous about going through it twice. But if there's no.
I'm just concerned about the record. I see, because I know that you've given me the list, so I know what they all are, but the record's not gonna see what we're looking at. You'll just do it that way then?
Yes.
Okay, any objection to those being admitted?
No, Your Honor, I've reviewed these exhibits.
Ms. Lofton?
Probably.
No objection? Okay, they're all in.
Okay. Now we're gonna go through photograph one by one. We're gonna start with 1A. It should show up on your screen as it's showing up on these two screens. Okay, do you recognize 1A as the front of the house?
Yes.
And does that show the front part of the driveway?
Yes.
I'll show you what's been marked as introduced as that front entry of the house.
Yes.
Did you enter that house through that front entryway?
I did.
Going to show you what's been marked as 1C. I have it labeled, for lack of a better term, as the front staircase. Do you recognize that staircase?
Yes.
In the house, is there in fact a front staircase, which is in 1C, and then a rear staircase?
That is correct.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked as 1E, the top of the staircase. Do you recognize that photograph?
That's 1D.
1D.
1D, yes.
Okay. And in that photograph, the closet doors are noticeably open.
That's correct.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 1E, also the top of the staircase, looking towards the master. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And in fact, is that the master bedroom ahead of that photograph?
That is.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 1F, which is the door into that master bedroom. Do you recognize that photograph?
Yes.
Did you go into the master bedroom?
I did.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 1G. Is this traveling inside of that master bedroom?
Yes.
Can you tell us what you observed in the master bedroom in regards to the drawers?
I observed that the drawers were pulled out of the dresser and kind of just thrown about, with the contents kind of strewn about the room.
Okay. I'll show you what's been marked as 1H. Is that another photograph as you travel into the master bedroom?
Yes, there was also a jewelry box that was on the ground with the contents, again, strewn about.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 1I. Also another angle of a different view from inside the master bedroom. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
Is it again showing the drawers with items askew?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 1J. Is that a view towards the, I guess, the window side of the bedroom?
Yes.
And is that another set of drawers that have been removed from a different dresser?
Yes, it is.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 1K. You recognize that as a high drawer set? Credenza, I guess, I don't have a really good term for what that is. Okay. I'm going to show you what's marked as 1L. Do you recognize that photograph as leading from the master bedroom to the master bath hallway?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 1M. Do you recognize that as the master closet?
Yes.
I'm going to show you picture 1N. Is that the inside of the master closet?
Yes. Yes, I believe there were 2 closets.
I was just going to ask you that. There's a his and hers master closet. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now I'm going to show you what's been marked as 1O. Is that the floor of the master closet?
Yes.
Okay. I'll show you what's been marked as 1P. Is that a photograph from the master bedroom down the hallway in the upstairs?
Yes, it is.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 1Q. Okay. Is there another bedroom that you come across as you walk through that hallway?
There is. That is the bedroom that is on the right side if you were coming from the master bedroom.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked as 1R. Is that an item that you see at the doorway of that bedroom?
Yes, it appeared to be a drawer from the jewelry box that was in the master.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked as 1S. Do you recognize this as another upstairs bedroom?
Yes.
I'm going to show you the hallway into that bedroom.
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 1U. Did you notice anything on the doorway wall going into the bedroom on that left side if you're walking in?
Yes, there appeared to be a apparent bloody swipe mark on the wall.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 1V as in Victor. Is that a close-up of that apparent blood smear?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 1W. Do you recognize that as a photo from inside that bedroom looking back towards the hallway?
That's correct.
And now the blood smear is on the right-hand side of the photo?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 1X, the dresser drawers inside that bedroom. Does that accurately reflect that?
Yep.
And also 1Y, a close-up of those drawers
Yep.
position.
Yes, they were.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 1Z. My terminology is the back set of staircases. Is that the second staircase you saw?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 1AA. Is that a scene from the before you go down the stairs?
Yes, from the landing that's at the top, yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 1BB. Is that a photograph of the staircase going down?
Yes.
And the door that you see at the bottom that's now at this point in an open position, that's a staircase that goes down to the basement?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 1CC. And is that a closer view of the last set of the stairs going down towards the kitchen?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to go now to photograph 2A. Do you recognize these items on the floor in the kitchen?
Yes, they are black pieces of tape.
And I'll show you what's been marked as 2B. Do you recognize that as another set of duct tape?
Yes.
And as far as placards go, this one's been given a exhibit placard of number 2.
Yes.
Okay, and when it's given a placard of number 2, that's a way to track it through the rest of the system at the Sheriff's Office lab?
That's correct.
And the first one that I went to, did that also have a placard number 1 in front of that?
Yes.
I'm going to go to exhibit number 2C. Do you recognize that as duct tape cutting and scissor that is on the kitchen counter?
Yes.
And that was given placard number 3.
That's correct.
And picture 2D, is that a close-up of exhibit number 3?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 2E, the landing towards the basement. Is that correct?
Yes.
And did you travel down into the basement?
I did.
I'll show you what's been marked as exhibit 2F. Okay, is that a photograph from the basement leading into the back, lack of a better term, furnace area, water heater area?
I called it a utility room in my notes, but yes.
I'll show you what's been marked as 2G. Is that as you're getting closer to that area in that section of the basement?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 2H. I'm going to Is that a photograph from an angle of the victim and his injuries?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell us what did you observe that caught your attention about how he was in that position and any type of bindings that were on him?
It appeared that he was bound both at the hands and at the feet, and he was laying on his left side, and he had apparent blood pooled underneath him and spattered in different areas around him.
Okay, and you've had, unfortunately, a lot of experience in crime scenes that are graphic. Is this a graphic crime scene?
I would say this is especially brutal, yes.
Okay, and the duct tape that's shown in this exhibit 2H, is it the same color duct tape, or are there two different colors of duct tape?
There appeared to be two different colors. There was gray tape and also black tape.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 2I. Can you tell us what's depicted in 2I?
So this is a close-up of his bound hands that were in front of him. It appeared that he was bound with both zip ties and tape. So this is a close-up of that.
Okay. So he's bound with both duct tape and zip ties?
That's correct.
And also in that photograph, is that what appears to be a Home Depot bag?
Yes, there was a sink that was on the ground of that room, and inside that sink there were various pieces of plastic, a plastic bag, the plastic Home Depot bag, kind of a larger clear plastic tarp type bag, and then also a red inflatable type of plastic.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 2J. You recognize that photograph as showing placards number 4, I believe 10, 11, 13, and 15.
I don't see 13, I see 14.
I don't know.
2J says 410.
Okay. I think 13 may be behind the pole, but
Yes,
that,
it is.
okay. That being said, you recognize that?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 2K. Is that a close-up of a pair of glasses that was found?
Yes.
And that was given marker number 4?
That's right.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 2L. That's a different angle showing the position of the victim, but also placards number 5, 6, 8, 9, 13, 14, and 15. Is that correct?
Yes, that's right.
I'm going to go to 2M, which is a close-up photo of 5, 6, 7, and 9. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
We indicated that there was some zip ties that you saw around the victim's hands. What are those items that you noticed?
In this photograph?
Yes.
So these appear to be zip ties that were already fashioned together. They kind of appeared like ready to use.
Well, objection is speculation. You can say what it is that you observed, but to draw a conclusion about what their purpose was.
Let's rephrase the question.
Thank you.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 2N. Is that a close-up of the zip ties 5 and 9?
So the zip ties were just number 5, and 9 was the apparent bloody shoe impression under the zip ties.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked as 2O. Can you tell us what you see in 2O?
So number 6 is the smaller set of zip ties, and 8, I believe, is the duct tape.
Okay. And what color is that roll of duct tape?
That is gray.
And that's exhibit number 8?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's marked as 2P. Is that a close-up of exhibit number 8?
Yes.
And I'll show you what's been marked as 2Q. Is that a close-up of exhibit number 7?
Yes.
And can you tell us what that is in exhibit number 7?
So that was a piece or pieces of gray duct tape that was stuck to a piece of burlap that was near the victim.
I'll show you what's been marked as 2R. That's placard number 13. Is that the sink that you referenced before?
Yes,
Okay, and that's not a connected working sink, that was just laying on the ground.
that's correct.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 2S. Does that show those exhibits number, excuse me, 4, 10, 11, 13, 14, and 15?
Yes,
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 2T. Is that a close-up of another exhibit?
yes.
Can you tell us what's in that?
In this photograph, it is the clear plastic, and then inside the clear plastic there was a roll of duct tape.
And can you tell us what color that duct tape was?
I believe it was gray.
Yep. Do you have it in your notes or your shirt?
Yes, is
That is
can I
gray.
refer to
Okay.
it?
Okay.
I haven't checked yet. Can I refer to them?
Would you like to check?
Yes.
Okay.
So I guess that is black tape.
Okay. 14 is the black tape.
Yes.
Well, excuse me. It's the frame of the answer, the form of the answer, I guess. If the witness knows, please tell us, but we don't want to have any guesses put into the record. She knows or she doesn't know.
All right, I'll let you cross-examine about it.
All right, thank you.
By way of background, the witness could not recall that she believed it was gray, and we started to look through the notes. The court indicated that the prosecutor would have to state as to whether or not it would help refresh her memory. I think she then asked for it, and that was given, permission was given without objection. After referring her notes, she then testifies that based on the information in her notes, it's black
That's
tape.
semantics,
Is that a correct
stupid.
representation of what occurred here?
I believe
that was
that it
the black
is.
tape,
I think
tape,
that's-
I guess.
yeah,
That
it's a
was
guess, but
not
I object.
a guess. That was
Yeah.
Thank you.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 2U. Is that a placard for the upstairs blood smear?
Yes.
And that's number 16.
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 2V. Can you tell us what's depicted in 2V?
This is a close-up of the victim's feet, and they appeared to be bound with that black duct tape. And he has a shoe on his right foot, and his left foot is bare.
Okay, and do you come across his other shoe, his left shoe?
It was nearby, yes.
Is that also in the picture, or is that somebody else's foot that's in the picture when it's being taken?
Yes, I think it's someone's.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure. Okay, I'll show you what's been marked as 2W. Is that correct?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 2X. That's a close-up of exhibit number 18 and 20. Is that correct?
Yes.
Can you tell us for the record what 18 and what 20 is?
Can I refer to my notes?
Yes.
Was the bar with the weights on it, and 20 was the gold ring that you can see below it.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 2Y. Can you tell us what's depicted in 2Y?
So this was thought to have been a possible tooth, which we gave placard 21 for. Upon collecting it, we realized it was not a tooth, so it was not collected.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 2Z. Is that a photograph of the rest of the room?
Yes.
I'll show you what's been marked as 2AA. Okay, that's placard number 9. Can you tell us what placard 9 depicts?
Placard 9 depicts a apparent bloody shoe impression that had been processed with a chemical called leucocrystalviolet.
Okay. And did you do that processing?
I was part of it, yes.
Okay. Now, is that something that before it's processed, would that have been visible to the naked eye, or would that not have been visible until it was processed?
I believe part of it was, so the leucocrystalviolet works to enhance already visible prints and also develop ones that are invisible to the eye. So whether this one was fully visible before we sprayed the chemical, I don't recall.
Okay. And I'll show you what's been marked as 2BB. Is that another angle of those shoe prints?
Yes.
Also, as part of your involvement in this case, did you have, as part of the team, crime scene diagrams done to depict in relationship to each other where the items are?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, if I could approach the witness, I'll show you what's been previously marked as 5A and 5B.
You may
Do you recognize 5A as a diagram of the upper stairs that was done by the scene?
Yes.
And 5B, does that represent the lower floor?
Yes.
They were reflected accurately as it was drawn?
Yes.
Your Honor, the people would move People's Exhibit 5A and 5B into evidence?
I have no objection. Those are part of the report that I received a long time ago.
No objection. No objection. And then Mr. Petrofessa, those are an enhanced version of what would be in a report, right? That was something that was
Correct.
done to be done.
That was already, yes, it's a blown-up version.
All right, 5A and 5B are admitted without objection.
And just finishing up my questions for you, you have a specialty and expertise in fingerprint analysis, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and did you process the scene to see if you could reveal any fingerprints that were left there by either of the defendants?
I did.
Okay, and through your investigation, you were able to get a set of known prints from both defendants to compare it to?
Yes.
Okay, so when you did your comparison, were you able to find any prints anywhere you looked that matched either of the defendants?
I'm sorry, are you talking about my processing on scene or later at the lab?
Both.
Yes, I did not develop any that I was able to take with me from the scene. I collected the plastic and received prints from that plastic, and I was not able to identify the defendants on that plastic.
So everything you printed basically does not come back with the prints of either Mr. Hernandez or Mr. Zuazo, is that correct? And in your expertise, if people are wearing gloves, would that prevent leaving of fingerprints?
It would.
I don't have any other questions, Judge.
Okay, the cross-exam, Zuazo.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Myra, my name is Michael McCarthy. I represent Joshua Zazu. He is one of the two defendants in this case. I have some questions to ask you here this morning, and I'll tell you the same thing that I said when you testified at the preliminary examination about my questions, and that is, if you don't understand the question, just tell me that, and then I will rephrase it so that it's clear that you understand what I'm asking.
He is
Okay?
going to say that
All right, thank
every
you.
time.
So following up on this fingerprint business,
And it's gonna
we
drive
saw
me
a
crazy.
lot of duct tape or some type of tape, gray tape and black tape. Many pictures taken of that tape in the scene by yourself or others that went to the scene on the 11th of October to record all the evidence that was present, correct?
Yes.
And at least one of the pictures that we saw, if not more of them, showed a roll of duct tape. Gray tape in particular, is that correct?
Yes.
And that was taken into evidence, correct?
Yes.
And my question,
The attorney, when she got up there, said, I know it looks like there's a lot of microphones, but they're more for recording and not voice amplification. So you need to speak up. and I've not been able to hear the two women that have testified so far. I haven't even heard their last names. We had a Kristen, and now we have a Valerie. I didn't get their last names. I can't hear half of what they've said. The cop, luckily, didn't have to answer that many questions. It was mostly body cam footage. I don't know what the deal is with the mic on the stand. It's driving me crazy. They need to get a mic that amplifies voices on the witness stand. Because the one on the podium is great. I hear the lawyers fine. And also the judge. I can barely hear the judge when she talks. I don't know what the deal is with this. It's every courtroom has some issue. Have you guys noticed that? There is never a courtroom that everything is perfect. It's always something. Jeez, I don't understand. Do they not know we're watching? We're watching, people. You gotta fix it for the audience. They need to put like a television producer in charge of these streams. They need to be like, look, this is what you do when people are watching.
To you is either on that roll or on any of those pieces of duct tape, whether you check them or analyze them to see whether there were any usable prints, usable meaning latent prints that you could actually investigate.
There were no latent prints developed on that tape.
Okay, none were developed. Tell me and tell the jury, please, what kind of work you did in order to get or to investigate to see whether there were prints on those items of tape that were collected, either the roll of tape or the pieces of tape.
Well, sometimes we have, the investigators choose if they want to have something tested for fingerprints or biological evidence. So sometimes they will choose one over the other, just depending on the circumstances. I did process a piece of the duct tape that was, I'm not sure if, my latent print report, if I would be able to refer to that.
You certainly can. If that will refresh your recollection. Do you have that report there with you?
I don't have the latent print
Hold on
report.
just a minute. Let me see. I think I might have it right here. Yes. I believe this is report 24 0253852-073. Does that sound right to you? Maybe you'll know it better by looking at it. May I approach you?
Come on up.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I am sorry. I didn't even think about closed captioning. Do they have it?
So I.
So first of all, is that your report?
Yes.
And you recognize
They
it
don't
as
have
such?
I do.
And reading it, does that refresh your recollection?
It does.
Okay. Now, you remember the question about how many pieces of this duct tape that you examined?
Yes, so investigators determined that they wanted me to process the bundle of crumpled duct tape that was used to bind the victim's hands for latent prints, which I did, and I did not develop any comparable prints on that duct tape.
Okay. Now, you said, you prefaced what you just told the jury, or juries, by saying the investigators determined that they wanted you to look at a certain bundle of tape. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. So the only thing that you were asked to look at in the way of duct tape was, or that black tape, however you call that, whatever title it has, stuff that the investigators told you to look at. Is that correct?
That they've asked me to test back in the lab, that's correct.
Okay, so, but you were a person on the scene, taking photographs, recording on those drawings that you put together. What was there? And you've got places, because those two drawings are for the main floor of the house and the basement of the house, correct?
Correct.
And in both places, the main floor and in the basement, pieces of duct tape. They had all exhibits, exhibit 1A through CC, 1B through 1 or 2, correct?
Correct.
Upstairs, so it was there. The only one piece or bundle that you examined was the one that somebody else, not you, told you that they wanted to have examined, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
All right, so you don't have any control over what it is that you're supposed to do when you're back at the fingerprint lab, correct? In terms of what it is you're going to do. Okay, you were at the scene doing a crime scene sketch and all the other work that you did in this case, correct? It's just a coincidence that you were wearing your crime scene investigator hat in the same case. So you knew there was a lot of duct tape there, correct? I mean, you know that.
Relative, there were several pieces, yes.
Several pieces, and at least one roll.
Yes.
Is that right? And you said earlier during your direct examination that you wouldn't expect to find any fingerprints if a person was wearing gloves. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Have you ever used duct tape? Have you ever used it?
Yes. Yes.
You know how it sticks on the end? The duct tape does, sticks and pull it from the roll?
Yes.
You think that's very easy to do when you're wearing gloves?
I'm not sure.
Thank you. Now,
Are you referring to then if they wouldn't have gloves on?
exactly.
Then my testimony was that if you had gloves on, you wouldn't leave.
Right, but what I'm saying is, it's hard with gloves on to even pry it up, correct? If you gotta use your thumbnail or your fingernail to get it moving, right?
Right.
Okay. Now, you looked at a number of different things besides, that's correct? You have your report. Could you tell the jury that?
I processed the 3 pieces of plastic that were in the sink. So the larger clear plastic tarp, the Home Depot bag, and then the deflated red inflatable.
And there were no fingerprints that were matched up with Mr. Zuazo or Mr. Hernandez, correct?
That's correct.
And did you have samples? I mean, and those are the ones you're looking for. And you had samples of both men's fingerprints, correct?
Yes.
And so, at least from fingerprint analysis, there's no evidence in this case of their prints being put anywhere, correct?
Correct. I did not identify their fingerprints on that plastic.
And as far as all the photographs that were done and all of the work that you did looking through the house and the scene sketches that you made, there's no evidence that you found that put Mr. Zuazo in the Murray's house during your crime scene analysis on October 11th, correct?
As it relates to my involvement, no.
Thank you. I have no further questions. If I may just approach to retrieve that document.
Thank you, Mr. McCarthy. Any cross-exam for Hernandez? Yes. Go ahead.
I'll just wait one moment. Good morning, ma'am. So I want to talk a little bit about your involvement. So I know that you testified that there was a number of people from the forensic team that was there with you on that day. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. In looking at page 1 of your report, it lists personnel. I have told 9 people. Does that sound correct?
Could I refer to my notes?
Would it refresh your recollection?
Yes.
Yes. Let me know when you've reviewed it.
Yes, that's correct.
All right. So how is it that you divide up the duties? Do some people, as you stated, you have some specialties in fingerprint analysis and crime scene analysis. I'm assuming other people have different specialties. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So how do you divide up the duties when you get to a live scene?
We're all trained to do all of the processing techniques that we use. Sometimes when somebody comes from a particular unit, they will just naturally do that portion of the processing. So we mentioned Sierra Ramirez earlier. She is from the biology unit. So she typically will do any DNA collection. The other processing item we do, such as the sketch or the photo, is just kind of divided up, all trained to do it all, and we just divide it on who needs something to do as we get there at the same time. So different things naturally take place, and the duties are just divvied up, as needed.
So okay. Now, when you get to, are you first briefed by the officers that are already there?
Typically, yes.
Okay. Do they draw your attention to what they have found, or about your way and find all of the things that you can locate?
Yes, they will usually tell us what they have already found or seen at the scene, and then as we go through, we will look for any in addition to what they've already seen.
Okay. And who makes the call on what evidence to actually collect, like put in bags and take with you? Who makes that call in this team of 9?
That is usually kind of a collaborative effort between the crime scene team and the investigators. Ultimately, it's the investigators' scene, so they will make the ultimate decision of what to collect.
Okay. And are you involved in the actual collection of the evidence when that decision has been made?
Sometimes, yes.
Okay. Were you in this particular case?
Yes.
Okay. And you collect evidence. Can you describe that to the jury? Is everything thrown in one bag? Is it separate? How does that work?
Yes, it's photographed and then everything is put in their its own bag for preservation purposes and designated with the appropriate information on.
Do you use paper bags or plastic?
It depends on the evidence.
Can you describe that?
You Stop and Shop bags, don't you know that?
Biological evidence, we're using paper because it's able to breathe. Things that can go in plastic might be currency or things that don't, things that you're not worried about, mold growth would go in plastic, but typically we're using paper.
Okay, and you said biological. Is that some type of blood or liquid substance on an item? Is that what you meant by biological?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Do you know your approximate time of arrival on October 11th?
I believe it was 2:18 p.m.
Okay. Now, you had testified that not only do you take information from the officers as to what they have already found, but obviously you do your own search of the area. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So the juries were shown a body camera where the responding officer noticed blood on the wall and the handrail leading down to the basement. I am not seeing that at all in any of your reports. Do you recall, or if you need to refresh your recollection, do you know if that was photographed by yourself or any swabs were done of that particular area?
I don't believe I don't remember being told about that. If it is in a photograph, it would be in one of the overall photographs that it was just captured in. I wouldn't have taken a direct photograph of that.
Okay, so we did see a direct photo of the bloody swipe, I think it was described as, upstairs. So I'm talking about essentially a bloody swipe or some type of blood that was on a handrail. Do you have any recollection of seeing that and or documenting it in any of your reports?
No.
I know Mr. McCarthy spent some time going through all of the items that you tested for fingerprints. Is it fair to say, in looking at your report, you tested 98 items, or 98 times you tested something that was collected?
I developed 98 fingerprints on the clear plastic tarp.
Okay, so out of the 98 prints, you were unable to compare those to either Mr. Zuazo or Mr. Hernandez, correct?
Yes, all 98 prints were on that one item.
Nothing further, thank you. Oh, one moment. Absolutely. You mentioned what time you arrived. Do you recall, or is it listed somewhere in your report what time you left?
Yes, can I refer to that?
If it refreshes your recollection, yes, you may.
It will. 21:05.
And for us people who use the regular clock and not military time, do you know what time that is?
5 after 9.
Thank you. All set, Mr. McCarthy? No further questions, thank you.
All right, thank you. Read your act here.
Just follow on the questions that they asked. You talked about the fingerprint evidence and also biological or DNA evidence. Did you remember talking about that briefly? Is it sometimes that you have to make a choice that you can test it for one or the other, but not both?
Yes.
And why is that?
The processes that we use for fingerprints can sometimes destroy DNA. And also when they are testing items for DNA, they will swab and potentially wipe away any fingerprints. So a lot of times we will have them choose one or the other.
Okay. And that picking or choosing, does that come in consultation with the detective in charge of a case?
Yes, that is up to them.
Okay. And it's not for you to, what the detective believes should test it for one thing and not the other. Is that fairly correct?
Correct. We can give our opinion on what we think would be the better choice, but it's up to them ultimately.
Okay. And you could tell the detective, I understand you want fingerprints on this marble, but I really think, in my experience, we're not going to get fingerprints off of the marble.
Yes.
You've had that discussion in theory with officers in the past?
Yes.
Okay. There was also some discussion about the blood swabs at the scene. So you already testified Sierra Ramirez was at the scene?
Yes.
And her specialty is the DNA and blood collection?
That's correct.
Okay. And if there was any blood collection, that would have been through her, is that right?
Yes.
Talked about lack of fingerprints on the duct tape, correct?
That's correct. It was very crumpled, and if you know what duct tape is like, it's hard to pull apart. So it was kind of just a mass of sticky tape.
Okay. Finally, I know Mr. McCarthy asked you a little bit about the duct taping process, I guess, for lack of a better term, with gloves. You're not a duct tape expert, I would guess, but is it also possible to open duct tape where you have your glove left on one hand and you pry it open with the other to open a roll of duct tape?
I would think so.
Yeah, there's not a single way that you can get duct tape off the roll, is that right?
I'm sure not.
Okay. I don't have any other questions, Judge.
Okay, all right, you're all set. Thank you. You may step down. Any objection to releasing?
No, Judge.
I have no objection,
No, okay, why don't you guys come up first? everybody? Okay, please be seated. Okay, before we get going with this afternoon's testimony, I just want to kindly remind the jurors that when you are out in the public within the courthouse, to not make contact with anybody. Please refrain from saying hello to anybody, whether or not you recognize them or don't recognize them. It's my understanding that a juror has said hello to one of the lawyers. We don't find that there was anything wrong with that, nor did that lawyer continue that conversation or respond. But please do not.
Can't even say
that,
hi?
okay? Please do not do that. That instruction is very important, and it's for the necessity to maintain even an appearance of impropriety. In addition, there are restrooms within your jury room. So I know that we might have staggered the time frame of when you came in today, 8:30 and then 9 o'clock. If you get here early, you are still welcome to buzz the side door. A member of chamber staff will let you into your jury room. Please try to use the restrooms within your jury room and not out in the public, as that could cause others to run into you in that situation, okay? So I know it's awkward and it's not how we typically conduct our normal day-to-day lives, but it is important that we do that in this trial. Thank you. All right, people's next witness.
People call Thomas Colleen.
You don't even try to catch them, Spike.
This way to be sworn in.
All right, good afternoon, sir. If you could just stay standing once you get in the box and raise your right hand and look face me, and I'll get you sworn in. Do you swear or affirm the testimony that you're going to provide this afternoon is the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Please be seated, and then tell us your name.
My name is Thomas Keelan,
All right, you're a witness. What's your question?
Thank you. Could you tell us how old you are, please?
51. Oh, no, 52.
Can you tell us how you're employed?
POCO employs me.
And what does POCO do as a company?
Company.
How long have you worked for them?
Over 20 years.
Okay. What do you do with them?
Signs.
We're going with first names this trial.
Were you, as an employee of that company, were you given a company truck to take home?
Yes.
And can you describe the truck that you were given to take home?
It's a white truck, Ford truck with POCO logos on it, on the side doors, and DOT numbers on it, and a POCO plate.
Okay.
POCO.
Was it a Ford or a Chevy?
Ford.
And do you know what, is it a 250, 150, something else?
I think it's a 250, I'm not sure.
Okay. And how long were you assigned that vehicle prior to September 29th of 2024?
We usually vary vehicles, you know, so I've been driving that for probably a week or two.
Okay, so the vehicles rotate around?
Yes.
And what would you note as far as the vehicle regarding the doors and their locking ability?
The driver's side door wouldn't lock, so I had to keep that unlocked.
And what about the ignition? Did you need a key to start the ignition?
Yes.
And when you would drive that car home, would you park it in the driveway in front of your house or someplace else?
When I'm at home, it's in my driveway. When my daughter's house was in front of the house.
Okay. And can you tell us, I don't need an address, but what area were you living in back on September 29th?
Dearborn Heights.
Okay. And do you recall the evening of September 29th of 2024? With the vehicle, did you park it someplace
Yes.
that night?
Yes.
And where was it parked when you went to bed?
In front of the house.
And what was the last time you recall seeing it that night?
Probably when I went to bed between 10 and 11. I didn't look at the clock, but it was probably about 10 or 11.
Okay. Was there any type of alarm system on the truck itself?
No.
Okay. As far as grades of truck, A being phenomenal and Z being not such a great truck, where would you rate it in that?
System.
The alphabet, it's not that.
Okay. And did you wake up on
What kind of
September 30th?
system is A to Z?
Yes, I woke up at September 30th at about 5 o'clock in the morning.
And did you go out to your truck?
Yes.
And did you find your truck?
No, it was gone.
Did you call the Dearborn Heights Police Department?
Yes.
Did you report it as stolen?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as People's Exhibit number Q. If I could approach, Judge? This plate?
Yes.
POCO 32, is that the plate that was on your vehicle?
Yes.
And that was a company plate?
Yes.
And I'm going to show you what's been marked as People's Exhibit number 15A. Do you recognize that vehicle on fire?
Yeah, I recognize the vehicle, yeah.
Your Honor, the people moved People's Exhibit 3Q and 15A into evidence.
Any objection here?
I don't have any objection to A. I would ask for more foundation as to B. He said he recognized it. If you could tell us how it is that he
You said,
recognized it.
3Q is the focal plate, right? And then what was the other
Yeah.
one?
His truck on fire.
I understand it, but he didn't give us that testimony.
What exhibit number is that?
15A.
He didn't lay the foundation yet. We don't know why the truck's on fire,
Establish a little bit more foundation.
how's the truck
do you
on fire,
recognize that
where he
truck?
found the truck
How
on
do you
fire.
Because of the bed and the brackets and the frames and all that, yeah.
There's a special frame on the back of the truck.
No, they just, it's to hold signs up when we leave signs against it, so they build that railing on it, so the signs don't leave, they stand up.
And looking at it, that would be truck.
Yeah.
I move that in that.
We should give an affidavit.
Any objection, Ms. Lawson? So that's 3Q and 15.
Yes, Judge. Just going to ask you a final question. You haven't been to court before to testify in this case, correct? Okay. I'm going to ask you if you could look at the two individuals, and I'll move the podium out of the way, starting with the defendant over on the far side of the courtroom. Have you ever seen him before?
No.
You don't know him?
No.
Not a friend of yours?
No.
The second defendant, who's closer to me, have you ever seen him before?
No.
Don't know him?
No.
No contact before? I don't know any other questions.
I have no questions.
And on behalf of Hernandez?
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon. Just very briefly, you do not have cameras at your home, correct?
No, that was my daughter's house. No, there's no cameras.
There's no cameras. I have nothing further. Thank you.
Any redirect here?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. You may step down. You're all
Can
set.
Okay.
can this witness be excused?
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Please excuse.
Thank you.
Yep.
People call Linda Murray.
That's his wife. That's the dead guy's wife.
Mrs. Murray, if you could approach this way. I'll ask you to step up, and the judge will swear you in.
I'll just step on the way up, and I'll get you sworn in. If it's possible, if you can stay standing and raise your right hand, I'll get you sworn in. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear
Mike
affirm the
is
testimony
freaking
you're
out
gonna
over
provide
the
today is
peanut
the
that
truth,
got
the whole truth,
away.
Nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Please be seated, and then tell us your name.
Linda Murray.
Your witness.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I'm going to ask you to speak up very loudly, because it's not just the folks to your right that need to hear you. The folks out in the first couple rows need to hear you, okay?
So do we.
If you don't speak up loud enough, we're going to see some hands from the folks there, meaning they can't hear you, okay?
Okay.
If you don't understand something I ask, or if I'm not clear, just ask me to repeat it, and I'll repeat whatever question it was. Okay?
See?
And have you been married?
Yes.
And can you tell us the name of your husband?
Jane Murray,
And how old was he at the time of his passing?
3.
And do you have any grandchildren from your kids?
Yes.
How many grandkids?
11.
I'm going to direct your attention back to about a year ago. Was your husband still working at that time?
Yes.
And can you tell us how he was working?
He was a jeweler, and he worked at his store every day.
Okay. And can you tell us the name of his store?
One was Golden Glitter, which is a jewelry store, and then on the other side was Hamtramck Pawnbrokers
Okay. Where were they located, those stores?
in Hamtramck.
Okay. And he would go there on a regular basis?
Yes.
Did he have a regular schedule that you were aware of when he'd go and when he'd typically come home?
Yes.
Would he vary that schedule very much, or is he someone who is pretty consistent with his schedule?
Pretty consistent.
Okay, and during the week, Monday through Friday, what times would he approximately leave your residence and then go to those stores?
Around 12 noon,
Okay, and what time would he typically return home?
7.
Did he work on the weekend?
Only Saturday.
Okay. What type of car did he drive at the time?
An Audi,
And was it a brand new one or an older one?
older one.
And he had had that vehicle for some time?
Yes.
How long do you think it was, best guess, that he had had that car?
5, 6 years.
Okay, and did you have your own car?
Yes.
What kind of car did you have?
Infinity.
Okay. When your husband would go to these stores, were you aware of whether or not he'd ever carry a firearm for protection?
Yes.
And what type of gun was that?
A Glock,
Okay. And was your husband right-handed or left-handed?
right-handed.
Okay. And would he wear that holster on the right side?
Yes.
Now, when your husband would go back and forth between the stores, living at that point in time,
And Rochester Hills,
and can you tell us the address?
3730 Newcastle.
Was that located in the city of Rochester Hills in Oakland County, Michigan?
Yes.
And how long have you lived there at that residence?
26 years.
Because of the nature of his business, dealing with pawn and dealing with jewelry, did you have any type of safe at your residence?
No.
No wall safe, no portable safe, no safe at all?
No.
Would your husband keep cash otherwise outside of the safe in a mattress or something like that at your house?
No.
Would you keep any type of valuable jewelry at your house?
No.
Did you have any jewelry that was costume jewelry?
Yes.
And where did you keep that?
In the jewelry box in my room, my bedroom.
Okay. Did you have any jewelry that was better than costume jewelry?
No.
Okay. When we get to October 10th of 2024, do you recall the events of that day and that evening?
Yes.
Okay. Were you at home that evening?
Yes.
Okay. Approximately 10 o'clock p.m. Can you tell us if anything unusual happened?
A gentleman, Hernandez, came to the front door and said that he was from DTE and needed to check for a gas leak.
Okay. Now, you identified him by name as Defendant Hernandez just now on the record. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. You did testify earlier at the preliminary examination back in district court December of last year?
Yes.
Okay. And you identified one of the defendants as Defendant Hernandez back then?
Yes.
Okay. Was Defendant Hernandez alone when he came to that door?
No.
Okay. Now, who was the other person that was at that door with him?
Zuazo was not at the door. He was standing on the walk.
Okay. There was a second person with him?
Yes.
Okay. Was that person, what description of nationality, ethnic background would you say that person was?
Average size, average height, black.
Okay. Where was it when you were first attention drawn to somebody being at the front door?
My Ring camera gave me notification through my phone.
Okay. And where were you physically at in your house when you got that notification?
Upstairs by the master bedroom.
When you say you had Ring cameras around the outside of the house?
Yes.
And those Ring cameras were set up to notify you if somebody came to the door?
Yes,
And was it a Ring camera system where you could actually view on your camera what was going on those cameras?
yes,
And you could actually see on your camera what was going on at the front door?
yes.
Now, after you see that, do you leave your master bedroom or do you stay there?
No, I stay in the hallway by the door.
Okay, and when we talk about the hallway, are we talking about where the banister is?
Yes.
And what do you see happen as you're standing at the banister?
My husband opens the front door and asks Hernandez, could he help him?
Okay, did you know where your husband was before he walked to the front door?
In the family room.
So what do you see happen when your husband opens the front door?
I see Hernandez standing there with a clipboard, asking my husband to sign it for permission to enter the house.
Okay. Were you able to hear the discussion that Defendant Hernandez was having with your husband?
Only that he asked him to come in and check for the heat exchanger on the furnace.
Was there anything said about who they were at the door?
Just DTE workers.
Okay. Could you see any way that they were, let me just say, that Defendant Hernandez was dressed?
He was had a yellow vest on and a hat and mask.
Okay. And how would you describe his size?
Very large.
What did your husband say to them when when Hernandez asked about coming inside?
What he asked, well, why? And Hernandez says he needed to check for a gas leak.
Okay. Did you get involved in the conversation?
Yes. Hernandez says, isn't it a little late for you to be coming to the door?
Okay. Was there any response to that?
No, he just said, I'm sorry, I have to check for the gas leak.
Did you say anything else in that direction to your husband while they were at the door?
Yes, I asked him if he had his gun.
Okay. And how loudly did you say that?
Loud enough for everybody to hear.
Okay. Was the door open at the point in time you said that?
Yes.
Okay. And what do you see that second person doing when that conversation was going on? The second individual there.
At that time, my attention was on Hernandez. I believe Zuazo was still on the walk. He wasn't up on the porch.
Okay. Were you able to see the second person from the Ring camera?
Yes.
Okay. What indication?
They said that they were sorry to bother us and they'll come back tomorrow.
Okay. Now, I want to be very specific because we have two different people on trial here. So the word they doesn't help specify. So when you say they, is there one person who says that?
Yes, Hernandez.
Okay. And what happens after Hernandez says they'll come back tomorrow?
They leave.
Okay. Did you have any discussion after your husband closes the door about what just happened?
I just asked my husband, I said, I don't smell gas, do you? He said no.
Okay. Did you call the police?
No.
Did you call DTE?
No.
The next day, we're on to October 11th of 2024. Do you recall what you were doing that morning?
Preparing breakfast and lunch for the workers.
Okay. Did you go any place before you started to prepare breakfast that morning?
Yes, I had a doctor's appointment.
Okay. And did you go to that doctor's appointment with your husband or alone?
Alone.
And was your husband at the house when you got back?
Yes.
And did you drive your Infiniti to go to your doctor's appointment?
Yes.
Okay. When you get back into the house, where's your husband?
To take to work.
Was that something he would commonly do, or is this a special occasion?
No, always.
Okay. And when you say people at work, approximately how many people would be working at his stores on a daily basis?
About 5.
Okay. So when you come back in, is he still cooking or has he finished cooking?
No, he's finished.
And this is approximately 10 a.m.?
Yes.
Okay. As time goes by, is there a knock at the front door?
Yes.
What happens when there's a knock on the front door?
I hear, through the ring camera that someone was saying DTE.
Okay. So, do you go to the front door? Does your husband go to the front door? Does nobody go to the front door?
My husband goes to the front door,
Okay. And where are you at when he goes to the front door?
in that hallway by the front door.
Okay. You're able to see what happens at the front door from where you're at?
Yes.
Can you tell us what you see happen when you see your husband go to the front door?
He opens the door and Hernandez again asks him to sign the clipboard to give him permission to come into the house.
Okay, let me stop you there. When you say Hernandez, do you recognize Hernandez as the same person who was there the night before?
Yes.
Do you see that person in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Could you please point to and identify an article of clothing that he's wearing?
He's sitting to my left wearing a polo shirt.
Your Honor, may the record reflect this witness has identified defendant Hernandez?
The record reflects the witness has identified the defendant.
Was defendant Hernandez there alone, or was there somebody else there?
No, Zawaza was with him.
Okay. Do they come into the house, or do they stay outside?
No, they come in.
Okay. And how close do you get to who you just said by name, Zawaza? How close did you get to him?
5 feet maybe.
Okay. And how was he dressed?
Just regular, ordinary work clothes.
Okay.
With a vest.
Throughout this process, were you able to get a good enough look of the second person there to identify him?
Yes,
Okay. Did you identify him also at district court?
yes.
I'm going to move the podium for 10 seconds. If you look around the courtroom, do you see the, I'm not sure if that helped. Do you see the second person in the courtroom?
Yes.
Could you please point to and identify an article of clothing that he's
He's
wearing?
sitting to the end of the table with a blue shirt.
Your Honor, may the record reflect this witness has identified defendant Zuazo.
The record reflects the witness has identified the defendant.
So what happens once they both come into the house?
They start walking toward the basement.
Okay, now, do you have any gas-related products in the basement?
Yes,
What do you have, as best you remember, that's in the basement that's a gas-related product?
2 furnaces and 2 water heaters.
Okay. When they're headed towards the basement, do they immediately go down to the basement?
No,
What happens
How does
before?
we get clarification on they, who all we're speaking about in that multiple?
You can rephrase.
Does defendant Hernandez and defendant Zuazo immediately go down to the basement?
no.
Okay. What happens before defendant Hernandez? I don't want to assume he goes down, but what happens before that?
The Waza goes into the laundry room, and I assumed he was gonna look for gas leak, but he looked at the wall where I have artwork instead. And Hernandez.
Were you with him when he went into the laundry room?
In that little hallway, yeah.
Okay. And do you have a gas dryer in that room?
Yes.
Okay. And do you see what Hernandez was doing?
He was standing by the garage door and the basement door, there's a hallway that he was standing between.
Okay. And does anything happen before they head down, the 2 defendants head downstairs?
Hernandez tells me that he forgot his meter and he had to go to the truck to get it.
And were you able to tell from your observations whether or not he left the house?
No, I don't know if he left the house because the door would have a chime to it when you open it.
Did you hear the charm?
No,
How long would you say that Hernandez was out of your sight after he had made that comment?
a minute maybe?
Okay. Does defendant Hernandez return?
Yes.
What happens after he returns?
My husband starts to go down the basement steps.
Okay, when your husband goes down the basement steps, does anyone follow him down?
Yes, Hernandez does.
Okay, and who?
No, I'm sorry. Zawaza does.
Okay, I just want to be clear. Which of the 2 defendants goes down behind your husband?
Zawaza.
Okay, and does defendant Hernandez go down the steps also?
Yes.
And does one of the 2 defendants or your husband close the door to the basement?
I didn't notice who closed the door.
Okay. Does the door get closed to the basement?
Yes.
Where do you go after they head down into the basement?
I finish up making breakfast.
Okay, and how long do you think that takes?
Oh, I was almost done, so
Making the breakfast. How long would you say that the defendants were downstairs?
10, 15 minutes.
People have different tones to their voice. Would you categorize your husband as a soft talker or a loud talker?
Loud talking.
Okay. When your husband was down in the basement with the defendants, did you hear him at all?
No.
Did you hear any commotion at all?
No.
Did you hear any cries out at all?
No.
Also, folks have different abilities physically as we age. How would you characterize your husband's physical abilities at his age?
Very active and strong.
He was a strong man?
Yes.
And he was still a strong man at his age?
Yes.
What's the first thing that you remember after that 10 to 15 minutes passes while the two defendants are in the basement?
I was sitting at my kitchen table, and Hernandez comes up from the basement, and I stepped towards him to see if he needed something.
And what happens then?
Then he asks me, he says, "Where's the jewelry and where's the money? And where's the safe?" I'm sorry. And I said, "I have no safe." And he says, "Where's the jewelry?" And I said, "In the bank, in the safety deposit box." And then he says, "Where's the money?" And I said, "Just what's in my purse and what's in my husband's pocket."
And how much money did you have, especially remember, in your purse that day?
About $300.
And how much would your husband typically carry on him in cash?
About $5,000.
And can you tell us, after you responded that way, what happens?
Zuazo comes upstairs also. And
So he comes up behind Defendant Hernandez?
Yes, yes.
And how long would you say the delay between Defendant Hernandez coming up and Defendant Zuazo is between that?
Seconds.
Okay. Were you still talking to Defendant Hernandez about your money and your cash and your husband's cash at the time Zuazo appeared, or was that part of the conversation over?
That was over, and I asked him, "Where's my husband?" several times.
Okay. Are you asking Defendant Hernandez where your husband is?
I was asking both of them.
Okay. And what happens when you're asking about your husband?
Zuazo tells me that he's sleeping, and I notice blood on his vest, and I start screaming.
Okay. And what happens as, let me ask you this, does Defendant Hernandez say anything in response after Defendant Zuazo says he's sleeping?
Not that I recall.
What's your response after you see the blood?
I was screaming, and Hernandez hits me in the face to cover my mouth.
Okay. And when you say he hits you in your face, there's a front, there's a right, and there's a left side of your face. Which side, if you can remember, he struck you?
The left,
Was it a hard or soft strike?
hard.
Did you receive injuries from that strike?
Yes,
Did you later, after the events are over, end up going to get medical attention for the strike?
yes,
Did you end up losing your front tooth at some point from related to the strike?
yes.
How long was it after the strike that you ended up losing your tooth?
About a month, 3 weeks a month.
Okay. After you're struck, what happens next?
He asks me if I will stop screaming when he removes his hand from my mouth and sits me at the kitchen chair.
Okay. And what, if anything, is he saying to you at that point?
Again, he's asking me, where is the safe, where is the jewelry, where is the money? And I would reply the same answer.
At that point in time, where is Defendant Zuazo?
He went up the back stairs, up to the master bedroom.
Okay, and you saw him go up the back stairs?
Yes,
Okay. From your recollections of that day, did Defendant Hernandez ever go upstairs?
no.
What's going on as Defendant Zuazo is upstairs? What's going on with you and Defendant Hernandez?
Hernandez is binding my hands and my ankles together.
Okay,
Duct tape.
and is that against your will?
Yes,
Okay. Did you notice if any of your items were taken that day?
yes.
What was taken from you?
When Zuazas came downstairs, I saw that he was carrying a drawer from my jewelry box.
Okay, and that was without your consent?
Yes,
Was there anything taken from your purse that was without your consent?
yes,
What was taken from your purse?
$300.
Okay. Were there any other items that you were missing after that day?
Well, my phone, Hernandez took my phone and put it in his pocket and took my iPhone watch and threw it across the table.
Okay, and obviously there was police involvement. Did you ever recover your husband's Glock? Was that ever recovered?
No,
While Hernandez is in the kitchen, do you see what else he's doing while he's there?
he nonchalantly goes to one of the kitchen drawers, opens it, looks at it, and shuts it.
Okay. Do you see defendant Zuazo return?
Yes,
Okay, and after he returns, does he come down the front stairs or those back stairs again?
the back stairs.
How long were they in the house after defendant Zuazo returns from the upstairs?
A couple minutes because Hernandez wanted to put me in the closet, but because I was bound, I couldn't move, so he sat me back in the chair.
And what do you mean by he tried to put you in a closet?
They wanted me to, Hernandez and Zuazo wanted to put me in the closet and shut the door, I imagine.
Okay, and when you say they, I think you then specified, but what were each of those individuals doing at that point? Tell us specifically what was Hernandez doing to try to put you in a closet?
He grabbed me by the shoulder and the arm, but then I was really wobbly and he sat me down in the chair.
Okay. Can you tell me what defendant Zuazo was doing?
He looked a little nervous and was like moving from foot to foot and told Hernandez, "Let's go, bro."
Okay.
I didn't hear that quote from the co-defendant.
Ms. Murray, can you repeat, please?
Zuazo asked Hernandez, "Let's go, bro."
Okay, I'm going to show you what's been, and did they exit the house?
Yes,
How did they exit the house?
through the garage door.
Can I have just 1 second? Did they go out the garage door, did you say?
Yes,
How long were they in the garage?
2 or 3 minutes.
Okay, and did you still have your Infinity keys?
No, Hernandez took my keys.
What do you hear coming from the garage?
I hear the door slam down, the garage door. I hear that slam.
And was any type of remote control clicker for the garage connected to your keys?
No,
Okay. How was it that you were able to free yourself from being duct taped?
around my ankles there was a small tab of tape that was loose, and I worked it around until it came off.
Okay. And were you able to make a phone call to the authorities since your phone, the cell phone was gone?
Yes,
And how were you able to do that?
the house phone.
Okay. And did you call 911?
Yes,
And how long would you say it was after 911 that the deputies arrived?
5 minutes, it was quick.
In that 5 minutes before the deputies arrived, did you hear anything or any sounds or noises coming from the basement?
No,
Did you go down into the basement?
no,
Okay, and to this date, you haven't seen any photos of the basement, is that correct?
correct.
Okay, I'm not going to show you any photos today either, but I just want to ask you just a couple things. Did your husband wear any type of rings or jewelry?
Yes,
And what kind of ring or jewelry would he wear?
he had a diamond jewelry, a ring on his finger, and a diamond watch.
Okay, and when you say a ring on his finger, what hand was that finger attached to, right or left?
I think it was the right.
Okay, and you indicated that he had a nice watch. Was that a Rolex watch?
Yes.
Okay. Did your husband wear glasses?
No.
No glasses.
Only for reading.
For reading?
Yes.
Okay, so let me show you what's been marked as photograph 1EE. It should appear up there. Does photograph 1EE accurately depict the injury that you sustained to your face?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 1FF. Does 1FF show a side view of the injury that you sustained to your face?
Yes.
I'll show you what's been marked as 1GG. Does that photograph accurately depict the injury that you sustained to your wrist?
Yes.
And I'll show you what's been marked as 1HH. Does that accurately depict the injury that you sustained to your shoulder?
Yes.
Your Honor, the people would move those exhibits 1EE, 1FF, and 1GG, and 1HH into evidence.
Any objection?
I have no objection.
No, right there.
Once the sheriff office got involved, they went through the house that day?
Yes.
Okay, and I'm going to show you some photographs. I'm going to show you what's been marked as 1D. Okay, do you recognize that as the top of your stairs?
Yes.
Okay, you see the closet that's depicted in that photograph as open?
Yes.
Would you have left that closet open when you were in the house?
No.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 1F, leading into your master. Do you recognize that as your master?
Yes.
Do you recognize that chest of drawers?
Yes.
Was it left that way when you were last upstairs?
No.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 1H. It's a different view. Can you tell us what you see in 1H?
Drawers scattered on the floor.
Okay.
And items on the floor.
Okay. I'll show you what's been marked as 1I. Can you tell us what you see in that picture?
Drawers on the floor.
And 1K?
The armoire open.
Okay. And the drawers should be inside, but they're not inside. Is that correct?
Correct.
Did you have any type of jewelry box upstairs?
Yes.
And where was that jewelry box kept?
In my closet.
Did you notice when you finally went through the house, was that jewelry box where it should have been?
No.
And can you tell us, do you recall where you found it?
It was laying on the floor in the master bedroom.
And were any of the drawers missing from there?
Yes, one.
And what was kept in that jewelry box?
Costume jewelry.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 3BB, as in boy. Do me a favor and look this way. Okay. Do you see 3BB?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And how do you recognize that?
Those are my costume jewelry in my glass case.
Okay. And the sheriff's department later recovered these items and showed them to you?
Yes.
Did you identify those items as what was in the house before the defendants came in that day?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 3CC. Do you recognize that as the contents of your costume jewelry?
Yes.
I'm going to direct your attention to what's in the middle of that. It looks like some sort of award. Do you recognize that award?
Yes,
And can you tell us how you recognize that?
that was my grandfather's sports award that he got when he was young.
Okay. And that had been passed down through your family.
Yes,
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 3EE. You recognize that costume jewelry as some more of the costume jewelry?
yes,
All these items were taken without your consent?
yes,
As this case has progressed, did you turn over the Ring camera video to the Sheriff's Department?
yes,
And you had a chance to review the Ring camera videos both from the 10th and from the 11th of October?
yes,
Did they accurately reflect what occurred and what you remember happening on those Ring camera videos?
yes,
And you also testified to that at preliminary examination?
yes.
Your Honor, the people would move the Ring camera videos that have been designated 5C, 5D, and 5E and request to publish those.
Right, but before we get to that, did you admit 3BB, 3C, what the witness just testified to? I don't see that as being admitted previously in this house.
I didn't because the guy from Cato County is coming tomorrow, but I'll move those in today.
Okay, I mean, it's not, do it as you see fit, I just wanna make sure we're not missing something. All right, so the Ring cameras are which numbers?
They got renumbered, 5C, 5D, and 5E. They were all on just 5, but because of things, it got renumbered.
Okay, and then, the parties have seen the Ring camera, is there any
That is
objection
correct.
to admission to it?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, all right, good then.
And that's
Could we-
5C, 5D, 5E, correct?
Yes. Permission to publish?
You may publish.
Thanks for stopping by. If you'd like to leave a message, you can do it now.
Or DTE. We're checking for gas leaks. Went in the restaurant, when she thought rid of her.
Just a minute. In the front door. I don't know.
It's DTE.
DTE. That's kind of a late for you guys to be coming around.
I'm not even working in the neighborhood.
DTE, I don't know, this is fine.
Well, we just got a question. Have you guys had, are you Mr. Hussein Murder? We're looking for gas leak. We gotta check their back, behind the house for the open meter. Thank you. On the seat.
See what's there. Hello? No, I'm coming. Oh, I'm coming. Yes.
This is the wife.
And I didn't want to bother you guys for.
This is the wife of the victim on the stand telling about the home invasion that happened to her. These two guys dressed up like they were from the electric company and said they needed to come in to investigate a gas leak. They came the night before at 10 o'clock at night and they said, no, you can't come in. It's too late. And they said, okay, we'll come back tomorrow. And they came back the next morning, said they needed to go down the basement and check for a gas leak. And when they did, they beat up her husband and killed him I don't think they meant to kill him, but they killed him. And then they went upstairs. They asked her where the money was, the safe was, the jewels were. They had no jewels, only costume jewelry. She had $300 in her purse. They didn't have a safe. He owned a jewelry store and a pawn shop. So, and obviously, look at that house. They had money. So they thought that they had stuff at their house, which they didn't. So they killed this man for $300, some costume jewelry, a Rolex watch, a phone, an Apple Watch. That's about it.
We had to check the outside. We go home. And I didn't want to bother you guys for late, but we had to check the outside.
Yeah, I understand. I do understand. Yes.
Listen, how you doing today, sir? I'm all right. So, you want to read? What am I paying for? Just to give us consent to check the inside of the home. So what we have to do is we have to check for like cracks in the heat.
And this next one is Exhibit 5D.
Did you go
For the record, yes. And there's also 5E, which is the garage video, which I didn't mention.
Any objection to 5E?
No, I've seen 5E, so no objection.
Okay.
Words,
All right.
dude. You don't need to say that many. Any objections? No, Your Honor. You don't have to say, oh no, I've already seen the video, I don't care. You don't need that many words.
Let me ask you just a few questions. When we were watching the video, the October 10th video, it looks like Mr. Hernandez is wearing like a N95 mask. Do you recall him wearing a mask?
Yes.
And was Defendant Zazo also wearing some face covering at that time?
Yes.
Okay, on the October 11th time that they were at your house, was Defendant Hernandez also wearing face covering?
Yes.
And was Defendant Zuazo wearing a face covering?
Part of the time.
Okay, when you say part of the time, was there a point where that face covering gets moved?
I think when he came up the stairs from the basement, he wasn't wearing a mask.
Okay, so when he came up from the basement, Defendant Zuazo's mask was not on?
Correct.
I don't have any other questions, Judge.
All right, cross-examine Zuazo.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Ms. Murray.
Good afternoon.
I know that you and I met back on the day of the preliminary examination, which was December 17th of last year. I'm just going to tell you the same thing that I said that day. My name is Michael McCarthy. I represent Joshua Zuazo. I have some questions to ask you here today regarding your testimony. And if I don't make one of my questions clear to you, please tell me that. Then I'll rephrase it, okay?
Okay.
I just want you to answer the questions, you know, that you understand the questions before you answer them.
Okay.
All right, thank you. Now, the event of what occurred on that day, the 11th of October, certainly nothing like that ever happened before in your lifetime, correct?
Correct.
Very traumatic, without question, correct?
Correct.
And
client killed her
now,
husband, yeah.
almost a year has passed, and it's given you quite a bit of time to think about what occurred, correct?
Correct.
And whether you wanted to be thinking about it or not, you have this constantly on your mind, correct?
Correct.
And coming here to court again is something which, if you were able to have it fade from your memory, brought it all back to the foreground a second time, correct?
Correct.
And you're here now giving your testimony, and certainly this has been something you've been preparing for and weighing, and it's been weighing heavily on you as this day, the first day of October approached, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And in order to be able to testify, you had to sit
I wrote in my notes, counsel is an idiot, correct? Correct.
down and speak with the attorneys representing the prosecutor's office, correct?
Correct.
And you had interviews with Mr. Petrofessa and perhaps with Mr. Magaro, correct?
Correct.
And you've also spoken with a number of law enforcement officers ever since the first day that this occurred, correct?
Correct.
They came to your house. Deputy Copeland was the first man through the door at your house. You remember that, right?
Correct.
And then that was a pretty upsetting thing when you were talking with him about, you didn't even know what had happened at that point, right?
Correct.
I mean, you knew that you got tied up. There was something that happened with your property, but you didn't know where your husband was.
Correct.
And as the day wore on, things just got worse.
Correct.
And then after you were asked to step outside of the house, another deputy came along,
this
Deputy
always
Hagman, and
happens to me.
he took you to
Yeah.
his police
It
car, so
keeps
that at least you
happening to
could be
me.
sitting down away from the house instead of sitting on your front porch, as you were when you first encountered him, right?
Yes.
And because when you were sitting on the porch, one of the things you observed, you were sitting right there, was all the other deputies that came to your home to see what happened, right?
Yes.
And they were heavily armed, correct?
Yes.
And obviously, everybody was taking what happened at your house very seriously, correct?
Yes.
All right. And so then you didn't go back into your house. Instead, you ended up going to the hospital, correct?
Yes.
And you had those pictures taken at some point during the day before you got to the hospital or before you got into a hospital bed. Is that right?
I'm not sure if it was the same day or the next day, but
Okay. But those pictures were taken so that there would be a record of the injury you sustained, correct?
yes.
And you spent the night, at least, of the 11th and the 12th of October in the hospital, right?
No.
No? How did that go?
I was released and, after they did CAT scan, I was released to go home.
During the time you were in the hospital, you met with another detective, isn't that true?
Yes,
Detective Weitzman, I think his name is, or Wigeman, rather?
I assume.
Okay, but another detective
Yes.
came to see you while you were in the emergency room, is that
Yes.
right? Okay. And then that same detective met with you some more times over the course of the next couple of days, correct?
Correct.
And those meetings were conducted at your son's home, isn't that right?
I repeat that?
I said those meetings were conducted at your son's home, isn't that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And so there was a lot of discussion about this incident at your house in those first few days. You would agree with that, right?
Yes.
And somewhere along the line, you learned what the name of the first person that had came to your door was, or had come to your door, rather, was Mr. Hernandez. You remember that?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury how it is you came to know what his name was?
Police officer told me.
Okay. And then at some point, you came to know the name of Mr. Zawazo, is that right?
Yes.
And how was it that you came to know his name?
Through the police officer.
Okay. Now, did you learn those names on the same day, or did you learn those at different times? In other words, did you learn about Mr. Hernandez's name and Mr. Zawazo's name at the same time, or were those two separate occasions?
At the same time.
At the same time. Do you remember when that was?
A day or two after.
Okay, so somewhere, this occurred on a Friday, so somewhere over that weekend or the beginning of the following week. Is that correct?
Yes.
Because while you were interacting with the detectives that were working on this case, you were giving information to them. They had questions for you, correct?
Correct.
But they were providing information to you. Isn't that correct?
I'm not exactly sure what you mean.
Well, they told you the names of the
Yes.
two people who were the suspects they were investigating, isn't that correct?
Yes.
And you weren't able to provide them with those names, correct?
Correct.
You didn't know the names of either of the men that came to your home, but at some point, the detectives told you those names, correct?
Yes.
And at some point, did you become aware of the fact that Mr. Hernandez was in custody?
Yes.
Okay. And that was because a detective told you that, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, there was some news coverage of this story. You remember that, correct? Did you pay any attention to that?
Yes.
I mean, no one can blame you for doing that. I mean, this is something that affects you in the most severe way. So it would only be natural for you to be curious about seeing what the coverage was, right?
Yes.
Okay. And when that coverage was being provided, if it was on TV or in some newspaper, there were photographs, right?
Yes.
And photographs of Mr. Hernandez, right?
Yes.
And a photograph of Mr. Zawazo, isn't that right?
Yes.
And you've been very clear in your direct testimony in identifying Mr. Zawazo, correct?
Yes.
But you also, when you met with the detectives, you told them that this man, the second man in the house, was wearing a mask. Is that right?
When he entered, yeah.
Yes. But when did you tell the detectives that, if you did, that when the second man came upstairs, he was not wearing a mask?
In the ambulance.
In the ambulance. And when you were in the ambulance, who rode with you? Was that Detective Haglund?
I don't remember an officer riding with me. I remember the paramedic.
You told it to a paramedic.
No, I told it to the officer.
Okay, that's what I'm asking. I just want to get clarification. The first time you told anybody that the second person didn't have a mask on when he came upstairs into your kitchen was when you were in the ambulance?
Yes.
And that you're just sitting there in the ambulance, you hadn't moved yet, and the detective was there with you, is that it?
Yes.
Okay, and you don't know that man's name that you talked to?
At the time, no.
No, and have you seen him since?
Yes.
Okay, and do you know his name now?
No.
Okay, fair enough. But somewhere along the line, you were shown a photograph of Mr. Zawazo, is that correct?
Days later, yes.
Okay, now when you were shown that photograph, were you shown one photograph or were you shown a whole bunch of photographs?
I don't recall.
Okay. Did the detective or whoever it was you were interacting with at that time, did he or she say, I'm going to show you some pictures or a picture and maybe you'll recognize this person, maybe you won't?
Yes.
Okay. And so you don't remember if you saw one picture or more than one picture, is that right?
I think it was more than one, but I'm not 100% sure.
Okay. And you made an identification?
Yes.
Okay. And then in your mind, that identification is the thing that you said, correct?
Yes.
And that is the thing that you've said consistently since the first time that you went to court and you gave testimony on the 17th of December, correct?
Correct.
And then you said the same thing today, correct?
Correct.
And you identified not only Mr. Zawazo, but also Mr. Hernandez, correct?
Yes.
So in your statement to the police, and I think this is to Detective Wiggerman, who met with you a couple of times at the hospital and also at your son's house, you were being asked about the big man, and you were unable to provide a specific height range for him back on maybe October 12th or 13th, somewhere in there, in the days following the incident at your home. Do you remember that?
I was unable.
That's, well, I mean, that if the detective wrote that in his report, that you said that the Hispanic might have been 6 foot tall, that your husband was 6'2", and he was about as tall, and then...
I was talking about Mr. Zuazo at the time.
Okay, so you're saying that the person you were describing in the report was written down as the Hispanic man, but you're saying that you were talking about Mr. Zuazo?
Yes.
Okay, so you couldn't, and you said your husband was 6'2", and he might have been 6 foot?
Yes.
Okay. May I approach? I just want to show. Yes. This is from the report that was written by Detective Wigerman, and it's got contradictory information, and I just want to know if she can look at that, if this would refresh her memory about what you told him.
Come on up, of course not.
Sure.
I really did not want another late night tonight, but doo-doo happens.
Okay, the mask wasn't complete.
If you remember, sorry for that interruption. Let me just get this clear. You did not describe the man, the Hispanic man, to be 6 foot tall.
Correct. I did.
Okay. And if somebody wrote that down in their report that you said so, that person is wrong about what you told them.
Yes.
Is that right? Okay, that's fair enough. Thank you. Do you remember telling the same detective that the second man, who now you are identifying as Mr. Zuazo, had his face mostly covered?
Yes.
Okay, so which was it? Did the man have his face mostly covered, or was it uncovered at some point?
I'm gonna object. She's already clarified. There's 2 different points in time. This is not a one-time question.
Well, let me just make that very clear. I'm not trying to imply otherwise. You've said that there was a point where Mr. Zuazo had the mask off, correct?
Yes.
Did you tell that to Detective Wigman, if you remember? And I know you might not, and that's fair. I get that. I'm just trying to make, I want to understand what your position is opposed to what it is he wrote down in this report I'm reading.
Okay, the mask wasn't completely off.
Okay, and so when he wrote down, we're reporting to him.
Yes.
Judge,
Okay.
I object again to the form.
You can ask questions on redirect, all right? It just, if we could be more specific about to whom she's talking to, because I don't know if she.
And I'll do that.
Insert that, but just making sure we know, she knows who you're talking about.
It's Detective Wigman, who you might not recognize or remember exactly. I know you saw a lot of police officers, or detectives. But this is during one of those interviews that you had either in the hospital or at your son's home. It wasn't at your home. I don't know if that helps to refresh your memory.
It was in the ambulance.
Okay. Then was this individual didn't write anything down about him having a mask off at a particular time. And so if you told that to him, he didn't. I mean, you can't explain what he did, but what I'm saying is if it isn't in there, it isn't because you didn't tell him. Is that correct? Is your testimony today that he did not have, Mr. Zuazo did not have the mask on when he came up the steps? Is that right?
What?
Where was the mask? Do you know?
I don't.
Okay. Was it like hanging? Pardon?
I don't recall
Okay,
exactly.
and I understand, it's a very traumatic and upsetting thing that's going on, and you're very much involved in that. You didn't see anything hanging out of a pocket or anything like that?
No.
And it wasn't laying on the floor?
No.
Correct, and it isn't something that, to your knowledge, ever was found in your home, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
He reminds me of Sarah Boone's lawyer.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Murray. I appreciate your testimony.
I don't like him.
Cross-exam for Hernandez. Yes, thank you. Good afternoon, Ms. Murray. Same goes for my questioning. If you don't understand something, just let me know and I'll try to ask it a different way, okay?
Okay.
Alrighty. Now, I know Mr. McCarthy kind of just touched on this. When you were giving your testimony, when Mr. Petrofessa was asking you questions, you identified the two people sitting at this table as Mr. Hernandez and Mr. Zuazo. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. Obviously, you did not know these individuals prior to October 10th or October 11th, correct?
Correct.
And as you testified, you were provided the names after being shown pictures by the officers that came to your house or came to your son's house to discuss with you, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, on October 10th, you described that the individuals came at night and we saw a ring video of that time, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you testified that you were upstairs during that whole interaction the night before on October 10th, correct?
Yes.
All right. So we can kind of tell from the sound, and I think you touched on this, when someone comes to your door and rings the doorbell, do you get a notification on your phone?
Yes.
Okay. Are you then able to communicate by talking into your phone to the person that's standing at your front door?
Yes.
Is that what you were doing that evening, or were you just yelling from upstairs? If you know.
Yelling from upstairs.
Okay. You would agree with me, obviously, you described a much longer conversation and event that we saw on the Ring camera. So does the Ring camera only videotape for a certain portion of time and then stops?
Seems like it, yes.
Okay. Now, you testified previously that at some point, due to the lateness in the evening, you yelled to your son, "Do you have your gun?" Correct?
To my husband.
To your
yes.
husband, I apologize. And you testified that you said that loud enough because you wanted the people standing at the door to hear that, correct?
Correct.
And your testimony was that shortly after you made that statement, the two individuals decided to leave, correct?
Correct.
They did not force their way in that evening, correct?
Correct.
Now, you didn't receive any Ring notifications throughout that night indicating that anyone else was around your home, correct?
Correct.
Now, let's fast forward to the next morning. As we saw, the doorbell was rung again, and that's when you got that notification on your phone, correct?
Correct.
Now, it seems from the Ring video that you may have come to the door first, and then your husband came. Is that accurate, or did your husband go to the door first? We're talking about the morning.
Yeah. That part is kind of a little unclear, but I think I was at the door also.
Okay. And again, your testimony is that Mr. Hernandez asked to come in the home, correct?
Correct.
There was no force to get into the home. There was simply a question, and then he was let in, correct?
Correct.
Now, you made mention about the security system that you have, and if a door is opened or closed, you kind of hear a chime. Is that correct?
Yes.
But if the door is left open, someone could go in and out multiple times without hearing that chime, correct?
Correct.
Now, we can kind of tell from the Ring doorbells that were played that the two individuals arrived at 11:22 and that the garage was shut at 11:41. So that's a total of 19 minutes. I know you described some time frames, like 10 to 15 minutes in the basement, 5 minutes here, 5 minutes there. Does the 19 minutes that I am using based on the Ring camera sound accurate?
Yes.
Never at any point during interactions with either of the two individuals did you see any weapons, correct?
Correct.
Now, you described that there was some conversation about checking the furnace downstairs, correct?
Correct.
And that it was Mr. Zuazo and your husband that kind of started to go towards the basement?
Yes, correct.
And it was at that point that you testified Mr. Hernandez said that he had to go back outside and retrieve something from the truck.
Correct.
Now, you testified that you did not know whether or not he actually went outside because you didn't hear the chime, correct?
Correct.
But as we established previously, if the door had been left open, you would not have heard that chime. Fair to say?
Yes.
All right, your testimony was that once Mr. Hernandez was back in the house, your husband and Zuazo go downstairs, and then I believe you paused a little bit, and then you also said then Hernandez went downstairs. So prior to Mr. Hernandez coming back into the house, had Mr. Zuazo and your husband gone downstairs?
No.
All right. So was there a pause in after your husband and Mr. Zuazo go downstairs, then Mr. Hernandez, or were they all walking in a line?
They were walking in line.
Understood. Now, you testified that you did not hear anything out of the ordinary in the basement, correct?
Correct.
And you testified at some point in time, Mr. Hernandez came back upstairs, correct?
Correct.
Isn't it true that at that time he actually went to check the stove and the dryer with a meter?
No.
Isn't it true that, in fact, Mr. Hernandez was upstairs for a period of time, more than the seconds that you described, before Mr. Zuazo came up the stairs?
No.
So your testimony is that once Mr. Hernandez and once Mr. Zuazo were back upstairs, that is when Mr. Hernandez started asking you about jewelry or money, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Where was Mr. Zuazo during that line of questioning?
Behind Hernandez.
Now, I know that you had mentioned at some point in time during that conversation, you asked where your husband was. Is that before or after you saw blood on Mr. Zuazo's clothing?
Before and after.
Okay. Now, you described that you were not necessarily given an answer of where your husband was, correct, at first? And then, I believe your testimony was following that, you were able to look at what Mr. Zuazo was wearing and you saw blood, correct?
Correct.
Can you describe that?
There was a stripe of red blood on his right side of his vest.
Okay. And at that point in time, I believe that you indicated that you let out a scream, correct?
Correct.
Okay. I see that you are wearing glasses today. Do you remember if you were wearing glasses during this time frame that we're talking about right now?
Yes.
Okay. You indicated that you were hit in the face. Were you wearing glasses at that time?
Yes.
Were your glasses pushed into your face?
Yes.
At some point in time, you testified that Mr. Hernandez walked you over to the kitchen table and then you sat down there, correct?
Correct.
Do you recall if he touches your arm to take you there?
Yes.
You then testified at some point in time that Mr. Hernandez took off your watch, correct?
Correct.
That was on your wrist?
Yes.
Obviously, he was close to you when he was doing that, correct?
Correct.
Were you watching him take your watch off?
Yes.
You then testified that he took your cell phone, is that correct?
Yes.
Where was your cell phone at the time?
On the table.
Was it close to you or far away?
Close to me.
Did you watch him as he took your cell phone and put it in his pocket?
Yes.
You then testified that Mr. Hernandez went through your purse. I believe you said he took your key and some cash, correct?
Correct.
How close was your purse to you?
Inches.
Why does it matter?
Did you watch him go into your purse?
What the heck
Yes.
are these questions?
You testified that it was only Mr. Zuazo who went upstairs, and I believe you could hear things being thrown around. Is that correct?
Correct.
And your testimony was that Mr. Hernandez never went upstairs, correct?
Correct.
You testified that while all of that was going on upstairs, Mr. Hernandez was putting duct tape on your hands and feet, correct?
Correct.
I'm assuming he was pretty close to you since he was putting the tape on your body. Is that correct?
Correct.
Were you watching him as he put the duct tape on your hands and your ankles?
Yes.
Now, I know Mr. McCarthy went through some of this, but you have had multiple interviews with the police, fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. You've also, I'm sure, met with the prosecutors a number of times, correct?
Correct.
And you've previously testified in a court hearing, correct?
Correct.
Now, in all of those close interactions with Mr. Hernandez, you have never reported that you saw any blood on Mr. Hernandez, correct?
Correct.
There was some questioning about your husband having a gun. Do you remember that line of questioning from Mr. Petrofessa?
Correct.
Okay. You never saw that gun at any point after your husband went in the basement, correct?
Correct.
That gun was never pointed at you by either of the individuals that were in your house, correct?
Correct.
And again, you were never threatened with any weapons, correct?
Correct.
I have no further questions.
Okay, redirect.
Thank you, Judge. Just briefly. Is it fair to say the events of October 11th, there was a lot of police involvement, a lot of the sheriff's office involved in having contact with you?
Yes.
How many deputies or detectives would you say you had contact with either on that day or over time? Total, what would you guess?
4.
Okay. And how many of those 4 can you name?
None.
Okay. So they're kind of like, you might have talked to some, but not know the name of the people that you talked to. Is that fair?
Yes, I'm sure they told me the name, but I don't remember who was who.
Okay. When you gave your first statements to Detective Officer Haglin on that 2/12 on October 11th, did you describe the 2 individuals to him as one white or Hispanic male, tall and fat, very fat, possibly in his 40s, and one black male, average height, average weight, I believe he had a mustache or beard, possibly in his 30s. Is that how you first described him?
Correct.
Okay, and that was before any names were attached to him later on in the world when you learned of names Hernandez and Zuazo, is that correct?
Correct.
And on TV, they were also identified on the television that you would watch?
Yes.
Okay. And I want to try to be specific about this because you were asked several times by counsel about mostly covered versus uncovered. Are there different periods of time when you're dealing with defendant Zuazo when his face covering is different, or does it remain the same throughout the entire interaction on the 11th?
No, when he comes up the stairs, it's different.
Okay, and before he was mostly covered, is that correct?
Yes.
And after he comes up the stairs, he's not covered?
Not completely.
Not completely covered. Was it enough for you to see his face?
Yes.
So let me ask you this one more step, which after defense counsel brought, I just want to go one more step because there's a period of time after defendant Zuazo is now up on the stairs, he's on your level, and then he goes to the upstairs area, correct?
Correct.
Then he returns and he comes back to your level, correct?
Correct.
And then both him and defendant Hernandez try to put you in a closet, correct?
Correct.
And then they exit the building, your residence, right?
Correct.
Okay, now specifically, and take time to, I don't think you've ever been asked this, but take time to remember before you answer. In that final time when defendant Zuazo comes down and they're trying to put you in that closet, how would you describe his face covering at that point in time?
He was covered.
He was back to being covered.
Yes.
You also identified the DTE truck. Could you tell us how it was that you were able to identify the DTE truck? How did you see it?
When upstairs by my master bedroom, by the banister, there's a window. and I could see through that window, I could see the truck in front of the house.
Okay, when you say you were upstairs, so we're talking about on the the night of the 10th.
Yes,
Okay, on the day of the 11th, did you get a look at what type of vehicle was out there on the 11th?
yes,
Okay, and how was it that you saw a vehicle on the 11th?
through the door.
And let me just ask you, is there any doubt in your mind under oath that Defendant Hernandez was one of the two men that was there both on the 10th and the 11th? Was one of the two men that was there both on the 10th and the 11th?
No doubt.
I don't have any other questions.
Okay, all right, thank you, Ms. Murray. You may step down. Watch your step as you step down. And, Ms. Murray, being excused.
I have no objection.
All right, she's otherwise excused and being victim, please come out to
Thank you,
remain within
Judge.
the forum.
That's understood.
She can attend the rest. Judge, people, I don't know if you were going to say something.
He reminds me of Sarah Boone's lawyer. When one lawyer objects, you wait for the judge. Another lawyer did it. The dude from Linda Sturmer's trial. You wait for the judge to make a ruling. You don't say, well, okay, well, then let me ask you this. Or you don't say, okay, well, then I'll reword it. Or, okay, well, I'll do this. You don't do that. You shut up and you wait for the judge to make a ruling. I hate when lawyers do that. It's narcissistical. Is that a word? I say it's a word. It's narcissistical. It's not a word. I just created it.
Good afternoon. If you could just get into that witness sample that George told you, we can just walk right in, watch your step, and then if you can just turn and face me, I'll give you truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
All right. Please be seated and tell us your name.
My name is Hannah Hussein.
Your
Thank you, Judge.
Hannah?
Good afternoon.
Was it Hannah?
And can you tell us your connection with the family of the victims in this case?
Family members.
Okay. And how are you connected to the family?
He's my uncle's son.
Let me direct your attention back to last year. Were you employed in connection with the family?
Yes.
And how were you employed?
I was employed as the sales at Hamtramck.
Okay, now I think you're going to be the first one that I'm kind of sure you need to speak up pretty loud so everyone in the first two rows can hear you too. Can you do that for me?
Yes.
Okay. And where were you employed?
Thanks, you can.
Hamtramck.
Okay.
It's Golden Glitter Shop.
And was the victim Sam the owner of that?
Yes, he was.
And how long had you worked there?
20 years.
Okay. And what were your duties there?
Sales, inventory, clean and everything like
Okay. Did you work in both stores or just one store?
both.
And when you were working in the pawn store, were you familiar with the way that they would do transactions as far as people pawning items and then coming back to get those items back out of pawn?
Yes.
Were there type of documentation that you would do when you were doing pawns?
Yes.
And what was the documentation that you had standardized for that store?
We have to ask for IDs.
Okay, and when you say ID, do you take an individual's driver's license?
Yes.
Do you take any type of fingerprints?
Yes.
Do you enter that into your computer?
Yes.
Are these things just your store policy or are these part of state law?
State law.
Okay. And I'm not familiar with the pawn industry, but there's a rate of redemption.
Do you guys want to finish this in the morning? Instead of doing Betty?
Is that correct?
Correct.
And is that rate of
I was gonna speed it up, but it's so hard to hear on regular speed. I don't know that we can hear it if we speed it up. It's hard enough now. Let's see how long she takes. Maybe we'll... I don't want to be here till like 7 just to get caught up. Because we can finish getting caught up in the morning. Let me see. How much longer? Are they even... They're not live. Surely they're not live anymore. No, they're done. It looks like... I don't know. I can't tell. An hour, 2 hours? No, 2.5 hours. Nope. No.
redemption, is that a store specific or is that state law too?
State law,
Okay, and what's the redemption rate?
3%.
Okay. In your dealings with the store, you're familiar with how to enter things into the computer?
Yes.
You're familiar with how to take fingerprints?
Yes.
You've dealt with a lot of customers?
Yes.
Okay, this case occurs and obviously it touches your family very deeply. Do you, as part of the store, go back through the records to see if, after Carlos Hernandez was arrested, if he had any connection with your store?
Yes.
And did you do so?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as People's Exhibit number 13.
Come on.
I can approach, Judge.
Yes.
Ask you if you recognize this computer printout.
Yes.
Okay, and can you tell us whose name is on that?
Carlos Hernandez?
Okay, and do you have more documentation of pawns that were conducted by Carlos Hernandez in your store?
Yes.
Can you please look through those and tell us what you see in there as far as the documentation and the dates?
The date on the first one is March 7, 2022. And the second page is a picture of his picture in the system, the ID.
And what's the next one?
The third one shows the date that he pawned it, this item for $100.
Okay.
It's October 18, 2023, and it was at 2 o'clock, and it was 2:02:47.
And does it say how much was pawned?
It was pawned for $100.
And the next page?
This is a different page, but if it's for the same paper as this
Yes,
one,
that's the receipt
same.
page.
It's the same one, yeah.
Yes.
And this ticket was also pawned on October 18, 206, $400.
And what was that?
What was the item? This page does not show me what was the item, but there should be another paper that shows each one, each ticket.
And the next transaction?
This page also goes for that. The third transaction was on October 18, 2023 for $1,200.
And does it say the item?
On this page it doesn't.
Does it say it on the next page?
On this page, it should say right over here in the red, but to be honest, I cannot read it.
Okay.
Oh, I do see, actually, sorry, I do see it's a pair of glasses.
Are those Cartier glasses?
Cartier glasses, yes.
Okay, is there another transaction?
This transaction also on October 18, 2023 for $1,100. This is a charm, 10-karat gold charm.
Okay, and what date was that?
October 18.
Are there any other?
2023.
Does that complete all the transactions?
Yes.
Redemption documentation when he came back in to redeem any of those items?
You don't have him here, but I know that, I took a picture and, I sent it to
Okay.
keep it on file.
And when were they redeemed, as best you remember?
January, February.
Of-
I don't know the exact date.
Of what year?
2024.
Okay. Are those items kept in the ordinary course of the business? The items I've shown you?
Yes.
People would move People's Exhibit number 13 into evidence.
I have no objection on behalf of Mr. Zuazo.
Now, in addition to the receipts that we just discussed, was there another occasion that stood out in your memory after the arrest of defendant Hernandez?
Yes.
Can you tell us about that occasion?
He came in and he asked about a Rolex watch.
Okay, when you say he, you're talking about defendant Hernandez?
Correct.
Do you see him in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Could you please point to him and identify an article of clothing that he's wearing? You're going to have to say what color his shirt is, if you can. May the record reflect this witness has identified the defendant Hernandez?
She didn't want to look at him.
Can you tell us what you recall about that occasion?
Me and Mr. Sam were doing inventory.
Who's the first person you referred to before you said Sam?
Me and Sam were doing the inventory.
Okay.
And he walked in towards us and asked about Rolex watches.
Do you have a special section in the store where the Rolex watches are kept?
Yes.
And is it in a display case in part of the store?
It's in a display showcase.
Okay. And what happened after the defendant asked about that?
I walked with him towards the watches, and I'm sorry. I walked with him towards the watches, and we talked a little bit about the watches. Then he asked me about the owner, and I pointed at Sam. Then I called Sam towards us.
And did Sam come over towards you?
Yes.
And what happened when Sam came over towards you?
They shook hands and they talked, but at that time I walked away.
Okay. When defendant Hernandez had come in that day, was he accompanied by anybody else?
No.
He was alone?
Yes.
On the, I don't have any other questions, Judge.
All right, any questions?
Yes, I do. Just to get some clarification. When this introduction was conducted with the Rolex watches, when did that occur?
I don't remember the date.
Okay, without a specific date, just in time. Was it before the transactions that are recorded in exhibit number 13 that you went through?
I don't remember the dates.
It could have been beforehand or afterwards?
I don't remember.
But you don't have any doubt remembering that Mr. Murray and Mr. Hernandez shook hands in Mr. Murray's pawn store?
I do remember that.
Okay. You just can't tell us when it occurred.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Is that a
I
yes?
remember.
So you recognize Mr. Hernandez because of them shaking hands and you talking to him about Rolex watches, right?
Correct.
All right. And so that, when did you make that recognition? When did you see Mr. Hernandez's picture?
When we looked him up on the computer to see if he was one of our customers.
And you saw it, the identification card?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. I've got nothing further.
Cross-examine Defendant Hernandez.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
If I ask you something that you don't understand, could you let me know and I'll try to ask it a different way?
Correct.
Okay. You stated that you worked at Hamtramck Pawn for 20 years, is that correct?
Correct.
Is it a busy pawn shop?
Not really.
How many customers do you usually have on a day?
It depends on the season.
What's the busiest season?
Around Christmas.
Okay. So on an average day during Christmas, how many customers do you have per day?
I really don't know.
Okay. 4, 10, 50?
No. Something around that.
Around what?
Around the 50.
So 50 people per day during Christmas. What's the average in a non-busy season?
10.
Have you worked the same shift all 20 years, or does your shift vary?
No, my shift's very.
Do you recall what your shift was back in March of 22?
I don't remember.
Do you remember what your shift was in October of 23?
I don't remember.
Do you remember what your shift was on this occasion that you've just described, that my client came in and shook hands with the owner?
I don't remember because as I said, I work with the family and I'll work with a flexible schedule.
Now, you were provided copies of paperwork for the transaction when it's alleged Mr. Hernandez came in to pawn his items, correct?
Correct.
Okay. You then testified about a whole nother set of paperwork that you weren't shown today, showing that it was at some point in January or February where Mr. Hernandez came in again, this is 2024, and redeemed or picked back up his property. Is that correct? How long does the store keep the property?
Usually we do keep them for like about a year. Sometimes like when special kind of cases, we hold on to the receipts till we are told we could get rid of them.
Okay. Is the redemption paperwork the same type of records that you were just shown with the pawn? Is it the same kind of records?
It'll be one of those papers, but it will have his signature that he picked up his items.
Okay. And when someone comes up back to pick up items, do they have to show ID?
Yes.
Do they have to
The
get
ID or the ticket.
Okay, ID or the ticket? So this conversation that you are describing, you are not sure if it's January of 2024 or February of 2024, correct?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Now the conversation, let me back up, and I may have confused myself, so I probably confused you. The conversation where you are alleging Mr. Hernandez came into the store and shook the hand of the owner, Sam, you have absolutely no idea what year, month, anything about that interaction, correct?
I know it was 2024, but what month, what date exactly, I don't know.
How do you know that it was in 2024?
Because when the accident happened, I know it wasn't too long when the time that I have seen him.
Do you remember if it was cold outside, warm outside?
It was cold.
When you had this independent recollection of this conversation that you saw, did you ever write out a statement and send it to the police saying, I think this is very important, here is what I know?
About what? About him?
About this shaking hand situation over a Rolex.
No.
You obviously think that detail is extremely important, correct?
Yes.
I have nothing further.
Any regret?
Did Defendant Hernandez stand out in your memory because of his size?
Yes.
I don't have any other questions.
Okay, all right, thank you. You may step down. Any objections to the release of this witness?
Oh, no objection at all.
Can she remain in the courtroom to watch the rest of the proceedings if she desires to?
Sure, if there's no objection by Ms. Lawson, recall.
Your Honor, if we could reserve that for a potential argument at some further time, we could do that now. It would approach.
Well, all right, why don't we ask Ms. Hussein out of the courtroom right now? And what we'll do, ladies and gentlemen, it's been around a couple hours, so I'd like to swap the juries as well. So let's take about a 15-minute break, and then we'll bring everyone back.
Wait a minute. Today's Wednesday, right?
I just talked to Ms. Lofton. If she doesn't want that witness to remain here for whatever reason, I don't care. I'll just tell her she can't stay in here.
I'm willing to give the reason on record, Your Honor. Ms. Hussein testified that there are documents that she sent to the police or sent to someone about the redemption period that I want to make sure that I have. Or if that isn't true, that the prosecutor's office or the sheriff's department did not receive those documents, I do think they're extremely relevant, especially since they are trying to put my client in the store in 2024. So I do think that's relevant. So I would like to know if those documents were actually received, and if so, I will put on the record I don't believe I have them. So I want to make sure that we have everything we need. Obviously, the prosecutor is not intending to admit those, which is a little difficult to understand since he's admitting the other records that he received from the store.
So you might recall her based on that, or would you question a detective regarding that?
So I think I would probably question a detective unless all of a sudden I am presented with this document that I would like to cross-examine this witness with that document.
Understood. All right, so Ms. Hussein will stay outside of the courtroom until that's determined, and just let me know at any time that that's not your position anymore, and we'll allow her back in because it is an open courtroom.
Absolutely.
Okay, and so we'll take our break now, about 15 minutes.
Thank you.
All rise.
Isn't today Wednesday? Is today Wednesday? Biggin thinks it's Thursday. All right, it's not me. It's Biggin. Okay. All right. Well. Okay. Biggin's not live yet. So we'll wait. We'll do this for a few more minutes, I guess, and then we'll raid Biggin.
What you do next
All talk during the break. We just want to clarify one thing.
Let's do it.
And then she can stay.
Oh, they're calling her back to clarify something? Oh, jeez. Do y'all think she's hiding something? I don't know. I know there's cultural differences.
All right, for the jury, please.
I don't know if that's what it is. Or if she's hiding something.
Welcome back. Please be seated.
People are recalling Hannah Hussein.
All right, we're calling Mrs.
Approach, you're still under oath for court.
Yeah, Mrs. Singh, you're still under oath, okay? I'm not gonna re-put you under oath. I know you just testified, so that will still remains. You may be seated. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Hannah, at the break, the attorneys discussed exhibit number 13, and we just want you to clarify a couple of things for the jury, okay?
Sure.
We talked to you about the redemption payments, and I think maybe we need to clarify that for the record. Do you recognize exhibit 13 regarding the transaction with a pawn date of October 18th, 2023?
Yes.
Is there in fact redemption payment information
Yes.
on this? And this is dated January 26, 2024, is that correct?
Yes.
And that took place at 3:15 p.m.?
Correct.
And the item was pawned on October 18, 2023 for $100, and it was redeemed on January 26, 2024 for $124, is that correct?
Correct.
The attorneys also talked about documentation regarding the pawn slip regarding an item that was pawned on October 18, 2023 at 2:06 p.m. for $400. Do you see that?
Yes.
And it correctly has a redemption payment for January 26, 2024 at 3:15 p.m. for $460.
Correct.
And all this paperwork was pulled up, if I'm reading your information right, December 12th, 2024, is that correct?
Correct.
And also regarding
Is that a Ruth Bader
transaction also
Ginsburg
dated on
bobblehead
October
right there?
18, 2023 at 2:10
Please
p.m.
tell me that's not what that
There's a
is.
loan for $1,200, is that correct?
Correct.
And there was a redemption that was received on January 26, 2024, 3:15 p.m. for $1,356.
Correct.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Oh, no.
And finally, redemption, a pawn for on October 18, 2023 at 2:12 p.m. for $1,100.
Correct.
And there was a redemption made on January 26, 2024 for $1,244.
Correct.
that was the redemption information that you had discussed that you didn't confirm until just now.
Yes.
Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, were you nervous when you were testifying?
Yes.
Okay. Is there anything else that you want to add to what we just discussed?
No.
I don't have any other questions.
Do we have any cross here?
I have no cross.
She's wearing a crown.
Yes, thank you. Ma'am, you indicated that you can redeem in one of two ways. One, the person can show their ID, and if the ID matches the person who pawned it, they can pick it up, correct?
Correct.
Or if you have a ticket or a slip that the store gives, you can pick it up that way, correct?
Only the ticket.
Only the ticket. Okay, so if you have the ticket and you're not the person that pawned it, you can still pick it up, correct?
With your ID. You have to have your ID and someone else's ticket.
Okay, but your ID does not have to match the person who pawned it, correct?
If you have the ticket.
If you have the ticket, yes.
No.
Okay, nothing further.
Any redirect?
Do you note it any differently than we just saw? If it's a third person who's picking it up?
No.
I don't have anything else.
Okay, thank you. You may step down, and I believe you are now excused as a witness.
No objection, Your
No objection, all right, so you may remain in the courtroom if you see fit. People's next witness?
People call it Brian Kelly Broad.
Does it have a crown? Is that it? I've never seen one before. That's why I'm laughing. I've never seen one before. Like, they'll make Funko dolls out of anything now. I bought my husband a Dan Marino Funko doll. Is Aurora back? Oh, hey, Aurora. Oh, I've forgotten the name. Why don't they spell names for this court reporter? I don't like it. I've got no one's names right today.
Good afternoon, sir. Go ahead and raise your right hand. I'll get you sworn in. Do you swear affirm the testimony you're going to provide today is the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God? All right. Put your hands on. Are those transition glasses? Yes. Okay, that's either a little bit dark. No problem. Okay, no worries. You can have a seat and just tell us your name.
Brian Kelly Broad.
All right, you're with
Thank you, Your Honor. And sir, can you spell your first name, your last name for us, please?
Brian Broad.
Okay, and Mr. Broad, do you know a Joseph Zawazo? Yes.
I still missed
Now, how do you
it.
know that?
He worked for me as a temporary.
This is why I didn't speed it up. They talk too fast in
He was
Michigan.
a temporary employee for 9 years. I'm a production manager there.
Today's the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God? All right. Put your hands on. Are those transition glasses? Yes. Okay, that's either a little bit dark. No problem. Okay, no worries. You can have a seat and just tell us your name.
Brian Kelly Broad.
All right, you're with
Thank you, Your Honor. And sir, can you spell your first name, your last name for us, please?
Brian Broad.
And Mr. Broad, do you know Joseph Zawazo? Yes. And how do you know that?
He worked for me as a temporary employee, and then later on we hired him into the main
Close
company.
enough.
Okay, and where was that employment at?
St. Mary's Cement.
Okay, and is that your company?
No, I'm a production manager there.
Okay, and do you remember when that was that you guys hired him in as a temporary employee?
You know, I could go get documents and look at it and tell you exactly what dates they are. I don't know. I can't remember.
Okay.
It's been probably a year and a half ago.
Okay, so would it be fair to say it was sometime in 2024 that he was employed there?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and when he was employed, he was a temp employee, or was he an actual employee of the cement company?
He was a temporary employee. We initially hired people into the through a temporary service, and they do some cleanup activities and stuff like that for us. Gives us a chance to evaluate the employees. You know, what's their work ethic like? You know, what kind of person are they? Do they get along well with other people? And then from there, we take the next step and bring them up into the employment of the company itself.
Okay.
St. Mary's Cement.
And with Mrs. Zawazo, did you do the actual hiring of him as a temp, or was that just done outside of you?
Well, they come in and they have to go through a certain amount of training, and we also interact with them, you know, kind of walk them through, kind of walk them around, kind of give them an initial interview and that stuff. And we have to do that because it costs us so much to train them. And we've had quite a few people. It's not a job for everybody. It's dirty, it's hard, it's nasty, it's hot in summer, cold in winter. And it's not for everybody. So we've had a lot of temporary employees that come in and take the training at $500 a crack and then not come back the next day. So we use a process where we walk them out into the field so they see what the other temps are doing, and so on like that.
So would it be fair to say the temporary employees that are hired there during this process, are you intimately involved with their supervision and training at that time?
Yeah, quite a bit. I actually have a supervisor that runs the crew.
Okay, this is nuts, but from the back, I keep thinking this dude is Trooper Tully, because he sounds like him, and he's bald, so from the back, I keep thinking, that's Trooper Tully. What's he doing acting like a lawyer in a courtroom? It's late, y'all. I'm tired. Did this guy employ both of them or just Zuazu? That name I keep thinking Zazu from Lion King. Zuazu.
I interact with them quite often.
Okay. And so it would have been sometime in 2024, you believe that Mrs. Uezo started working there?
Yeah.
Okay. And did you work shifts with him as a temporary employment or a temporary employer?
That I work shifts.
Yeah, shift. Were you, when he worked, were you working?
The temps worked pretty much straight Monday through Friday, 7 to 3:30.
Okay. And was he working with you at that time?
Yes.
Okay. Did he remain a temporary employer or employee during the time, or was he ever hired in through your company?
He did get hired in. So he was a temporary employee for 90 days. It gives us a look at them, how they're doing, like I said.
I'm so glad you're back. Do not disappear again.
On time every day. Do they come every day?
Zoom boom.
And so at some point he was hired on full.
He was.
Okay. And did he remain employed there?
No, he didn't.
Do you recall how long he was actually employed as a employee of that company?
It was approximately 60 days. They go through a 90-day probation period for the union, and within that 90 days, we have an opportunity to look at him. Josh, even though he was a good worker, you could ask him to go out and do stuff for you. He had a problem with wearing safety gear and sometimes not doing the right things when it came to safety. He was, and I had several complaints about him being.
Well, I'm going to object to complaints. What this witness knows that he observed, that's one thing, but talking about what somebody else says, it's hearsay.
I agree.
Yeah. And Mr. Broad, at some point he was no longer retained through your company, that'd be fair to say. Okay. And do you recall how often during that time period, during that 90-day probationary period, did you work with him?
Doesn't he sound like
I
Trooper
saw him
Tully?
Usually every day.
Did you
Listen to
have
him.
lunch with him?
No, I'm a manager. So I don't eat lunch with the guys. Matter of fact, I don't eat lunch at all mostly. So,
Okay.
no.
But
I would see him in the field when he was working, passing by, so on and so on.
did you talk with him?
Yeah, sure.
Did you make small talk, become friendly with him?
I try to be friendly with all the guys who work with me. It works out better that way.
Okay. And as while he's a temporary employee, is he given materials of the company like clothes, boots, work, tools, anything like that?
Not as a temp, but once they hire into the company, into St. Mary Cement, then we give them uniforms, steel-toe boots. They're issued at least one pair a year. Safety glasses, they needed them, and that was something that he needed, so we got him some safety glasses. And that not the kind that you just the plain old ones. We bought him prescription glasses. Specific.
So not like the cheap plastic ones you get at Home Depot.
No, these were let's say very nice. They're prescription safety glasses, right? They're a step above just the normal plastic ones.
And he was given those glasses?
Yes, sir.
Right. And you said that employees would get work boots. Did he receive work boots as well?
Yes, he did.
And then did he receive any sort of clothing that would signify St. Mary Cement or anything like that?
Yeah, we have fire resistant, fire retardant clothing that are uniforms that they're required to wear. They're high visibility, and then they have stripes on them that are reflective. And then usually the guys get like a blue colored, I don't know, looks like a Carhartt clap. They're actually Carhartt, but they look like khakis or something like that, or work pants, right?
And if their services aren't retained after the period, do they give those items back or do they retain them?
Well, we request that they give them back. The circumstances in which Mr. Zuazo left employment were less than, he was pretty upset.
So it would be fair to say.
It would be fair to say that he probably had uniforms that he hadn't turned in, or he was actually in a uniform when he left, I believe.
So you're unaware if you were able to collect those items from him? Okay. And while he was working with you, did you become familiar with his voice?
Yes.
Right. How about the way he walked?
Yeah.
Was that distinctive in any way to you?
Different than, well, I mean, everybody walks different and has a different manner in which they.
Okay. And at some point back in October 2024, did you see Ring video camera through the media that caught your attention?
Yes.
Okay. And when you saw that, did you recognize, how did it draw your attention?
When I saw it, I thought to myself, gosh, that looks like Joshua Zuazo. He had that same black hat, that floppy hat that he always wore to work, and that black satchel. And the uniform, I was like, God, that's our shirts.
And when you saw that, that immediately sparked a memory for you?
Yeah.
Okay. And when you saw that, what did you do with that information?
Talk to Packmeyer.
Would that be Detective Packmeyer?
Yeah.
And would that be of the Oakland County Sheriff's Office?
Yes.
Okay. And did you explain to him what you saw and who you thought that was?
Yeah.
Okay. And while you were working with him during that period, did you know him to have any other nicknames or names?
Well, I'd heard guys talk about.
I'm going to object again. If it's hearsay, then I don't think he should be telling this jury what he heard other people say.
What's your position about that?
I don't believe it's hearsay. May I follow up real quick?
Well, why do you believe it's hearsay?
I'm going to ask him a follow-up question regarding whether or not he knew him to go by a different name.
Well, I think it's not hearsay, so I don't think it really goes to the truth of the matter of service. So you can ask the question.
Did you know him to go by any other names?
I knew him to go by Yogi.
You knew him to go by the name Yogi. Did you ever call him Yogi, or did you always call him by name?
I always called him Joshua.
Okay. I'm going to, 1 second, I'm going to play something for you. You can see that on your screen, okay? I'm going to play what's been marked as People's Exhibit 5.
This previously entered by.
Yes.
You should say you.
E.
And I didn't want to bother you guys for late, but we had to check the outside.
Yeah, I understand. I understand. You were
Listen, how you doing today, sir? I'm all right. So, you want to read? What am I paying for? Just to give us consent to check the inside of the home. So what we have to do is we have to check for like cracks in the heat.
And that person that came walking up to the driveway and standing on the porch, is that the person you believe to be Joshua Zuazo that you were working with previously?
Yes, sir.
And what was it in that particular video that we just saw and that you previously watched that struck your...
Well, what I noticed here is the way he's walking up, he's got that black satchel that he always carried with him to work and that stuff. There was a different video I saw in which he had that black floppy hat on.
Just 1 second. And are you pretty sure that's the person you know to be Joshua Zuazo in that video?
Looks like him.
I'm going to play, Your Honor, what's been marked as People's Exhibit 5 that had already been admitted, Your Honor. Did you just hear that voice in there?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
Okay.
Sorry.
Does that voice sound familiar to you?
Sounds like Joshua.
That's Joshua. Okay. And that person that you help supervise and you work with, that you know to be Joshua Zuazo, is he in the courtroom today?
Yes, he is.
Can you please point to him, identify by something he's wearing?
He's wearing a dark blue shirt and glasses.
Yeah, let the record reflect the inquiry I made in the defendant's Zowazo.
The record reflect the witness says identified defendant Zowazo.
I have no further question, Your Honor.
All right, cross-examine Zowazo.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mr. Broad. My name is Michael McCarthy. I represent Mr. Zuazo, and I have some questions to ask you here this afternoon regarding your testimony. Now, if I don't make myself clear to you with a question that I ask, please tell me that, then I'll rephrase the question, okay? Is that a yes? Okay, good. I understand it's a little hard to get used to this, but we are making a record. We got to use yes and no's for answers. So Mr. Zuazo was brought to the St. Mary's Cement Company as a temporary employee sent through some agency that your company works with. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And so you said that, excuse me, when he was hired in as an employee, after 90 days, your company issued things such as boots to him. Is that correct?
So, yes, the 90 days that I was speaking of originally was as a temporary employee. While they're temporary employees, there are some folks that we've had to buy boots for because they couldn't afford to buy boots and they were in horrible condition. That wasn't the case for Joshua. He made the 90 days. He always had his, his boots and all that stuff and clothing. He did use, I can't remember whose it was, but sometimes we'll have extra clothing there, and he would use those shirts that were not being used by somebody else, right?
You mean while he was a temporary employee?
Yes.
Okay. And so then, after he became an actual hired employee of St. Mary's Cement Company, then these Wolverine steel toe boots were issued to him. Is that correct? And the reason that your company didn't have to provide him with footwear prior to that time was because when he came to work, he had the appropriate footwear to do. Now, he was in the cleanup aspect of the concrete production?
Cement, sir.
Cement production. And so this is making the powder that goes into concrete mix, and he worked in a factory, is that right?
An industrial environment. I guess it's a factory. When you say factory, a lot of people think GM, pharmaceutical.
Well, I'm just thinking.
It's not clean.
I didn't ask you whether it was clean. I take your word for it that it's dirty, but it's a place that is it's a regular spot that people go to every day where cement is produced, correct? And so he was not on the production side, he was on the cleanup side, correct?
Originally, yes.
And then eventually he moved up to being on the production side?
Yes, sir.
While he was on the cleanup side, were you the supervisor of the cleanup people, or were you the supervisor of the production people?
Who
No, I'm
cares?
the manager of production.
Manager of production.
I have people that are supervisors below me. There is a supervisor that manages a cleanup crew every day, and I've got a couple other supervisors.
So you have another supervisor that manages the production then too, is that
Yes,
right?
I have
You're a higher up, couple levels above the laborers, correct?
Yeah, well, yeah.
I mean, if you got people working for you that are supervising other people below them, then you're a couple levels up, right?
Sure.
Okay. I mean, I'm not putting words in your mouth. That's the reality of your job, correct?
Yeah, I'm not quite sure where you're going with this, but if you're going with,
I'll ask the questions, and if I ask you if you're wrong about knowing them, I'll get to that, okay? But right now, I ask the questions and you answer them. And the last question I asked is you were two levels above Mr. Zuazo and the other workers that were at his level, correct?
one level above,
Well, I thought you said you had supervisors working below you.
different places.
Well, how about in cleanup?
There was one person that supervised the cleanup that worked directly for me.
Okay, and below that person was the workers, right?
Yes.
So that's two levels. You've got a supervisor working for you who is in charge of the workers at the lowest level, correct? So that you're two levels above, right?
Okay.
No, it isn't okay. You can add, can't you? You got the little people down on the bottom. You got the supervisor that you hired,
Being a jackass.
and then you're that supervisor's boss, right?
Objection, jackass.
Okay. So now, how much time would you be spending with a guy that's 2 levels below you in what you refer to as the field?
I spend quite a bit of time in the field. Actually, about 50 to 60% of my time is spent in the field.
So I grew up in a family of construction people, and I spent a lot of time in what we called the field. And the field was where the construction was actually being done, the job. But what you're telling me is that you're calling your factory situation the field. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, but that's indoors or in a yard, correct?
Yes, in both indoors and outdoors, several different buildings.
And there's all kinds of activity going on, is that right? But you're 2 levels above the workers who are doing the cleaning. How often would you be out there seeing whatever it is that Mr. Zuazo was doing as a temporary employee?
Quite often, because
Well, how often? Not quite often, but are you doing that every day?
every day.
Every
Every
day.
day I'm out in the field. I spend
Jill.
at least
We're
50 to
almost done.
60% of my time out in the field, sometimes even more.
How many men or women or both work out in the field?
There's 4 people on shift. There's 6 to 7 temporary employees that do the cleanup, a supervisor, and a control room operator. He's not actually in the field. He's in.
So, and then how many of those supervisors are you on top of?
The cleanup supervisor.
And the
the
production.
CRO, and the production supervisor actually works at night shift.
Okay. So, and you're not there at night because you're working during the day?
Yes, sir.
So you're seeing, you're interacting with, it sounded like 7 people in the cleanup crew and then the supervisor and one other job that you mentioned. So you got about 9 people there, right?
Yeah, usually.
And then this is a big place, right?
Yes, sir, I guess.
Well, I don't want you to guess. I haven't been there. The jury members haven't been there. Is it a big place or is it some little tiny thing where 7 people are all shoulder to shoulder in the factory? All right. There's a lot of moving around because you said some of it's outside and some of it's inside, right? And that's a yes. And so the fact is, and you're supposed to be checking out what's happening and making sure that the production is going correct. Also seeing that the cleanup is being done correctly, right? Because if the cleanup isn't done right, then that affects the production, correct?
Many times the cleanup requires somebody to go by and troubleshoot why we have cleanup needs. You know,
Okay.
what's spilling, diagnosing what the problem is. You know, does the skirting need adjusted? Is the belt tracked over? Why are we having that spill?
And you're doing that, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, that's your job. That's your primary function of being the supervisor there, the manager, whatever the title that you said earlier that I forgot. Production manager. It's making sure that
I don't know
that
how
cement
that
is being
works, but
produced
thank you
so
very
that it can
much.
go where it needs to be
think it
in order to
helps.
become concrete, right?
Yes, sir.
And you got contracts that there's demands for this stuff, correct? So your real important responsibility is make sure that that cement is going out the gate of the factory operation.
Yes, sir.
And making sure that all the machinery is working correctly, right?
Yes, sir.
And in the meanwhile, you got 7 people there that are working at Mr. Zuazo's level. Are you interacting with all of those people a lot every day?
At least once a day, I would encounter the cleanup crew, if nothing more than to check on what was going on with the crew and the particular job that they're working on. And like I said, take a look at what's happening with that spillage and why that spillage is here.
So you're seeing Mr. Zuazo all the time, and he's there for those 90 days, and you didn't object to the idea that he was hired in as a regular employee, is that right?
No.
Was it your idea that he get hired?
I talked with my supervisor. and
Okay.
We discussed, merits, and we do that with everybody.
Okay.
That we hire in, just so that we have a sounding board for, if what I'm seeing is what he's seeing, right?
Okay. And whatever it was that was being observed was good enough for him to get hired, right?
Yes, sir.
So he wasn't a bad employee at that point?
No, not a bad employee, no.
Okay.
There-
And then after the 90 days of being a temp, where he gets to the point where he's hired in, 60 days later, now he's not an employee anymore because he's not wearing the safety glasses that you got for him as often as is required, which I imagine would be 100% of the time.
Yeah, it wasn't just the safety glasses. There were other times where he didn't have his proper PPE on.
What's PPE?
Personal protective equipment. That's the safety glasses, hard hats, steel toes, gloves, etc.
Okay, so sometimes he wasn't dressed properly.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and that was the reason that led to his dismissal?
That was one of the reasons, yes.
Okay, well, that was the reason you gave during direct examination, and so, did you become aware of Mr. Zawazo applying for unemployment?
No, I don't.
You have nothing to do with it?
That doesn't filter down to me. That's handled by HR and all that.
Okay, and you had an interview with Detective Packmeyer.
Yes, sir.
When you first contacted the police because you saw this ring video and you thought you had valuable information to provide to the investigators, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you said that there was animosity when Mr. Zawazo was informed that he was fired. Is that right?
Yeah, he threatened to kill me.
Okay. So he threatened to kill you, but he didn't kill you, did he? No, he didn't. That didn't happen. And this occurred, you getting let go, when was that? Or not you letting go, him being let go. This was like February or March of 2024?
I believe so. I couldn't tell you without looking at the actual documentation and what the dates are.
And that's fair enough. But it's at least 6 months later that you see this video on the news. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And of course, there hasn't been anything bad that happened to you in between the day that he was dismissed, correct?
No.
And you don't know anything about his unemployment request being objected to by your company?
I never even heard anything.
Okay, I mean, that's not your responsibility there at the job. When he threatened you like that, did you go to the police and tell them that I
Good morning,
discharged this
Brett.
person and he threatened me?
The reason I didn't go to the police.
Why? The question is not why, yes or no, and it sounds like the answer is no.
It would be no.
Yes, and then here this time goes by, and you remember this man, Mr. Zawazo,
Yeah,
if for
'cause
no
he's
other
probably
reason than
been threatened
because
before.
he said something to you that was unsettling. Is that correct? Threatened to kill you?
You're gonna have to rephrase that because I don't understand
All
what
right.
you're saying.
When you saw the video,
Mm-hmm.
you recognized, you say, Mr. Zawazo, right?
Yes, sir.
And this is this guy who threatened to kill you when he got let go from your company, right? Is that a yes?
Yes, sir.
Because we're making a record. I know you're saying yes, but we got to just get it.
I'm with it. I apologize.
All right, no problem. And so that was something that stuck in your mind. You didn't forget that, right?
What, did he threaten to kill me?
Yeah. Okay.
I mean, I've had several employees that we've terminated that have threatened to kill me.
Yeah.
I mean, I had one that called and texted for 4 or 5 months afterwards saying they were gonna kill me. And the reason I didn't call the police for Joshua was because I called the police on the other guy, and I couldn't get anybody at all to give me any help. Nobody. Not Taylor, not Downriver, not the Detroit police, none of them. So,
But in fact-
in my mind, I wasn't gonna get any help if I called. So you gotta understand that there's
Okay.
reasons behind why I didn't call.
That's fair enough. Nevertheless, you say that regardless of whether you told the police, you did tell it to Detective Packmeyer that he made that threat against you.
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
That's a yes.
And by doing that, then this trouble comes Mr. Zawazo's way, right? Because you're making this identification.
Yes, sir.
It's
All right.
trouble.
And you feel a little bit of justification about that, correct?
No, sir.
No?
That's the reason I called.
All right. Now, in your written statement, because when you met with Detective Packmeyer on the, I think it was like the 17th or the 18th of October, and you wrote out this statement, you said that what you heard Joshua Zuazo say on the Ring video was, "Come on, let's go." You remember that?
Yes, sir.
All right. But the person who's doing the speaking, you saw the video just a few moments ago, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is it a yes?
Yes.
And what the person who's doing the speaking and walking away from the garage says is, "Come on, man." Did you hear that?
Yes. I mean, it was in the video.
Well, did you note that? Did it impress you that he said that? "Come on, man." That's the only statement that's made by whoever that speaker is. Not, "Come on, let's go," like you wrote in your handwritten statement that you gave to Detective Peckmeyer on whatever date it was, October 18th.
You're asking me to say exactly what I heard on the video, but
I'm not asking you. Well, let me just, hold on just a second. May I approach? I'm going to show you your statement.
I know what I said. I know what I wrote on there. You don't have to approach me with it.
Well, did you see the part where you just, that statement, "Come on, let's go," is in quotation marks? Your handwriting, right?
Should be.
Well, let's get it verified. May I approach, Your Honor?
Are you having difficulty remembering, sir, what's on there, on your statement?
I don't know. I wrote the statement a year ago. I mean,
Okay, all right, if that helps refresh your memory, you may approach.
Take a look at that. I'm just going to ask you,
That's what he
is
thought
that
he
the
heard.
statement or a copy of the
It
statement you
doesn't
wrote
mean
for
the
Detective
voice is
Peckmeyer?
a different voice.
sure looks like my handwriting.
Well, you remember writing it, right?
I remember writing the statement, yes.
Okay. And,
Exactly what I wrote in the statement, I don't remember from a year ago, but
well, is it your handwriting that
Don't
says,
get your
"Come on,
knuckles up, it's
let's
gonna
go"?
make you look bad,
Yes.
dude.
Those quotation marks, were those yours?
yes.
Is that the way that you customarily would quote somebody, by using quotation marks? If you were writing something out?
Usually that's what they taught me in English in school.
This lawyer pissed him off a while ago. He pissed me off too, but he pissed him off a while ago. And so now he's got his back up because of the lawyer. And so this is going to make him look bad. And the lawyer accused him of coming forward because he was mad at the guy for threatening to kill him. So now he's going to look bad, and it's going to make him look like, yeah, he's accusing this guy of being the guy because he threatened to kill him, because he fired him. But no, I don't think that's what happened here. I think he saw the news clip and said, "Oh, that looks like the guy that I fired." I don't think he came forward and said this is the guy because the guy threatened to kill him. And so he misheard what actually was said on the video. But he still recognized that voice as the guy. But because this lawyer pissed him off, the lawyer's getting him all twisted around, and now it's going to look bad. So when the jury goes back to deliberate, they're going to see his testimony as sour grapes. Hopefully not. Hopefully not. But see, this is why people don't like defense lawyers, because this is what they do. They like to twist people like this.
Well, I understand that. I'm just asking you because you meant that to be a direct quote, correct? Otherwise, you wouldn't have put those quotation marks around it, right?
Okay, yes.
And you wrote that right after you were sitting in the squad car or the police car with Detective Packmeyer, and he showed you the Ring video on his laptop computer. Isn't that right?
Yes.
And that was bright and early, or not bright and early, it was before sunrise on the morning of the 18th of October.
Yes.
Okay. And isn't it true also that you were wearing a uniform from St. Mary's Cement Company at that time?
Yes.
And on that uniform, over, I believe it is the right side, is a kind of a green color name tag. Is that?
No, we don't
No?
have name tags.
Do you have some kind of green emblem there?
No.
A patch of some
Nothing
sort?
over here.
How about up on the upper left side?
Yeah, there's a St. Mary's tag up here.
Okay, so it's not your name. Video, I couldn't identify it as St. Mary's, correct? The uniform that you wear, the shirt that you wear?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And that shirt is different than what you observed in that video, correct?
Yeah, it looks like somebody removed the St. Mary's patch on it.
So
They're not hard to remove.
if you take the St. Mary's pack off of a uniform that you or customarily wear, any other jersey then, right?
There is one other identifying thing. If you can bring the video up, I'll show you on the right pocket. There's a small patch sewed on there that says Carhartt, or has a Carhartt emblem and has FR beside it.
Okay, well, we can run it again, if that's, it might be
You were
appropriate.
asking me, I was telling you how else to get it.
That's what you would say, but, I mean, that's what you say, I understand that. You have, the fact is, you finished with the exhibit there, correct? Not exhibit, but your statement, I'll take that back. And perhaps, if you want to go through that again.
It's up to you, dude. You're the lawyer.
It was the first, Mike, it was the first one.
He just told you another way to identify the shirt.
I believe is what he was talking about, because that's what I was talking about, that's where the questions were.
You gotta be able to see the front of the uniform. There's
So on that one, there's no front of the uniform?
No.
All right. Oh, by the way, you talked about the bag. You said during direct examination that you saw the bag that Mr. Zuazo customarily carried.
Yes, sir. It looks like the one he carried back and forth to work.
Okay, looks like it. You can't say that's the same bag then, can you? And you don't know where that bag that you see in that video came from, correct? And the bag
You
that
notice they
you
stopped
say
talking
that
about
Mr.
the shirt?
Zuazo would bring to work with him, you don't know where that came from either, correct?
No.
And you can't say for absolute certainty that the boots you see the individual in that ring video wearing are what you described as these wedge toe boots. Not wedge toe, steel toe, but by a company that begins with a W, correct? Pardon, Wolverine. You can't say that those are, for certain, Wolverine steel toe boots, can you?
They sure look like
They look like it because they're brown, isn't that right?
it. No, sir.
No?
It's the style, it's the sole, it's the way the boot looks. You can see that it's an actual steel toe, the way the front of the boot is formed.
So your testimony, just like those are Wolverine steel toe shoes, is the same as what we just talked about here. Come on, let's go.
No, Roar,
Same
that's
thing, right?
fine. I don't need
You're
another
sure?
mod.
Yes or no?
I'm sure what, that the boots look like Wolverine boots?
Yes.
Yes.
Just like you're sure when you wrote that statement, what that man in the video said. Come on, let's go. Nothing further. Thank you. Appreciate your answers.
Okay, thank you. Cross-exam Hernandez. I have no questions. Thank you. Redirect people.
Yes. And so I want to play that video that we played earlier for you, okay?
Excuse me, do you have the video where he's already
I don't know why we drive the leg when we haven't checked the outside. Listen, how you doing today, sir? I'm all right. So, You want to repeat? How much time in pool? Just to give us consent to check the inside of the home. So what we
See
have
that
to
tag
do.
right there?
And so, I want to ask you some questions. So, what we just saw, the tag that's on his left chest, okay, and that's familiar to you?
Yes, the Carhartt tag right here on the flap.
Yes, and why is that familiar to you?
Because it's on every last one of our shirts.
Okay, and then you mentioned on cross-examination something about the letters FR.
Yes, which makes those pretty unique because they're fire resistant, fire retardant, and most places don't buy fire retardant clothing for their guys. We do because they have to energize, de-energize breakers, which puts them in risk of an arc flash explosion when they're doing that. So we buy and require everybody to wear fire resistant shirts and pants.
So you're the temporary employees and then the employees the attempts to eventually become employees, your company buys the fire retardant Carhartt shirts.
Yes, sir, once they're hired in.
And based on your time with St. Mary's Cement, employees are given those shirts.
Yes.
And was Mrs. Wazo given one of those shirts?
Yes, he was. He was given 11 shirts and 11 pants.
And then you testified on direct that you aren't aware that those shirts were given back to the company?
No.
Okay. And that shirt resembles the ones that you've given to employees?
Absolutely.
Okay. And there's some question across the examination where boots work every day.
I do.
Have you been wearing boots entire session at the same Mary?
Married for the other 20 years that I was in cement.
Fair. So are you, and most employees that are working under you and with you, are they required to wear boots?
Yes.
Are they required to wear a certain type of boot?
They are required to wear at least an ankle-high steel-toed boot.
And like you said, if the employee does not have it, that's provided through the company.
Yes.
And it was your testimony in direct that Joshua Zuazo had his own boots at one time.
Yes.
And was he ever given boots?
Yes, he was.
Okay. And the boots that he was given, do those resemble the boots that you saw on the ring camera videos that you observed in front of Detective Packmeyer and the ones that we just played for you in court?
Absolutely.
Okay. And there is a testimony that he would get complaints or get in trouble for not wearing the personal protection equipment.
Yes.
Okay. When those complaints occurred, did they go directly to you or would it be through someone above you?
It depended because most of the time it was me seeing him not wearing his safety glasses. There were times where a supervisor that worked for him would come to me and say, look, he's not wearing all his PPE, etc.
And so as part of your employment at St. Mary's and having him work underneath you, did you have to address that particular issue while not wearing PPE while he was working?
I did. I talked with him, and that was at the point where we started to discuss the fact that he needed prescription glasses, and we bought the prescription glasses for him.
So it's your testimony that you directly confronted or spoke to him concerning those PPE complaints?
Yes, sir.
And so, did he speak to you about that? You had a conversation with him?
Yes, we had several conversations about the PPE. And the other thing you gotta understand is that within that 90-day period that they're working for St. Mary's, I don't have to have a reason to let somebody go. If they're not working out for whatever reason, we can allow them to go their own way, so.
And that's what he did in this instance?
But no, in this instance, it was directly because of his willingness to wear the correct PPE.
And when he was terminated, he threatened to kill you?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and it was your testimony across that this has happened not just from him, but from other employees?
Yeah.
Okay, and those other employees, you didn't pick out on that ring video, did you? Those other employees that threatened to kill you, they weren't? You know?
No, never encountered them.
Okay, and in between the time that he was let go, threatened to kill you, had you had any contact or any situation where you saw Joshua?
No, not that I saw him.
Okay. And so, would it be fair to say, when he threatened to kill you,
Come
was that
on, bring
something
it
you
home.
harbored
I'm tired.
Then, or was it just normal perks of the job?
It's one of the things that comes along with managing people and letting people go. Nobody wants to get fired. Nobody wants to get let go. People have families. But sometimes it's part of what you have to do.
And you testified across that when he threatened to kill you, that wasn't the reason you called Detective Packmeyer.
No.
What was the reason you contacted the Oakland County Sheriff's Office?
Because the video I saw, it looked like Joshua Zuazo. I knew the guy. He worked for me. I felt that I needed to tell somebody that this is what I believe is going on.
Why did you?
That I knew this guy.
Why did you feel it was necessary to tell the police that it was somebody you knew, someone that worked for you, someone that you?
Well,
knew
if
in the past?
this
Why did you feel that?
idiot would shut up, we would be done.
I feel that, somebody had to speak up about it. It wasn't just me that recognized him on that video. It was,
Well, objection to
Yeah,
that last statement, I asked it to be stricken.
It's stricken.
Thank you, Judge.
1 second.
Because they still got an hour left, and it's almost 7 o'clock, and I was gonna. Okay, you know what? I'm done. I'm too tired. Okay, I'm gonna redirect y'all to Biggin, and I will see y'all at 8 o'clock in the morning. There's an hour left. We'll do that tomorrow, cause I got nothing left tonight, y'all. I'll see you in the morning. Bye.